to Kyiv.
Ukraine's received over $175 billion worth of US aid since the start of the war, the most from any nation by far.
A lasting peace for Ukraine must be underwritten by Ukraine's own ability
Okay,
to
good
defend
evening,
itself
everyone.
now and to deter future aggression anytime in the future.
We're going to be live all night now until the end of the
If she
debate.
wins in
So
November, Harris is largely expected to
we're going to
continue
fill up the
Biden
next hour or
administration's
so
approach to the war,
with a bit of
offering aid to Ukraine through a multilateral
watching the main
approach.
feed
A
from
willingness to lift
ABC
restrictions on the use of long-range
and
weapons against military targets within Russia
having a chat
remains
with a
unknown.
couple of people in
But as the
the
November
chat.
election inches closer, so does Russia's advance on Ukrainian territory.
The Ukrainian incursion into the Kursk
Tell me
region
if
of Russia,
everyone can hear me okay, and they can hear the audio from the live stream from the news channel okay.
Conflict where the Ukrainians are really struggling on the eastern flank with these continued Russian assaults.
Trump, on the other hand, has vowed to end the war in Ukraine on day one if he's elected.
Within 24 hours, that war will be settled. It'll be over. It'll be absolutely over.
Do you want Ukraine to win this war?
I don't think in terms of winning and losing.
With no details on how he'd achieve this, analysts say the pledge isn't feasible.
Former President Trump has said that he will end this war in one day. Is that possible?
Ні, це неможливо.
Good evening, everyone.
Це не війна, ще раз, це не війна про якусь маленьку
You're
територію.
getting 5x5 from the chat from We Won.
Про частину
Wicked,
України
that's
чи
good.
про все, що
So everyone's happy there with the audio, so
які
that's
будуть
good.
правила в світі існувати.
Even so, a Trump victory
Good evening,
could
everyone.
lead to massive
Libertarian.
reversal of US military,
How you doing,
intelligence,
mate?
and political support for
We won,
Ukraine.
and Mickey.
Trump often praises Russian President Vladimir Putin when speaking of him, even implying he'd give Putin the green light to invade NATO member
Look at
states
biased news
without
all the
meeting
time.
their military
Crazy,
spending
isn't it?
goals.
If we don't pay and we're attacked by Russia,
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the stream is going to frustrate some people on the way to the debate, just to kind of prep them for that rhetoric in the debate. I'm sure it's going to be straightforward, true comments the whole night.
Yeah, they're going to be they're going to be very honest with their journalism, aren't they? Not.
Amount of trolling of Vladimir Putin.
You think there's going to be any shenanigans, or you think it's just going to be kind of like the Biden debate?
What Trump's got to do is attack her policies and her flip-flopping. Basically, that's all he's got to do is stick to the things he can rip her apart on, which is basically a lot of her flip-flopping.
I mean, basically any policy, right?
Yeah, but basically she can't be trusted on anything she says, because in 18 months' time, in a year's time, she'll flip it across, and she's flipped on loads of stuff that he can have her on now. She can have a go at him about his policies, whether they've worked or whether they haven't worked. But what he's got to say is that her honesty, the way she conducts herself in business, you can't believe what she's going to say. And if he sticks to those sort of rules, and it's quite stale, he's got to talk, and she can't talk. You know, she's not for, you know, look, she's going to do a lot of homework. The difference is, you know, she hasn't got, you know, she's not getting to that age where she can't even articulate herself. But
he's getting that. He's like how much older than her though?
Oh, he's like 80 anyway. So,
he's got to be near 80.
I mean, he doesn't sound like he's losing himself all the time. He might talk a lot of shit because he talks a lot.
I mean, even if he is, she's much younger, and if it's anywhere comparable, that's not good either, right?
Yeah. If he just keeps it to policies and the person and the person's policies, not her character, can just forget about all that crap. And if it's done the same way it was done in the last debate, she will fall on her face, because she'll have those ABC subjects tied down where she's been prepped on. She's been prepped on, obviously, lots of stuff. You'll have your ABC sorted out, but if he comes back and says something back to her, she's got to respond to it, because it's his time. You know, he can wrap her up in no time. She'll wrap herself up.
Yeah, I mean, I guess my question is, do you think that he's going to be asked the same level of question as Trump is? Do you think they're going to be treated equally?
Just a couple of hours
I
ago,
think they
the
will be,
Israeli
yeah.
military releasing this
Yeah,
video
I would.
showing the tunnel in which
It
those
would
6
create a
executed
great opportunity
prostitutes
for the
were held,
public to really
including
rip into
American Hirsch
ABC if
Goldberg,
there's going to
Colin.
be
And you
any
remember how his
bias
parents
in
addressed
the
the DNC just a couple of weeks ago. That video is likely to unleash
moderators.
fury and renewed accusations here.
And they know
Israel,
it. They know the world's sort of on them. So basically, this is the spotlight where if the media are going to show their bias, it's on full view. So, obviously you might get subtle things where they might jump in a bit earlier to stop something happening. But they're going to have to be very careful how they do it because
remains elusive. For President Trump, this is going to be a much easier thing to offer. He is going to
they could be seen as literally covering for her, which is what they've been doing for 4 weeks.
would never have happened. He
Are the mics meant to be muted in between?
Netanyahu and Hamas into some sort of deal that would have saved the lives of both Palestinians.
Yes, they were last time, so I'm presuming they are this time.
Both of these conflicts. Matt and Ian, thank you so much for your reporting.
But what Trump kept on doing last time, he's saying, well, I'd like to respond to what Joe said. And then he answers, yeah, do you know what I mean? Which is, because the liberal media are very annoyed about that. The way he kept on circling back to the last point that Joe made. They weren't happy about that because it sort of and it pushed it back towards. But it was Trump's time, so Trump can say what
Just so you know, I muted the sound in the background for now. If you guys want, to hear the back chatter, filler crap until the debate, let me know. I'll turn it back on. Otherwise, we're just going to kind of talk over these Hulu commercials and crap that are happening right now. I want tonight's debate to mean something. As an American, I'm pretty used to any debate basically being just like a committee hearing. Nothing happens. It's the opportunity for people to ask questions and answer questions, but you can go through an hour and a half, 2 hours, and nothing happens. So I'm just hoping that there's something that happens tonight that is at least worth talking about.
Yep.
Because do I think this debate is going to really change anything when it comes to voters or what's going to happen or what's, in my opinion, planned out already? I don't think so. It's just
4%. This is all for 4% of the electorate. This is 4% of the electorate. This is what all this is about.
How much do you believe the numbers that you're told at any given day in any given place? I just don't have faith anymore in any of it.
Well, I don't. I mean, I find it really hard to believe that that even Biden was still in with a shout before the elections. I couldn't quite believe even that Trump was supposed to be 8 points up, and I thought that would have been much higher. But I knew she'd have a honeymoon period. But basically the media have avoided any hardball interviews or questions, and she hasn't taken any on.
Right. Both the president and vice president have MIA pretty much for weeks.
But what was I going to say? Yeah, it's 4% of the electorate. 4% is that's all this is for them now, because they're the ones that are going to basically decide who's going to be in the White House and who's not. Really, everyone else is sort of settled. I mean, you've got never Trumpers, which are, look, I'll vote for a dementia patient.
Right. Do you, Goonies random goons asking for the invite.
Who's Random Goon?
Random Goon's the guy that plays guitars on Twitch and hangs out on the pub. The Brit. Okay. He's also from the UK.
Yeah, cool.
All right.
What's that mean, bottle cap?
All right, he should be in soon.
Yeah, I mean, everyone else is sort of made up. You've got the ultra MAGA, as Joe would say, ultra MAGA, massive MAGA, and then you've got the never Trumpers on the other side.
I mean, those are the two extreme sides. When it comes to the closer to the middle, the people that still support Trump, even though they're not a part of the cult, I mean, that's got to be a decent percentage.
Well,
I'm not sure how many people he brought in with RFK, but I'm sure he changed some minds there.
well, I keep bringing this point up. They talk about obviously the MAGA, ultra MAGA contingent. Well, when he brings up the jib jabs in any of his speeches, he gets booed to fuck. Trump gets booed to fuck by
Right.
these MAGA. So I'm sorry, especially on the right generally.
The American people got screwed over from Operation Warp Speed. Like, that's straightforward. So I'm glad that even the people that support him show him their distaste for what was done to them.
They do. Yeah. I mean, you can actually bring it up. I'm sure Google will have them readily available, easily to pick up, because it's against Trump, isn't it? So
yeah, I honestly don't look for that stuff. It's forced in my face all day anyway.
Yeah. Well, there was this example when they were asking Alexa about who should they vote for, and they were saying, "Oh, we don't."
Yeah,
we
don't get involved in politics unless you ask us about Kamala. Then we got a couple paragraphs ready for you. Yeah, the people that argue that there's not a two-tiered system of politics, government, or judicial in America, or even in your country, I would say it's the same difference.
Yeah.
It's very blunt, and for anybody that's not willing to see it at this point, it's just making themselves stand out like a sore thumb in reality.
I end up saying this word quite often, disingenuous. It's so disingenuous to say that there isn't, like a two-tier media sort of globalist.
Hey, Paca's in the chat if you want to say hi to him. Sorry to interrupt. He's another guy that hangs out on Smoke Steve's pub.
Yeah, he's welcome to come up.
One of your buddies. I don't have a way to get that to him.
I can't bring it out. I'll get attacked. I will.
No, that's fine. It's fine. But it's good to see you here, Paca.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, sorry,
hello, Jerry.
RW knows the form. I'll get literally attacked.
Paul J is asking who I am. I'm a friend of Welsh's that hangs out on a different stream called Smoke Steve International Pub, and I enjoy hanging out with him. So he invited me on, which is pretty cool.
Yeah. I'll tell you what I watched earlier on a slightly different subject. It was a terrible debate, mind you. It was horrendous. It was Nico, which I only recently have heard of, like the last year or so. It was sneaky that Andrew Wilson, the debater.
Why does Nico sound familiar? Is that a political figure or a musician, or what is that?
It's some sort of social influencer. But that's
okay, yep, right.
Like a KSI or something like that.
An internet celebrity.
It's Speed. I don't know. I really don't know. But they're in that sort of thing. So he set up a debate with a Muslim chap and Andrew Wilson. You know Andrew Wilson? He does, the guy with the beard, does a lot of the
I'll look him up now in the background.
He does a lot of chat.
Name sounds familiar.
Yeah, he does he's pretty good at debating. But
no, not familiar with him. But anyway,
he ended up debating this Muslim chap, and it was just an awful debate.
Is he Christian or is he atheist, or what is his leaning?
Yeah, he's Christian, and basically the Muslim chap just kept on saying whatever, Christianity, and Andrew was saying, well, I agreed to come on this debate to speak on one subject and one subject only, and we can speak on it.
Let me guess. Let me guess.
Yeah,
it had something to do with relationships.
Yeah, and basically the debate actually just didn't actually get anywhere at all.
Deflection or what?
Yeah, there was huge deflection. Just not because what Andrew was saying, you got to defend your position, really, haven't you? So I'm putting my position out there on this subject, and they were saying, "Oh well, talking about the Trinity," and Andrew was like, because he's very much down the line. I'm talking about this subject. Let's stay on this subject. We're not going. We can talk about the Trinity. We can talk about Christianity. At another occasion, we need to talk about what we've come here to talk about.
Yeah, I've been
And
studying the Trinity lately myself.
so,
It's a
yeah.
controversial subject, but not as disgusting of one as the other that they were getting into.
So, hello, Jerry, in the chat. Yeah, it was just fucking.
Yeah, I
It was
see
just
Saxon's point in the chat. I'm not going to read it out loud at the moment because my son's hanging out down here, but yeah, that's a rough one. And you want to engage in an honest conversation, and if an honest conversation is going to challenge your faith, that should be a wake-up call. There's a growing concern amongst the Adventist faith right now, which is what I'm part of, and it has to do with the Trinity and Scripture backing the Father being the only living God, and then Jesus being the Son, but the aspect of the Holy Spirit is not a third entity. It's the Father's Spirit, and that just even having that conversation with people that you've grown up your whole life that lock in the Trinity concept, it makes two Christians have a fighting conversation, which sucks because you just want to seek after what is truth. And if you're following something that's not true, you'd want to understand that and know why. I would think that's important to anybody. Like if any of us just gets to a point where we're just complacent and we stop caring to learn more, I mean, I don't think that's good grounds. But I digress. I think, Frankie, you have a point there. If voting mattered, they wouldn't let you do it. It looks like I killed Welshie. I didn't even realize he dropped out there. If voting mattered, they wouldn't let you do it. I agree with that statement. I'm more of in the boat that it's all theater. And the people that are in control are outside of that whole system. So you have two sides you can pick from, the left side or the right side. Which one do you want? But I think in the end of the day, they're just making two extremes to keep people in the middle thinking that that's the path to go. So you want a president who doesn't touch that wall. What is the wall? Right. If there's individuals that you're not allowed to speak out against, that means they have control. So that's a valid point. Voltan saying Trump is too old and Kamala's too dumb. I don't think Trump's too old. I do think that he repeats himself all the time. And I crave fresh conversation. Kamala's too dumb. I don't know if she has her own opinion. She seems like an individual that just doesn't have her own opinion. And so that's scary to me. Are we good now?
Yeah, we're good now. Sorry about that, everyone.
You're good. I was just rambling to cover all the bases.
So,
I see Bottle Cap heard my comment about the Trinity. That's actually a really Good response from you, dude. I agree.
Camilla, yes. Will Camilla be unburdened by her past? Well, I think it's going to haunt her a little bit, keeping a lifer on the death sentence for longer than it needed to be, and was forced to take him off it because it turns out he was innocent.
Yeah, this comment that Bottlecap said again here, will Kamala be unburdened by her past? The whole concept that you cannot be responsible for anything that you've been a part of up until that point, that's garbage. You need to have merit. Like, while it's not a matter of salvation or anything, like you can't earn your way to heaven or whatever, when it comes to the world, you definitely need to at least try to do what is right and have merit and have a record of that. You can't just, like, if we're as a society accepting absolute bullshit now and that's okay, we're screwed. Every country's screwed at that point. I mean, that's frustrating to me. I've even lost the ability to, or the interest of having conversations with people because I just don't get to have real conversations.
Yeah. Well, you certainly can't talk about all subjects. Like, this is a nice subject. Frankie's mentioned it. I don't want any of these adventurers here. I don't care about Israel or Palestine. It's not our problem. Well, yes, I would tend to 100% agree with that comment. Not interested. Don't want to get involved in any of these foreign conflicts.
If it was put to a vote, would the populace agree with Frankie? Frankie, are you United States or are you UK, dude?
Well, I think if it was come to the public vote, none of, we would have gone to none of these wars or got involved in none of these wars.
None of these to what point? Ukraine and Gaza, or
Well,
like before
okay,
that?
so we went to Iraq 2 on a lie, okay? So that was weapons of mass destruction, 45 minutes.
Right.
That was a made-up lie.
Oil of mass consumption. I think that's what it was.
Yeah. It was all nonsense, complete nonsense. Any weapons they did have were chemical, and there was no weapons of mass destruction. Like the chemical ones are already gone. Either way,
where is that in relation to 9/11? How long after?
Probably a year, isn't it? Or 6 months.
It was only 1 year before there was war.
Don't know. I think it was 22 on it when it 02 on it. It was 01, wasn't it? The attack it was 01. The attack,
right. Not September 01. So, yeah, I mean, America is ready for a fight. That subject is a really frustrating one for me.
Okay, so 500,000 citizens died in Iraq during that conflict period.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, when Bush said it was over, it just started. Just didn't realize what he was saying.
Were you guys over there with us?
Yeah, we were over there, weren't we?
Congratulations.
And then we can talk about Iraq 1, where there was that complete psyop of diplomat's daughter, saying that there was babies in incubators thrown out of windows and all that sort of shit. And it turns out she was a pretty good actress. She could be good in Hollywood. It all lies again.
Who is this?
It was a diplomat's daughter that basically said that the Iraqis come into the Q80 hospital and slaughtered the babies and killed them all, basically. And she gave statements to effect, and it was all a lie.
Right. And was there any repercussion for that, or is that covered under free speech?
Well, it came out, But of course, it didn't fit the narrative, so that was quickly brushed under there. But
Does it when it comes to free speech, I wish I mean I should know this because I'm the American here, but the freedom to tell the truth seems more honorable of a law than the freedom to bullshit constantly. While you don't want to take away anyone's rights, because if you can control that aspect of speech, then you have a whole can of worms you're opening. I get that, but it really seems like the way that the government's using that law is the ability to bullshit and lie, but the standard that we're supposed to uphold is to be righteous and tell the truth. So I kind of struggle with that one.
Yeah. It's like some sections, or the vast majority of the sections of mainstream media can get stories wrong in the UK. But if you post something on any of the channels, including X, that is offensive, especially when it doesn't fit the narrative, you could be in prison for spreading false information.
Yeah, you guys are getting tagged for memes and stuff like that. I saw that.
Yeah, I mean, there's a word now called malinformation. So
What is that? I mean, malware is any software in a computer that is for someone else, a third party. So is that the idea of malinformation? Information you're spreading that benefits a third party? Like, what does that mean?
Well, I believe it's truthful information, but it's just unwelcome information. That's, I believe, how it's defined, but I could be wrong. So
In the church, we have a term we call the straight testimony, and that's the type of truth that a lot of people aren't comfortable talking about, and they'll talk about simple, boring, everybody gets a trophy truths. But the hard truth is so beneficial. Like, I don't know why people have to be, I guess it's an aspect of guilt, or what? Why would someone not want to talk about the truth?
Because it doesn't fit the narrative.
Fit the narrative. Like, is that the only reason people are willing to talk to other people to share a narrative?
The thing is, it's not people, is it? It's governments and organizations and corporations.
Yeah, but then citizens take it and use those talking points and blah, 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 blah to each other all day long.
But by stifling free expression and free speech in the UK, it only works as a very, very temporary band-aid, which since obviously the response to the 3 children, girls, that exploded, and they've done what they've done, but what they haven't done is understand where the problem's coming from and why so many people in the country showing the concerns that they have got, and they can label it as all far right, and they keep on doing that. They can carry on, but that bleed will come out again. And
do you think that they're going to continue to carry on sharing that narrative when they're personally affected by the loss of a loved one or theft or whatever comes with it?
Because that sort of thing's sort of anecdotal. It doesn't really matter in the sense that if
it doesn't matter even if it happens to them.
Well, yeah, because they're just a solo person. So
that's hard for me to believe.
Well, so if I think what you were saying with someone who has those views where they say, that the government's views, and if they get then affected, it wouldn't affect the overall picture because it's just a singular person.
But would it affect that single person is my question.
Oh,
If
yeah,
the individual getting screwed over, would they continue to say the same narrative?
There's plenty of people I know that have changed their opinions recently, loads, and quite swung.
So it's a matter of time, right? Because everybody's going to be affected as the ball rolls down the hill.
Yeah. So like I said, they might put a Band-Aid over it and put some blood clotting in it.
Well,
but
the Band-Aid is
it's temporary.
something that makes the people not care for a period of time. What could they possibly give you that would make you not care?
Well, it's not about not caring. It's about they're controlling you. So they're controlling your thoughts and your expression and your speech. Because
How?
obviously, because you can't express your concerns that you have, and
I
because
can still have them.
yes, you can have those thoughts, but you can't express those thoughts. And in the end, with a lot of people, they'll hide those thoughts as well as their speech, because it's easier to actually hide your thoughts as well as your speech, because obviously they contradict each other in the sense that you want to express yourself. So, but these band-aids that they've put over all this, it's not going to solve the problem, and because they've attacked the 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 people who are concerned, and obviously idiots involved there as well. But we're talking about the country as a whole. It's going to come back to bite them bad. So the government, the narrative, it'll bite it again.
What do you think it is about you and I that almost makes it impossible for us not to say what we're thinking?
Well, you can, I can't.
I usually, even if I make my words tactful, will say what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I can't.
You can't be tactful, or what do you mean? Like, you mean you're talking about legally, or are you talking about? I'm just talking about as a character, as your own personal how you act. What is it that makes a person not willing to be quiet? Like, what is that fire that's in them? Where does that come from?
Just watching your country sort of descend into its like own self-destruction. Makes you sort of aware and makes you want to speak out.
We once said that nothing left to lose. I mean, yeah, I hope that makes people wake up. Higher IQ, I mean, I think a person with a high IQ should be able to see problems coming. Like in chess, you see many more moves ahead than a dumber IQ. But even at this point, the dumb IQ should be able to not want to be wronged.
Well, I mean, let me explain this to you. So, I believe I don't know. I don't believe I'm that intelligent. I've never taken an IQ, but I believe I'm quite good in certain subjects. Um, Obviously, it must interest me, and obviously, you've got to get a decent understanding on the subject you're talking about. But some things I'm quite good on, other things I'm quite clueless about. And there's so many subjects out there. But let me just suggest this one. So during the pandemic occasion, recently episode, back in 2020 and 2021, there was people talking about nanotechnology, and that they can self-assemble. And I don't know if you ever seen anything.
I've seen a lot of different theories, including multiple aspects of that one.
Well, there's a peer review article that was just released this month, and people are going to moan at me now. I'm going to say John Campbell's just done a release on his channel, and obviously the links are in the back chat, and explaining that this peer review research has come back saying that there's nanobots self-assembling in your blood system, and the shapes and these photos were all taken from patients, and some of these shapes were crazy. There was very simple block shapes, and there was some absolutely crazy as fuck shapes. And they were talking about that back in 2020, 21. And even I was thinking, oh, is this a bit of stretch for me to like, and now all of a sudden, you know, they're reporting this, and from very reputable scientific papers and research. So yeah, it's quite crazy, isn't it?
Reputable is a interesting word.
Well, peer reviewed.
Right.
So.
To me, the peer-reviewed system is an excellent way to make sure that certain information never makes it. But that's the conspiracy theorist to me, of course. So
yeah,
to me, it's more a matter of
that would suggest you follow a narrative, wouldn't it? Well, this rolls against the narrative, but peer reviews, I believe, has to have certain. It needs to be done in a certain way for it to have that qualification. But I could be wrong.
My understanding is that peer-reviewed means it's presented to peers that review it. That doesn't mean that the peers are going to accept it. If something is against the narrative, they'll poo-poo the shit out of it.
Well, it's definitely against the narrative.
It's still presented to peers.
Let me see if I can find.
If the peers are taking the thesis that this technology is within the juice, and they're taking that information and they're praising that thesis and that scientific study, that says a lot. That says an extreme lot. So I'd be very surprised if that's the case.
Let me see if I can find it now. And then we'll get onto this debate thing. Should we switch this on?
Paul J, have a good one, dude. I hope Alex Jones gives you that good feeling you're looking for. I think the commentary here is going to be better than whatever he has to offer.
Trying to find.
So Anarchy Television says, I think when people have lost everything and have nothing left to lose, no one in government will be safe. Government is made up of people. So when the people that are even within that government have also gotten to the point where they have nothing left to lose, there simply is no government that will be abandoned. And, if the soldiers don't fight for the legislative, then it's all over. Well, but, what takes it to that point? Starvation, I think, is one of the few things that wakes everyone up. Just catching up on the side chat here. English Bottle Cap saying one of the professors that discovered the nanotech in the vial died within 24 months. He may have been paddleboarding with the Obamas.
Oh no! I guess was he a chef as well, or part-time?
I don't know. He probably made sandwiches or something
for the Obamas.
No, I don't know about that. Does having a high IQ mean much? My daughter put me down when I told her how high my score was. IQ is a standardized test that says if you fit this standard, then you have a high IQ. If you accept that standardized form of testing is a good way to show if an individual is all around intelligent, then sure, that means a lot. I think it's a good reference point, but if you don't have other characteristics of your character that are worthwhile, I don't really care how smart you are. I don't want you on my team.
Yeah. I mean, I do know a few people, one of them being very closely related to me. It's very intelligent, but really quite thick in real life and not very practical and quite useless.
Right. And if you're extremely intellectual and your mind is a steel trap for calculations, but you're going to get your team killed because your common sense is turds, hopefully you can stay back at base and just phone in information. You know, you have a purpose, but you're not going to be welcome in every scenario. That's for damn sure.
Let's see what the CIA agent's got to say. Anderson Cooper.
You want me to unmute it?
Yeah, let's see what he's at. Oh, where's he gone?
You know, he would say I was unfair. He would say you're.
I'll be right back, buddy. Okay.
You really had to concentrate on keeping them both.
He's a massive leftist hack.
Donald Trump has changed the debate stage forever. He's changed the way these debates are done. He had that one debate in 2020 where he was really off the rails. I think he learned his lesson from that one, but you absolutely never know. There are always surprises.
And let's remember, he is no ordinary candidate. This is absolutely no ordinary election. And we mentioned he is under indictment for trying to overturn the last election. He has suggested he would not accept the results if he won here. We're here at the National Constitution Center. I'm sure we will be talking about the issues. Retribution against his enemies if he gets back in office. He has actually suggested military tribunals for his enemies should he get back in power. This is a very different kind of election.
It is a very different kind of election. And just what you said, John, that military tribunals. I mean, there are military officers out there who served under Trump before who are worried they're going to get pulled back and court-martialed. Looking at his political opponents.
Former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
His own chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who he basically accused of treason. People like that. It is a different election, and people want to hear about what kind of president he would be again if he wins, and of course, what kind of commander-in-chief Kamala Harris
But Mary, what I'm wondering is, will Kamala Harris make that a central part of her case? Will she prosecute that case against Trump, or will she stick to the issues?
Well, look, she certainly has made clear out on the trail that she is not shying away from prosecuting the case against Trump. It's a central part of her biography as she reintroduces herself to voters here. But really, her focus tonight is on seizing this moment. Likely the largest audience
herself
she
to
has so far
voters.
to
Why is
make
she
her
going to be
case and make her the split
reintroduced?
screen with Trump.
And Rachel, January 6th, which we'll probably hear something about here, January 6th is actually something that Donald Trump doesn't want to run away from. He once told me it was one of the proudest moments of his presidency.
He's really embraced it. And I think a lot of Republicans after January 6th. Since then, the former president has called those who stormed the Capitol rioters. He has vowed to pardon them.
When did Buffett then in that ABC come up? That's an ABC fault.
I had an opportunity to ask the former president about that recently.
Crazy.
My question is on those rioters who assaulted officers.
He should never have gone to this.
What's going to happen? Oh, absolutely, I would.
You would pardon those?
If they're innocent, I would pardon them.
They've been convicted.
And by the way, the Supreme Court just well, they were convicted by a very tough system.
Yeah, so to be clear there, the former president calls them patriots. He stands by his pledge to.
Wow, ABC's feed is not good.
I'm curious if it's all on my end, because it could be, but the amount of load they're going to be getting tonight.
Yeah, it can't be, because it freezes and it shows ABC symbol coming up in the center, which means it ain't YouTube or you.
Abortion, crime, foreign policy, and more. When we come back.
I'm guessing they're not going to get a DDoS attack like X did, but we'll see how it goes.
No, not a globalist detail. Yeah. He solved that out. It took about 45 minutes though, didn't it? Done.
For the X issue?
Yeah.
They got it figured out. I mean, my understanding is that they locked it off to paying subscribers, and then they figured out a band-aid, and then that welcomed everybody else in. But the damage was definitely done.
So you have a couple loaded and ready to go.
Hey, Topple's in the chill. He's in the chill chat.
Hey, what's up, Miss Hobbs?
Topple, I can send you a link if you want in, bro. Just let me know.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
To the future of our family.
Yeah, but I don't think I was disappointed that it took 45 minutes to come back through. I thought, well, you know, it's coming.
It showed that they can solve some big issues in real time. That meant a lot to a lot of people, actually.
Yeah, that's how I looked at it.
Right. Like what's his famous quote? They can go fuck themselves. So whoever is doing the DDoS can go fuck themselves. Good job, man.
When you get rid of 80% of your staff, right, and you can still run the network, that says a lot. He told a story where they were shutting a server down in Sacramento, I think it was, or he wanted to, and they said no, you can't run Twitter off it, you can't do it. And he said, yeah, he said, I know you can, and so basically he done it. It was either the 24th of December or the 31st of December, and he'd done it, and he was flying in the wrong direction. And he said, "I'll turn around, go there," and he went there, and they spent about 12 hours there, him and a couple of the boys. And they shut it down.
The aspect of a private corporation getting something done as opposed to a government council process and all the meetings that have to happen. Yeah, I've never worked for government growing up. I've always worked for private corporations, and the aspect of being able to get stuff done quickly means a lot to me.
Well, when it's not something I heard. When he said, we were in the plane, and I just said, no, turn around, let's go. Yeah, we're going here now, we're going to sort this out. And he done it.
So we have a Haitian in the chat that eats cats, and they're asking why argue both candidates put Israel first. I know that there's more to talk about besides Gaza. I'm curious what Kamala's backing is for that, because I don't remember hearing a very straightforward.
Well, I heard she's a cat lady, and those Haitians, those Haitians are into their cats, like the Chinese. So
yeah.
I
they're here and there. I'd say they're rather sweet and sour.
So there is a story going on in America at the moment, isn't there? Have you heard it?
So I think he's basically saying that the Jewish people are in control of the American government. I'd beg to differ on that, but
you meant there you are, cat-eating Haitian. Yeah, there we are. So what it is that there was a lady from Haiti that was arrested in America for eating the neighbor's pet.
There's a lot of animals going missing in Ohio right now, so that's where all the memes are coming from. They're basically saying the Haitians are eating all their animals.
Oh no, this one was caught.
Yummy.
I think it might have been in the pot. We've had cases in the UK with white swans. There was quite a publicised case where it was literally in the pot.
We1 made a comment saying Elon in charge of efficiency would be good. I agree. I think the efficiency commission would be awesome.
And whatever anyone's opinion about Kennedy is, you can see his heart into making America a healthier people. And
I don't know if I can say anyone's heart's in anything, but I can see that their energy is pushing something.
Well, he expressed about all the preservatives, all the colouring, processed foods. I mean, they're things that it can be tackled, and you can get results on. It's not. It's like climate change, where they say about all this nonsense that it's just not available or accessible or doable. And when you can cut down preservatives and dodgy, colorings that cause cancer, and it's been known for decades that loads of this shit is just not good for us. And if that's got to be a good thing too.
Yeah, man. I believe in the health message. I believe in a large part of that, and I think that it's time for people to back away from synthetic pharmaceutical stuff, and so that they can be healthy.
Yeah.
Simple.
And yeah, I'm sure food will cost a little bit more.
But will it though? If everything can be, if they can be
changed
they change how
nationally,
they pay for
changed
stuff.
nationally, everyone's in the same situation.
What's it called when they make a hamburger cheaper because the government offsets the price of beef or something? What's that called?
It's not subsidy, is it? It's
Subsidy? Yeah, subsidizes. So yeah, if they subsidize organic food instead of hamburgers,
well,
that's fine with me.
But once again, if they just banned certain colouring, I mean, this happened in the UK before where they banned certain colouring and the product is not the same colour anymore, but the taste is the same. And
Right. I mean, that's a very simple fix in my mind. Once the lobbyists are kicked out, but
yeah,
when it comes to preservatives or hormones or how the meat is grown that makes it toxic to the body, that's bigger fish to fry, and a lot of toes that need to be stepped on. There's no, I mean, the undertaking, it's just huge. It's a massive undertaking. The whole system runs the meat industry, the pharmaceutical industry, the whole world even runs with that system. So to
we spoke
make
about it
them
before.
stop is almost unbelievable.
If, for example, the efficiency sort of ministry comes in and they sort out all the brown envelopes and they sort out all the not all the dodgy things, but like literally, there's going to be plenty glaringly obvious brown envelope, situations and little earners for family members.
I don't know. Do you think how do I say it? Anyone that thinks that the world is going to change and people are going to become good, I've got bad news for them. It's not going to happen. So hopefully we can at least get to a point where we're allowed to talk about logical truth again.
Well, look, I agree that Trump's not going to offer all these keys that everyone thinks they're going to. But the problem is the opposition, like I've said to you, the Democrats are just going to get America and the world into more debt.
His whole value is that he's wanting to push against stuff, whereas the other side isn't going to push against it. They're going to keep it rolling.
Yeah.
That's the whole thing. That's the whole choice.
So it's not a hard choice, is it?
Not for me. But at the same time, I don't vote. I just think that way. I have those values. I want my nation to be healthy and survive. But, my question is, even if you are not going to vote and you're in my camp, why wouldn't you want your nation to be strong and your body to be healthy and your neighbor to be protected? I don't understand why anybody would not want those things.
Because I don't get that from the Democrats. I really don't. Now, what they were 20 years ago, or 15 plus years ago, I don't know. Maybe they were a bit like the Labour Party in the UK. I don't know. I don't go, but but like I said, the Labour Party is not what it was 20 years ago, and I suppose the Republican Party has moved as well. But like I said, Trump's not Republican. He's a self-described Democrat traditionally. So,
and yeah, it's all about the party, right? It's not about the people. It's not about we the people. It's about these government celebrities that sit in Congress and pretend or whatever it is that they do. I mean, I don't know. I'm sick of. I don't know.
Well, they're going to war all the time to make money in this. I mean, that's basically why they don't care about the American servicemen or any of the foreign people.
But they make money so many different ways.
Well, of course, but like I said, the money that you're giving Ukraine is not just money, is it? They're basically loans, aren't they?
I have no idea. I have no idea what's even going into Ukraine.
You're not going to get the loans back.
I'm not counting on anything being returned from Ukraine. I think Biden's family's attachment to Ukraine and how strong it's being protected there's more information to that people don't know. I don't know it either. It doesn't make sense to me that he is so willing. It's like what does it even matter if his name is slandered though at this point? Like if they have dirt on him, I don't know. It's fucked. It's just fucked. I don't know. It just won't stop. This war won't stop. It's not going to stop anytime soon. Maybe if Trump gets in, it'll be done real quick. I don't know, but we'll see. There's, in my mind, the two wars that are talked about all the time in Israel and in Ukraine, those are problems that could be solved if the world wanted to actually solve them. If the United States was like, hey, we'll support you with this, but you have to do this so that it's over, I'd love to see if they took it.
Private chat. There you go. Stick it in there for you. Don't know if you want to play this little video. It's only like a minute long, 2 minutes and a half. It's in the private.
All right, I'm gonna have to probably pause the one. One second. I'm learning at the same time here. All right, so can I share a second screen? No. So I got to stop that screen, present another screen. Trillions and millions. Share. Large. All right. Oh, wait, no, I got to be accepted into the stream. So you got to bring it up. All right. All right, here we go.
How much does Greece owe, Roger?
$367 billion.
Correct. And who do they owe it to?
Mostly to the other European economies.
Correct. How much does Ireland owe?
$865 billion.
Correct. And who do they owe it to?
Other European economies, mostly.
Correct. How much does Spain and Italy owe?
$1 trillion each.
Correct. Who to?
Mainly France, Britain, and Germany.
Correct. And how are Germany, France, and Britain going, Roger?
Well, they're struggling a bit, aren't they?
Correct. Why?
Because they've lent all these vast amounts of money to other European economies that can't possibly pay them back.
Correct. So what are they going to do?
They're going to have to bail them out.
Correct. Where are they getting the money to do that, Roger?
That's a good question. I don't know the answer to that one.
How much does Portugal owe?
Hang on a minute. What was the answer to that earlier question?
Just keep answering the questions, Roger. Where is Portugal going to get the money it owes to Germany if Germany can't get back the money that it lent to Italy?
Just a minute. What was the answer to the previous question? The question was, how can broke economies lend money to other broke economies who haven't got any money because they can't pay back the money the broke economy lent to the other broke economy and shouldn't have lent it to them in the first place because the broke economy can't pay it back?
You're wasting very valuable time, Roger. How much money does Spain owe to Italy?
$41 billion, but where are they going to get it?
Correct. What does Italy owe to Spain?
$27 billion, but they haven't got it. They're broke.
Correct. How can they pay each other if neither of them has any money?
They're going to get a bailout, aren't they?
Correct. And where's the money coming from for the bailout?
That's what I'm asking you.
Correct. Why are people
So, not just that. That's it already, isn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty, yeah, I mean, who is going to bail them out? I think it's probably going to be a reset of the economy at a certain point with the global currency.
Yeah, it's crazy when the numbers are just in a whole new fucking league, isn't they? And it's true, you know. They're lending, broke economies are lending money to economies that are already broke, that already owe the money, and lend them more money.
All right, other screens back up.
Okay.
I think.
Get that screen back up, then let's get the commentary up then and see what they're talking about.
Yep. They're saying not to eat trigger. Don't eat trigger.
There's no volume on them, by the way.
Those are now the second largest voting bloc in the country with more than 36 million who will be able to vote in 2024. So let's bring in Maria Elena Salinas, who is in Miami for us. Maria,
Starry Night, we got about a half an hour before they start pretending like the debate's starting. I'm not sure how fast
Exactly. They
It'll
are
actually
both
start
trying
from
very
that point.
hard
2
to get
o'clock
the Latino
UK
vote
time.
because
Sorry
it's so
about that.
important, including in the battleground
Starry.
states. As of now, Kamala Harris is doing better than President Trump with Latino voters. You know, there are still 15,
I have
10
a
to
feeling there's a lot
15%
of
of Latinos
British people
that
right now that are
considered
staying up
persuadable.
to see
So
this
they can
event.
still can be convinced by either
Well,
one. But there's about
I'm
30%,
sure Starry's at that
between
situation
25 and
where they
30%
want to
of
see it
Latinos that have
and that they
traditionally
can
voted
share.
Republican.
Like,
They
you know,
continue to do so,
be a late
no
one.
matter who the candidate
Yeah,
is.
man.
President Trump did
And on
improve
a
those numbers
Tuesday,
in the
you know,
last
waking up
two
for work after not
elections.
sleeping
Kamala
sucks.
Harris has also improved her numbers tremendously from Biden from when before he dropped out of the race, but she still has not reached the amount of support that he had in 2020. So there's an opportunity for both Biden and for both Trump and.
Oh,
Yeah,
come on,
that's
dude.
ABC.
President Biden was
There we
with this
go.
very key demographic.
That's
We were
terrible
just
if it
talking
is.
about
It must be then.
immigration, Maria. What about
It
views on
could be my
immigration
end,
when it
could
comes to
be
these voters?
Starlink.
Well, for Latino voters, their views on immigration have shifted in
Well,
the
you use
last
Starlink, do you?
they were in
That's
the
my
last
only
few
option unless I
elections.
want
You know,
a
now
phone
they
line
support a
tap into the
more
internet.
stricter
It's just
laws,
it's
more
for the same
targeted
price.
approach toward
Starlink's
immigration,
really good
and
though,
that
isn't it?
is because
It's
usually the
it's
Democrats
expensive, but it's
promised
amazing
immigration
for
reform,
Yeah.
and
what it
Latinos were
allows.
attracted to that promise, but that
Everybody
promise
here
never
can thank Elon
materialized.
Musk tonight
Now they
for their
feel
hangout
that the
session.
recent arrivals hurts not only their image, but they feel that it is unfair that they are getting paroled. Many of
I heard
them
a
are getting
comment the other
work
day that
permits when there are still millions
Twitter
of
is being
undocumented
looked at like this free
people here
speech
living in this
platform,
country that
but
are either
it's
married to
there's no
U.S.
altruism
citizens
whatsoever
or
in
have
it. It's all
children
a
that are
matter of
U.S.
data
born
mining,
that have been
and
waiting for
they have a
decades.
point, you know.
Also, the dreamers, and that's the
It's to
one thing that I
train
think that they need
artificial
to take
intelligence with
into consideration. One
human
thing that might
interaction.
hurt President Trump is the mass deportations. Latinos are not in
I
favor
wouldn't
of
want to
mass
see the brain of that
deportations.
artificial intelligence. I have a feeling it's going to be
Maria
rather
and Lena
racist
Salinas, we
and
so appreciate your time and your insights. Thank you so much for
opinionated.
joining us. John?
All right, we are less than 30 minutes away from the first debate between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. When we come back, the global stakes in this most
The
extraordinary
global stakes. You know what the global stakes are? All of it. If we go down, the world's absolutely foobarred.
Yeah.
I don't know. Is that too arrogant?
No, it's not.
Yeah, I was going to do chips. Everybody's talking about food. I don't know. Apple cider vinegar, barbecue.
I mean, your food production in America as well, that's dreadful, isn't it?
Our food industry in America is toxic, and other countries are striving to be the same.
Yeah, I thought the UK's was bad, but of all accounts,
You guys actually have a lot healthier code for what you allow in food there.
yeah, I found that out recently. America's right at the bottom of that list, isn't it?
Yeah, they're trying to kill people here, man. But it's crazy. It's like they're trying to kill people and let a bunch of other people rush up into the country.
You've got to replace them, haven't you?
Do you have a good bakery next to your house?
I go to a nice. It's not so much a bakery. It's a it specializes in just cakes. Really, that's it. It is a
You just eat cake.
Well, no. What it does, they're called Welsh cakes, and they're really nice. So they
Okay.
just do Welsh cakes. They do like stone cakes.
Are those super sweet, or is it like more like a bread, or?
Yeah, it's more of a sort of a bread sort of context to a Welsh cake. It's really nice.
Sounds good. We don't have any good bakeries around here. They're all garbage.
No, it's sort of like they're quite a sort of famous sort of little cake, sort of biscuit cake, and you buy them from the shops, and they're just junk, and then you go to this like one place that makes it with like 4, 5 ingredients. That's it, and it's just like a
Yeah.
whole new, yeah, just
Right.
amazing.
Yeah. Why does my cake that only needs 5 ingredients have 300? Like, don't worry about that. Just eat it. It's cheaper.
And the thing is that the taste is, like you said, is completely different.
Yeah, while I was in Australia last, they were moving away from palm oil because it was deforesting Amazon, and the food substitutes they were using instead of palm oil changed the taste so much that I know that there's going to be a lot of food companies that are going to go under once they make that a hard rule.
Well, isn't it any oils that are liquid apart from like virgin oil is bad for you, isn't it?
So my understanding with oil is that when you create oil and you process it, it oxidizes it. So like you have even olive oil, when it's in the olive and you eat the olive, it has all the other counterparts and it doesn't oxidize, so it's healthy for you. But, you know, even when you cold press it and you get that first cold press, it's healthy, but it's still oxidized. So it creates free radicals in your body. And those free radicals, if you don't have things that are cleaning up those free radicals, your body starts to mutate.
So I asked, I know like a good chef, and I said, you know, what oil should I use? He said, lard.
I mean, lard has its own carcinogenic issues as well as, you know, it's not that simple.
Well, that's what he said. He said olive oil or lard.
Yeah, I will say olive oil is, you know, first cold press olive oil, good, healthy. But when you heat it, you're still going to create problems with it. Lard, I can't say that that's healthy for anyone. It's delicious, but not as healthy.
Well, it's like, it could be in the roles of butter again, isn't it? You know, where they say margarine's really bad for you.
Oh God, yeah.
They say butter was really bad for you, didn't they? But now butter.
If I had to choose between the two, I'll eat butter all day long.
So. Yeah, let's get the commentary up then. Let's see what's happening.
With our Matt Gutman, who has spent months covering the conflict in the Middle East. And Matt, I know this debate is being watched very closely there.
Very closely, Martha, and a former longtime advisor for Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu told me that he's going to be watching very closely for what former President Trump has to say about Iran. He said for Netanyahu, both Harris and Trump are known quantities, but the advisor telling me that for Netanyahu, a Trump presidency would be a scrutiny that Netanyahu has been under, increasing allegations that he's been dragging his feet on this hostage deal and ceasefire, in which those 6 hostages were
I actually don't think it's on my end because this isn't suffering. The StreamYard is fine and the chat's fine. So I think it's actually ABC that's screwed up.
Because every time it stops, it puts their logo in the middle. It has to be that.
Despite
this is
massive
terrible.
efforts, they've promised that a deal is around the corner, but it remains elusive. And it's going to be a lot easier of a sell for the former president, who's never faced a crisis
YouTube or
like
StreamYard,
this,
you
but
get
he's
the
likely
wheel of
going to
death.
say and repeat what he said in the past, that if he were president, October 7th
Which would be
would never
bad,
have happened. If he were president, he would have been able to have strong-armed Hamas and Netanyahu into a ceasefire and hostage deal that would have saved the lives of many Palestinians and, of course, those hostages, Martha.
A lot of challenges about that tonight for sure, Matt. Thanks so much. Ukraine also at the center of this. Let's bring in Chief Foreign Affairs
Paco's missing out on the health chat on the side here. You have a field day with it.
Yeah, I know. I've mentioned this lard thing before. My regulars on my chat will know that we've had good chats on lard.
Not just to Ukraine, but I think
Yeah,
this
fair
sends
enough.
strong signals.
Keems
to
likes the
other
coconut
critical
oil. I'm a
areas
big fan of that too.
policy for the United States, for example, China. And this war is just grinding on. I mean, overnight, Ukraine launching
Yeah,
one of
fake
its biggest
soda
drone attacks
bottle
on
cap or
Russia
whatever, fizzy,
since the
whatever you
start
guys
of this
call it.
war. 20 drones
That stuff's
were
pure
shot down
cancer.
the Moscow region, over 140 fired into Russia. An apartment block hit, a woman killed, and one of Moscow's airports was also struck. What we've seen is Ukraine repeatedly trying
Is
to
this the live
target
feed?
Russia
And they
to try and bring the war home
you
to
would
the
think
Kremlin and to the Russian people.
10
This
minutes
is
to go.
partly because
How much
they've
have they
been
got on their
feeling
live feed,
restrictions on the weapons being
numbers-wise,
supplied by the
RW?
United States
Hey,
and others.
Smoke Steve.
What Ukraine is
What's the
hoping
question?
is that those restrictions
How many have
can
they
be
got on
lifted.
their
US
live feed
Secretary of State Antony
ABC?
Blinken
I
is
can't
very
see that
targeted
information, I don't
this
think.
week.
Oh, okay.
Speaking in London, he confirmed that Iran has now transferred ballistic missiles to Russia. He's expecting that
No,
those will be used
they're not
in the
providing that
coming weeks.
information.
He
I'll
describes
be able
this
to put it on
also
my
as a
other phone
critical
and find
moment
it.
for Ukraine.
It's not
So
YouTube.
almost
This is off the
against the
ABC.com.
debate. Even apparently President
Oh, that's the
Zelensky
problem, I think,
expected
then.
to tune in, and the outcome, I think, of this
I
presidential
think that's why we're
debate
getting
is going to be
glitches
critical to
occasionally.
the outcome of Ukraine's
Yeah,
It's
but
not
the
a,
against
YouTube would be
Russia's
streamed
invasion.
directly from the same
Okay,
source
and
anyway, so I don't see how that would make a difference.
Ian and I have both
you might
spent a
be right.
great deal of time in Afghanistan, John, as you know, and that will be a key issue
They got
tonight.
300,000 people
Former
watching at the
President
moment.
Trump has been slamming
300,000 on their
the Harris
YouTube feed.
administration for
Yeah.
that disastrous withdrawal, the way it was done in Afghanistan.
Hey, look,
I have a feeling the majority are on the website.
For the Biden campaign, for the Biden
I'm going
presidency,
to
it might be the darkest moment of his presidency.
stick that one on mute, and if when this goes down on this side, I'll have a look on the other one to see if it's
not the Medal of Honor.
circling, doing the same thing.
Say again?
Yes.
You know, to the 15 service members who died at Abbey Gate in Afghanistan. And
Yeah,
one
if it
thing,
goes down
if you
again
look
with
at
the
that
ABC
moment, so that
symbol, in it,
withdrawal
I'll
from
check this other
Afghanistan,
feed on YouTube to
happened
see if
in
it's
August of
the same thing.
2021. The other thing
Okay.
that happened in August of 2021 was that Joe Biden became an unpopular president. His popularity, his favorability ratings went below 50%.
Because if it's starting to
He
have
never
issues with the
came back.
the
Joe
pregame
Biden was
party,
also at the time
once the
saying
actual
this would
debate
not be
starts
like
and the people
Saigon.
start
We all
influxing, we'll see what
saw
happens.
those images of that. It's
Yeah,
hard to
so
play that
so the
down.
live
The
chat is
president's
being
hard to call that
disabled.
a success. And Mary, let's go back to Israel
Damn
and
straight.
Gaza, key issue also for Kamala
Yeah,
Harris.
they've killed the
and
live
a very,
feeds.
very fine line she has to walk. A very
Yeah,
fine
Steve,
line.
if you want to come on, mate, RW will give you the link. Let us know.
Yeah, just let me know, buddy.
And yes, of course, Israel has a right to defend itself, but saying Palestinians.
Yeah, Steve, watching those people hold on to the plane and be willing to just die like that, that's hardcore,
No
man.
question. On this issue, she is facing the
It's low
most
IQ, it
pressure
is.
from Democratic voters.
Revolutionary
Low
new
IQ
way
or
of
just
getting
so
your pay when you want. Get up to
they're
Low
so
IQ.
dead anyway
your
that they
pay
wanted to
with
go out
payday.
their own way.
No interest, no credit check, no mandatory fees. When any day is payday, it's a good day. Get paid when you say.
What it is.
Get started at chime.com.
Ye season finale is upon us! Ye season finale is upon us! Dog food in thy fridge?
It's not always a betrayal.
That's right, Steve. Ignorance of basic logic, physics.
There's always a betrayal in the finale.
At SimpliSafe, your safety is the only thing. We create HD cameras so you can see what's happening in your home from anywhere. Phones. Now install our advanced system HD cameras so you
I'll be right back, buddy.
or easily
Yeah,
do it
English.
yourself.
The problem we have is that
Like SimpliSafe.
ABC have
For
got the
faster
feed.
police response.
No one else has
Now
got it, so
install
everyone
our
else will
advanced
be
system
using
now.
ABC's
Have a pro
feed
set it up or easily do
to
it yourself.
restream.
There's no safe
And that's how I'm
like SimpliSafe.
led to believe.
At
So it's all
SimpliSafe, your
coming from
safety is the
ABC
only
stream.
thing that matters.
So
At SimpliSafe, your safety is the only thing that matters. We designed smarter ways to detect
Halves and a man. I'm very picky about a man being a gentleman, somebody who's generous, and also somebody who's humble.
Whoever that
generous, and also somebody who's humble.
Whoever that guy is, we want you to be happy.
John, what are your must-haves in a man? I'm very picky about a man being a gentleman, somebody who's generous, and also somebody who's humble.
Whoever that guy
what is
we
this
want you
advert?
to be happy.
I want to propose a toast. Thank you so much for all your support. You guys have been the best family in the world. I'm not here to replace Hooligan. Cheers to a great adventure.
This Tuesday, the views on the
Newscast plus all of television.
I've got to say it, RW, your adverts are long, 8 minutes, isn't it?
Y'all know we're moving, right?
New home,
same hot topics.
Answer.
See you soon for an all-new season of The View from our new
Yeah.
home.
new season, new hot topics, hot new studio, same time, right here on ABC. And there will be surprises, right, Whoopi?
Oh, yeah.
He's a bloke.
With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any other newscast. ABC News, World News Tonight. With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any other newscast. ABC News, World News Tonight with David Muir, America's #1 most watched newscast across all of television.
So I'm getting two different feeds up here.
Good morning, America. Good
RW, are you there, mate?
Hey.
Yeah, I just got back. What's up?
Yeah, so the YouTube feed is showing a different feed to the website.
Just for the commercials or for what?
Well, the commercials have ended, and they're back on the feed. They got a guy. If you go on YouTube using your phone or something, it's got a guy there talking, and we're still on fucking adverts on their website.
Right.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
We're still in a flash flood warning. To catch you up
Yeah.
with what happened
Well,
overnight,
I know it's all
flashing
most
over
probably all
national
gonna
security.
What's
it's
happening
just
today?
irritating.
Tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about, the worries on Wall Street,
Fast, straightforward.
with some fun in between. Catching up on sleep during the weekend could be good for your
All right,
health.
just going down.
You need to put the other one up. Oh, there's one there. There it is. Well played.
And Joe Biden in the White House. We've had none of that.
Are we on
So I think
volume,
it's gonna be a
everybody?
clear
So that
contrast between
I want
President
it so that we
Trump
can
and
still
Harris
talk
tonight
and be
and
heard at the
American
same
people
time. So
starting
if
tonight
I'm
over
too
the
loud
next
or
8
if he's
weeks
too loud, just
are to
let me
make
know.
the decision they want
Maybe
back
drop
in the
it
White House.
10%.
All right, there's Senator
Gotcha.
Cotton with one side of this debate, very sharply worded. Mary, the other side.
That's
For the
it.
other side now, Pennsylvania
All
Governor
right, pretty
Josh
good.
Shapiro joins us, of course, a key surrogate for the Harris campaign. You heard Senator Cotton there. He says that voters know who Donald Trump is. You've seen the polling. A large slice of voters
So
say they
we'll
simply
see
don't
if
know enough
YouTube is
about
a
the
better
vice
source than their
president.
own website.
Is
That's
this
how
her last
stupid is
best
that?
chance to
Yeah,
reach out
yeah.
to
I
those
was
critical
literally
voters,
going to
show
say
them
now. We'll
who
see if
she
it
really is, what she
buffers with
stands
the
for.
ABC symbol on it. See if it does that again.
Look, I'm not sure what world Senator Cotton was living in, but when Donald Trump was in charge, the only thing we had more of in this country was more chaos. And I think under Kamala Harris, you're going to see someone who's
Chaos.
compassionate, who cares deeply about the welfare of all Americans, no matter what they look like, where they come from, who they love, who they pray to. An economic
Gaslight.
message that
I
lifts
wish
people
we
up
could go full
instead of
screen and still
shutting
see the
out the
chat
middle
pop up
class.
on the bottom.
I expect you'll see
I know I can open
Kamala
up
Harris speak
YouTube
not
and
only
put the
about her
live
strong track
chat
record,
behind it,
but a
but
strong vision
once
for
I
the
spread my
nation
internet out too
and
much, I start to
prosecute the
suffer.
case effectively against Donald Trump tonight.
You mentioned
Use
the
your
case
phone
against
for the
Trump. But what
chat.
about Joe Biden?
Oh,
How
that's
does she
smart.
go about building
That's not
off
true,
of their
bro.
record, but making clear to voters who are concerned that she won't just be Biden 2.0?
That gives you more numbers on your
Certainly, as Joe
YouTube then too.
Biden's
Brilliant.
vice president made her fit and ready to serve on day one. I think it's important that we
What's that
examine
mean?
Kamala Harris's
Libertarians back?
positions, her vision, the things she wants to do for this nation. Elections are about the future.
He went
and
wandering
Kamala
around
Harris's
YouTube.
vision for the
He's come
future
back.
is a stark contrast to the dangerous vision of the future that Donald Trump has.
Voltaire.
One of less freedom and more chaos under Donald Trump.
We will see how it unfolds on
Yeah,
the
last
debate
call
stage.
for
Governor
snacks,
Shapiro,
man.
thank
Good
you so
point.
much.
My
All right,
mom's
let's
got
talk
a
to
freeze
surrogates
dried.
from
She's
both
freeze dried.
campaigns. Coming up,
She
we're
gave
going
me
to talk
these
to somebody who has
freeze dried
both
okra. I
debated Donald
don't know if anyone
Trump
can
and
see
helped
that.
him prepare for big debates.
Looks like
Tonight's
weed.
showdown
Can't
less
see it because
than
of my camera
14
settings,
minutes
but
away.
It's interfering with your American flag, it is.
This is Impact by Nightline.
Kidding me?
My sense was that everybody around him was afraid
hold
of him.
on.
Brittany described.
I'm killing the commercials because I fucking hate them.
Yeah. I don't think YouTube can play the commercials.
They would have. I would think that they would have different commercials paying them for the time slot on YouTube.
That's right.
Versus,
Yeah. So, yeah, that's what's happening.
Now I'm going to be looking down at my phone. Oh, well. Topple says Josh should be POTUS. Who's Josh? Is that someone in here? Uh-oh.
Okay. How long left? 10 minutes? Hold on. It's
Oh, did you
12
just do?
minutes.
All right. So you were gone. All right. Drone Tech is up in Ohio, I'm pretty sure. So I'm curious if his cats are okay. As long as they clean up the Canada Goose, we should be all right. Those bastards are protected by state and federal law, and they're just overpopulating.
Do they shit everywhere?
Oh yeah,
Shit loads.
they created shitting on stuff. That's their game.
I mean, even a sparrow is a pain in the ass above your car.
Yeah,
or you've got a fucking Canada Goose fucking dropping its guts every half hour.
It's every 15 minutes or less. That at least I know for a chicken, it's a 15-minute from eating it to pooping it out. It's 15 minutes.
So we had a couple of circles then.
Do we?
Yeah, only a second. But they both went at the same time, so.
They only have 10 minutes left to spin. So what are they going to spin?
So in the UK, I think a couple of us will have noticed this. In the UK, an hour program in the UK in America, say like Gold, what's it called? Gold Hunters, what's it called? Oh, fuck knows. With Parker Schneibel and
Gold Rush?
Gold Rush, yeah. So Gold Rush, if we watch that on a pirate, which is very hard these days because YouTubers they get them shut down too quick. So it's an hour program. The actual program is 43 minutes.
Right.
16 minutes is adverts.
Story
Right.
is, we'll take
in the
you
UK,
there. You're
we get like about 8
ABC
minutes
News
over that period. You get 16 minutes in that hour.
Welcome back. If you're just joining us, I'm Martha Raddatz.
My mom watches Oak Island, or The Curse of Oak Island, and that's like an hour long, but there's only 20 minutes of the show, I swear to God.
And I'm Jonathan Carl here with Mary Bruce and Rachel.
That's why I love watching the RIP ones, because they cut all the adverts out, and it's just 43 minutes.
Just
Right.
minutes from making that walk, Martha.
Because the show repeats itself so much anyway. It's like 5 minutes of content.
Well, it's
Yeah,
stressful, but it's
even
also
after they
that
come back
time
from an
to just say,
advert, you
this
can
is
pop
go
it through
time.
30
Get in your
seconds.
zone. I'm
Right.
sure the nominees, the candidates right now are thinking the same thing. They've
Who's,
studied.
who's this old lady? Is she famous?
I can't remember her name, but she's a massive left-wing hack.
Trump and helping him
Oh.
prepare for general election debates. The former
Lots of
governor of New Jersey, Chris Christie. So Chris, you've
Chris
helped
Christie.
prepare Trump
What a
for
guy.
this moment several times. He says he doesn't prepare, but he actually
He's got a strong backbone, yeah.
does. Bring us into that room right now. What's going on with Donald Trump?
He's got strong shoes.
Well, look, at this point, he's in the worst hour.
Bottle Cap wants to see
prep.
the
because
Beluga
you just have to sit there and
Airbus
wait
during the next ad break.
and wait for the time to come.
Bottle
and
Cap,
he
what
get
is
there
what should I
early.
be looking for?
And so he is there. He's not really being spoken to. A little small talk here and there, but nobody's trying to give him any kind of clues.
So let me ask you the question. Let me ask you the question I tried to ask Tom Cotton. He didn't exactly give me an answer, but you will. Which Trump is going to show up tonight? You know what I mean by that. Which Trump?
I think at the beginning of the debate, the Trump who will show up will be the calmer Donald Trump. He knows inherently after the 2020 first debate against Joe Biden that the other Donald Trump is not the one that's a winning formula. The question's going to be, will he be able to continue to maintain that approach? through questioning by David and Lindsay and through any comments that Vice President Harris makes in his
He's going to be able to keep his mouth shut when Kamala says some really dumb shit.
And
Good
you and I
luck.
were talking. You helped prepare him for those 2016
Well, like I
debates
said,
against Hillary Clinton.
he wants her to talk.
He
That's the
told
best thing
you
can
that he
do.
had respect for Hillary
Yeah,
Clinton.
but I think it's
Hillary
still going to be
Clinton was
challenging for him to
smart,
keep his mouth shut when
as you
certain
were
things come out of her
preparing.
mouth.
What about Kamala Harris?
Yeah,
I hear
but
not the same.
I've said before, you should take notes.
Well,
Everyone
certainly
should
he's not
take
saying
notes.
that publicly in any way. And I can tell you that in 2016, he would regularly say during the many debate prep sessions that we had with him that Hillary Clinton was smart, that she was a good debater, that she was not to be taken lightly. And I don't think there was ever a moment in 2016 where he took her lightly. I do think he took Joe Biden lightly in 2020. And clearly during the prep sessions that I had with him, it was very, very difficult to get him to focus on what Joe Biden might or might not do in that first debate. And I think his performance in part reflected that. So the question's going to be, is what he's saying publicly what he really believes? We know that often with Donald Trump, that's performance. But I will tell you that in his 2016 prep, he was serious about getting ready for Hillary Clinton. In his 2020 debate prep, he was completely unserious about getting ready for Joe Biden. I think performances in both those debates reflected that approach.
All right, Chris Christie, you'll be
He's
watching with us.
popular as a dose
Martha?
of herpes,
And
isn't
we
he?
have about 6 minutes left before the debate. So let's bring in Donna Brazil, formerly of the DNC, and
Oh,
Reince
God.
Priebus, the RNC. Welcome to both of you. And Donna, let's start with you. You
He's going to
have
be a
said that
softy
Kamala Harris has
right-winger
to
as well, isn't he?
own the future, but she also has to own the past. So how does she do this?
It's quite easy. Because I do believe that in talking about the future, you draw from your past. You draw from your past experiences. She draws from how she was raised, the values that was instilled in her as a young lady. Look, she is steady on her feet, still in her resolve. And tonight she should talk to the American people, sit in their living rooms, go to their kitchen table and say, look, I have some ideas that I want to share with you. There's so much that we have done together over the last 4 years, but here's what I think we can do together over the next 4 years. Be positive in her approach and
Wait, did she say so much?
people that we don't want to go back to the chaos and the confusion, the disaster.
The host has said, how does she own the past?
American people go out in droves
that's
in
the host's
2020
question
to
was, right?
fire the former president. Say, I want to be a president that lead all Americans. I
she's
want to keep us
changed.
strong and secure. And here's the plan that I want to share with you tonight.
And Donna, I of course meant Biden. She has to own up to the Biden administration's any mistakes they made too. And
Not
Donald
the
Trump is
Biden
gonna
and
go after
Harris.
her on
It's
that.
the Biden administration
You know,
now.
Martha,
Just the
they
Biden.
made mistakes. Donald
The
Trump and
black
Mr.
lady,
Pence
though,
made mistakes, but you know what?
just
If we
like
focus on our
her
mistakes, we won't
way
focus
she's
on all of the good
composed
things
doesn't
that we
remind
can
me
do
of many
together as
black women.
Americans. I do believe there's something to say about people who are now able to work. The people who can buy their insulin without paying over $1,000,
What buying their
$34.
house?
There's so much good that she can talk about from the visits that she's
What
made
about
to
buying their
small towns
house?
across this country, large cities across the country. Bring us together. The American people want to be led into the future, not dragged back to another era.
And Reince, I want your
Another
thoughts
era.
on, you've also prepped Donald Trump for debates back in 2016, I believe. What, Donald Trump, do you think we'll see tonight? Can he be disciplined about talking about policies and what kind of president he will be?
Well, he certainly can be. I mean, the reality is Donald Trump doesn't have a lot to lose tonight. I mean, his support has always been almost unmovable. So the second piece is the honeymoon, I think, is over for Kamala Harris. And you all kind of touched on it.
What
with
honeymoon?
Donna.
When did it end?
Kamala
When did it
Harris has
start?
to answer for the state of the economy that she took a role in the Biden administration, the border. You know, her past positions on decriminalizing the border, decriminalizing certain drugs, what her role was in Afghanistan. So really, the spotlight is on Kamala Harris tonight because she played a role in the Biden administration. She wants to act like she's not an incumbent. So this is where the focus is going to be. And she's got a lot to answer for tonight. And I think that's where Donald Trump's focus will be and where it actually should be tonight.
Well, one of the things he wants to do is have female voters look at him. How does he attract female voters after saying things about Kamala Harris, and we'll see how he pronounces that
I
tonight.
think to attract the
Things he
female
said
voters,
about
he's going to have
Kamala
to grab
Harris,
them by
that
the
she's
pussy.
dumb as a rock. That's not really going to attract female voters, is it?
Well,
Yeah, no, it
the thing is,
won't.
she's
But I
saying,
also
"Oh,
think
it's the
that
way he's
just like
spoken
he
to
did in the
Camilla."
first debate
Well,
against Joe Biden, I think the formula
you
here
could say that
is
about
to
Joe,
constantly
to attract
tie
male
Kamala
voters.
Harris to
It's
the
like
Biden administration, which is
because
where
there's that
Trump is
political
winning
opponent, just
against
because
her
it's a
on the
different
economy,
gender, doesn't
inflation,
mean
and
that
all these other
all the
problems
women
that
are
we're
not going to
having,
vote for him.
and then sit back and let her talk. Let her explain herself, her
We want
past
comment.
positions, current
Is
positions.
the corpse in
How
the
does
big
she
blonde
feel
wig
about
a
how
dude?
Biden has done on the
It's a
economy?
valid
How does she
question. I
feel
don't know
about
the
the
answer.
border?
I don't want
Then
to sound
turn it
bigoted.
over and let her talk.
Okay, thanks so much for joining us tonight, Donna
She's
and Ryan.
she's
We're all
she's a
staying
bit like
tuned.
that
Can't wait.
Joe
And I have to
Scarborough's
say,
wife
as we are
on
just
on
a
this
couple, less than
network.
2 minutes away, this such an extraordinary moment, and especially Rachel, when you consider that these two people that have been the center of our lives for the last 2
This
months
is terrible
have never
coverage.
met each other.
Have never
It's
even met
it's
each
1
other.
minute
And
to
Harris
go,
said,
and
if
they're
you got
just
something to
talking
say, say
shit.
it to my face. The question tonight, does Donald Trump actually go there? He's questioned her racial identity. He's questioned her
Where's
intelligence
the
as
Asian
well,
man
and
or
assistance to the issues.
the Hispanic man?
Look, this is the
Their
largest audience they're
demographic
likely
on
going
the
to have in
table
this
is
race. It will be interesting to
bigoted.
see if Harris can make clear the stark choice
Too many
before
white
voters. And
people.
where does she decide to land her punches? She can
I
punch
guess
hard.
the
Can
corpse
she
with
do
the
that
wig
while
helped
rising
with
above the
some,
needle and coming her way?
the
But
dead
first and
people
foremost, we're
demographic.
going to see a
Partisan,
handshake
so
when the two of
partisan.
them meet
This
for the
network
first time.
is
We
crazy.
didn't back in 2016
I'm honestly
when
not
I
even
did that
listening to what they're
debate. We'll
saying.
stand by to see that
I'm
tonight.
not
but
that
the
mature.
first time, side to side, together.
And I have my doubts that we're going to see that handshake, but what we are going to see is a
We'll
spirited
see,
debate
libertarian.
and perhaps the most
One side, I
consequential
think
general
that
election debate we have ever seen.
I don't know.
because almost certainly
I'm
gonna be the
definitely
last
curious to
one.
see how they ask him
So
questions.
with the stakes so high, the presidential debate just moments away.
So they're
we
supposed to
we
have
have the
like
entire
normally a
news
right
division
wing
keeping
figure
an
on
eye
the
on
panel, and
everything.
and
We're
I
going to
don't
be
think there is
fact
one there.
checking on our live
Pretty close that
blog.
there's not one.
It's all going to be
Here, let
happening
me
right
I'm
here.
gonna
The
drop this
debate
feed real
now,
quick
just
so
10
that
seconds
Bottle Cap
away.
wanted to
And we
share the beluga whale thing. So there, that's a picture of the bus that's at Heathrow. It's pretty cute.
Yeah.
It's not really something I'd want to fly on, but
Get the other one on now.
I don't know if you wanted to say anything about that Bottle Cap before I switch back out. Is that Boeing's plane? Like, is that a Boeing thing?
I'm not 100%. I think it's an Airbus thing.
It's Airbus, its own company.
I think so.
Hmm.
Let's get the feedback on there, mate.
Yep.
It's not in the back. Yeah, wicked.
All right, we're locked in now, boys.
Good evening. I'm David Muir, and thank you for joining us for ABC presidential debate. We want to welcome viewers watching on ABC and around the world tonight. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump are just moments away from taking the stage in this unprecedented race for president.
And I'm Lindsay Davis. Tonight's meeting could be the most consequential event of their campaigns, with Election Day now less than 2 months away. For Vice President Kamala Harris, this is her first debate since President Biden withdrew from the race on July 21st. Of course, that decision followed his debate against President Donald Trump in June. Since then, this race has taken on an entirely new dynamic.
And that brings us to the rules of tonight's debate. 90 minutes with 2 commercial breaks. No topics or questions have been shared with the campaigns. The candidates will have 2 minutes to answer questions, and this is the clock. That's what they'll be seeing. 2 minutes for rebuttals and 1 minute for follow-ups, clarifications, or responses. Their microphones will only be turned on when it's their turn to speak. No pre-written notes allowed. There is no audience here tonight in this hall at the National Constitution Center. This is an intimate setting for 2 candidates who have never met.
President Trump won the coin toss. He chose to deliver the final closing statement of the evening. Vice President Harris selected the podium to the right.
So let's now welcome the candidates to the stage. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump.
Kamala Harris. Let's have a good debate. Thank you.
Word, homie.
Welcome to you both. It's Wonderful to have you. It's an honor to have you both here tonight.
Good evening. We are looking forward to a spirited and thoughtful debate.
So let's get started. I want to begin tonight with the issue that voters repeatedly say is their number one issue, and that is the economy and the cost of living in this country. Vice President Harris, you and President Trump were elected 4 years ago, and your opponent on the stage here tonight often asks his supporters, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? When it comes to the economy, do you believe Americans are better off than they were 4 years ago?
So I was raised as a middle-class kid, and I am actually the only person on this stage who has a plan that is about lifting up the middle class and working people of America. I
Not
believe
going to
in the
answer.
ambition, the aspirations, the dreams of the
Yes.
and that is why I imagine and have
You
actually
start moving the hands straight
build
away
what I
until
call an
she's gone back
opportunity
into
economy. Because
robot
here's the
mode.
thing. We know that we have a shortage of homes and housing, and the cost of housing is too
Not the
expensive for
question.
far too many
It's not
people.
the question.
We know that young families need support to raise their children, and I intend on extending a tax cut for those families of $6,000, which is the largest child tax credit that we have given in a long time,
I believe
so
the
that
correct
those
answer
young
was
families can afford to
no.
buy a crib, buy a car seat, buy clothes for their children. My passion, one of them, is small businesses. My mother raised my sister and me, but there was a woman who helped raise us. We call her our second mother. She was a small business owner. I love our small businesses. My plan is to give a $50,000 tax deduction to start up small businesses, knowing they are part of the backbone of America's economy. My opponent, on the other hand, his plan is to do what he has done before, which is to provide a tax cut for billionaires and big
What was the
corporations,
question
which
again?
will result
Wasn't
in
the
$5
question
trillion
Is the
of
economy
America's
better
deficit.
now?
My
Yeah.
opponent has a plan that I call the Trump's sales tax, which would be a 20% tax on everyday goods that you rely on to get through the month. Economists have said that Trump sales tax would actually result for middle-class families in about $4,000 more a year because of his policies and his ideas about what should be
Should
the
challenge that.
backs of middle-class people paying for tax cuts for billionaires.
President Trump, I'll give you 2 minutes.
First of all, I have no sales tax. That's an incorrect statement. She knows that. We're doing tariffs on other countries. Other countries are going to finally, after 75 years, pay us back for all that we've done for the world. And the tariff will be substantial in some cases. I took in billions and billions of dollars, as you know, from China.
That was
In
scripted,
fact, they
bro.
never took
Sure.
the tariff off because there was so much money they can't. It would totally destroy everything that they've set out to do. They're taking in billions of dollars from China and other places. They've left the tariffs on. When I had it, I had tariffs, and yet I had no inflation. Look, we've had a terrible economy because inflation which is really known as a country buster. It breaks up countries.
My question.
We have inflation like very few people have ever seen before, probably the worst in our nation's history. We were at 21%, but that's being generous because many things are 50, 60, 70, and 80% higher than they were just a few years ago. This has been a disaster for people, for the middle class, but for every class.
Stay on
On
it.
top of that, we have millions of people pouring into our country from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylums, and they're coming in and they're taking jobs that are occupied right now by African Americans and Hispanics, and also unions. Unions are going to be affected very soon. And you see what's happening. You see what's happening with towns throughout the United States. You look at Springfield, Ohio. You look at Aurora in Colorado. They are taking over the towns. They're taking over buildings. They're going in violently. These are the people that she and Biden led into our country, and they're destroying our country. They're dangerous. They're at the highest level of criminality,
stayed on the economy,
and we have
mind
to
you.
get them out. We have to get them out fast. I created one of the greatest economies in the history of our country. I'll do it again and even better.
We are going to get to immigration and border security during this debate, but I would like to let Vice President Harris respond on the economy here.
Well, I would love to. Let's talk about what Donald Trump left us. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment since the Great Depression. Donald Trump left us the worst public health epidemic in a century. Donald Trump left us the worst attack on our democracy since the Civil War. And what we have done is clean up Donald Trump's mess What we have done and what I intend to do is build on what we know are the aspirations and the hopes of the American people. But I'm going to tell you all in this debate tonight, you're going to hear from the same old tired playbook, a bunch of lies, grievances, and name calling. What you're going to hear tonight
By who?
is a detailed and dangerous plan called Project 2025 that the former president intends on implementing if he were elected again. I believe very strongly that the American people want a president who understands the importance of bringing us together, knowing we have so much more in common than what separates us. And I pledge to you to be a president for all Americans.
President Trump will give you a minute here to respond.
Number one, I have nothing to do, as you know, and as she knows better than anyone, I have nothing to do with Project 2025. That's out there. I haven't read it. I don't want to read it purposely. I'm not going to read it. This was a group of people that got together. They came up with some ideas, I guess some good, some bad, but it makes no difference. I have nothing to do. Everybody knows I'm an open book. Everybody knows what I'm going to do. Cut taxes very substantially and create a great economy like I did before. We had the greatest economy. We got hit with a pandemic. And the pandemic was not since 1917, where 100 million people died, has there been anything like it. We did a phenomenal job with the pandemic. We handed them over a country where the economy and where the stock market was higher than it was before the pandemic came in. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. We made ventilators for the entire world. We got gowns, we got masks, we did things that nobody thought possible. And people give me credit for rebuilding the military. They give me credit for a lot of things, but not enough credit for the great job we did with the pandemic. But the only jobs they got were bounce back jobs. These were jobs bounce back, and it bounced back and it went to their benefit. But I was the one that created them. They know it, and so does everybody else.
Vice President Harris, I'll let you respond.
Well, wait
So-
there. One each, one.
Donald Trump has no plan for you. And when you look at his economic plan, it's all about tax breaks for the richest people.
It's Trump that
I
has
am
no plan,
offering
Walshy.
what I describe as an opportunity economy. And
You said
the
that it's
best
Trump that has no
economists
plan.
in our country, if not the world,
That's what she
have
just said,
reviewed
yeah.
our relative plans for the future of America. What Goldman Sachs has said is that Donald Trump's plan would make the economy
Goldman
worse. Mine would strengthen the economy. What the Wharton School has said is Donald Trump's plan would actually explode the deficit. 16 Nobel laureates have described his economic plan
but
as
what is your
something
plan?
that would increase inflation and by the middle of next year would invite a
exactly-
recession. You
that's what
just
you
have
said.
to look at where we are and where we stand on the issues. And I'd invite you to know that Donald Trump actually has no plan for you because he is more interested in defending himself than he is in looking out for you.
It's just a soundbite. They gave her that to say. Look, I went to the Wharton School of Finance, and many of those professors, the top professors, think my plan is a brilliant plan. It's a great plan. It's a plan that's going to bring up our worth, our value as a country. It's going to make people want to be able to go and work and create jobs and create a lot of good, solid money for our country. And just to finish off, she doesn't have a plan. She copied Biden's plan, and it's like 4 sentences, like run, spot, run. 4 sentences that are just,
Yes.
we'll try and lower taxes. She doesn't have a plan. Take a look at her plan. She doesn't have a plan.
Mr. President, I do want to drill down on something you both brought up. The Vice President brought up your tariffs. You responded, and let's drill down on this because your plan is what she calls is essentially a national sales tax. Your proposal calls for tariffs, as you pointed out here, on foreign imports across the board. You recently said that you might double your plan, imposing tariffs up to 20% on goods coming into this country. As you know, many economists say that with tariffs at that level, costs are then passed on to the consumer. Vice President Harris has argued it'll mean higher prices on gas, food, clothing, medication, arguing it costs the typical family nearly $4,000 a year. Do you believe Americans can afford higher prices because of tariffs?
They're not going to have higher prices. What's going to have and who's going to have higher prices is China and all of the countries that have been ripping us off for years. I was the only president ever. China was paying us hundreds of billions of dollars, and so were other countries. And, you know, if she doesn't like them, they should have gone out and they should have immediately cut the tariffs. But those tariffs are there 3.5 years now under their administration. We are going to take in billions of dollars,
That's a good movie.
hundreds of billions of dollars. I had no inflation, virtually no inflation. They had the
Booyah.
highest inflation perhaps in the history of our country, because I've never seen a worse period of time. People can't go out and buy cereal or bacon or eggs or anything else. The people of our country are absolutely dying with what they've done. They've destroyed the economy. And all you have to do is look at a poll. The polls say 80 and 85 and even 90% that the Trump economy was great, that their economy was terrible.
Vice President Harris, I do want to ask for your response. And you heard what the president said there, because the Biden administration did keep a number of the Trump tariffs in place. So how do you respond?
Well, let's be clear that the Trump administration resulted in a trade deficit, one of the highest we've ever seen in the history of America. He invited trade wars. You want to talk about his deal with China? What he ended up doing is, under Donald Trump's presidency, he ended up selling American chips to China to help them improve and modernize their military. Basically sold us out, when
Welcome,
a
Jason.
policy about China should be in making sure the United States of America wins the competition for the 21st century, which means focusing on the details of what that requires, focusing on relationships with our allies, focusing on investing in American-based technology so that we win the race on AI, on quantum computing,
no.
focusing on what we need to do to support America's workforce, so that we don't end up having on the short end of the stick in terms of workers' rights. But what Donald Trump did,
Oh,
let's talk about this, with
She's
COVID,
flipping.
is he actually thanked President Xi for what he did during COVID. Look at his tweet. Thank you, President Xi, exclamation point, when we know that Xi was responsible for lacking and not giving us transparency about the origins of COVID.
President Trump, I'll let you respond.
First of all, they bought their chips from Taiwan. We hardly make chips anymore because of philosophies like they have and policies like they have. I don't say her because she has no policy. Everything that she believed 3 years ago and 4 years ago is out the window. She's going to my philosophy now. In fact, I was going to send her a MAGA hat.
Seriously.
She's gone to my philosophy. But if she ever got elected, she'd change it. And it will be the end of our country. She's a Marxist. Everybody knows she's a Marxist. Her father's a Marxist professor in economics, and he taught her well. But when you look at what she's done to our country, and when you look at these millions and millions of people that are pouring into our country monthly, where it's, I believe, 21 million people, not the 15 that people say, and I think it's a lot higher than the 21. That's bigger than New York State pouring in. And just look at what they're doing to our country. They're criminals. Many of these people coming in are criminals. And that's bad for our economy, too. You know, you mentioned before, we'll talk about immigration later. Well, bad immigration is the worst thing that can happen to our economy. They have, and she has, destroyed our country with policy that's insane. Almost policy that you'd say they have to hate our country.
President Trump, thank you. Lindsay?
I want to turn to the issue of abortion.
No
President Trump,
response.
you've often touted that you
Damn.
were able to kill Roe v. Wade. Last year, you said that you were proud to be the most pro-life president in American history. Then last month, you said that your administration would be great for women and their reproductive rights. In your home state of Florida, you surprised many with regard to your 6-week abortion ban, because you initially had said that it was too short. And you said, quote, I'm going to be voting that we need more than 6 weeks. But then the very next day, you reversed course and said you would vote to support the 6-week ban. Vice President Harris says that women shouldn't trust you on the issue of abortion because you've changed your position so many times. Therefore, why should they trust you?
Well, the reason I'm doing that vote is because the plan is, as you know, the vote is, they have abortion in the 9th month. They even have, and you can look at the governor of West Virginia, the previous governor of West Virginia, not the current governor, who's doing an excellent job, but the governor before, he said the baby will be born and we will decide what to do with the baby. In other words, we'll execute the baby. And that's why I did that, because that predominates, because they're radical. The Democrats are radical in that. And her vice presidential pick, which I think was a horrible pick, by the way, for our country, because he is really out of it. But her vice presidential pick says abortion in the 9th month is absolutely fine. He also says execution after birth. It's execution, no longer abortion, because the baby is born, is okay. And that's not okay with me, hence the vote. But what I did is something for 52 years, they've been trying to get Roe v. Wade into the states. And through the genius and heart and strength of 6 Supreme Court justices, we were able to do that. Now, I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother. I believe strongly in it. Ronald Reagan did also. 85% of Republicans do. Exceptions, very important. But we were able to get it, and now
Let me just check the other feed on a different channel. LW, you there, mate?
Thing to even.
LW.
Hey, can you hear me, dude?
Yeah.
I just had to switch to my phone. I just lost power. My generator kicked on, but I'm running
issue to be
hotspot
brought
now. Give
back
me
to
a
the
second.
states where the people
Yeah,
could
it's back
vote.
on, mate. It's
And
back
that's
on.
what happened.
Sorry, guys.
And now, Ohio, the vote was somewhat liberal. Kansas, the vote was somewhat liberal, much more liberal than people would have thought.
Not a bad
But
recovery, mate.
each
That's what, 30
individual
seconds.
state is voting. It's the vote of the people now. It's not tied up in the federal government. I did a great service in doing it. It took courage to do it. And the Supreme Court had great courage in doing it. And I give tremendous credit to those 6 justices.
There is no state in this country where it is legal to kill a baby after it's born. Madam Vice President, I want to get your response to President Trump.
Yeah,
Well, as I
this
said,
is
you're gonna
our
hear a bunch of
second debate
lies,
where the
and
power's
that's
gone
not
off for the
actually a
Trump debate.
surprising
Where-
fact. Let's
Not
understand how
even
we got
joking.
here. Donald Trump hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade. And they did exactly as he intended. And now in over 20 states, there are Trump abortion bans, which make it criminal for a doctor or nurse to provide health care. In one state, it provides prison for life. Trump abortion bans that make no exception even for rape and incest, which understand what that means.
Isn't it
A
by the
survivor
state,
of
though?
a
Isn't it the
crime of
state's decision?
violation to their body does not have the right to make a decision about what happens to their body
She's calling
next.
it
That
a
is
Trump ban,
immoral.
but isn't it the state's
And
choice? Isn't
one
that the whole
does not
point?
have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree. The government, and Donald Trump certainly, should not be telling a woman what to do with her body. I have talked with women
Right. She
around
wants to
our
kill that
country.
kid. She can
You
kill
want to
that
talk about
kid.
this is what people wanted?
The problem is, it's not her
Pregnant
body, is
women
it?
who want to
Right.
carry
That
a
baby's
pregnancy
body,
to term,
whatever.
suffering from a
Better luck next
miscarriage,
time,
being denied
baby.
care in an emergency room because the healthcare providers are afraid they might go to jail, and she's bleeding out in a car in the parking lot. She didn't want that. Her husband didn't want that. A 12 or 13-year-old survivor of incest being forced to carry a pregnancy to term. They don't want that. And I pledge to you, when Congress
Yeah. How
passes a
many
bill to
doctors will
put back in
refuse that
place the
process?
protections of Roe v. Wade,
Yeah.
as President of the United States, I will
No
proudly
doctor.
sign it into law.
Just
But
about an argument.
understand,
If the
if Donald
mother's
Trump
at
were
risk,
to be
it
reelected,
doesn't matter.
he
None
will
of that
sign a
matters if the
national
mother's at
abortion
risk.
ban. Understand, in his Project 2025, there would be a national abortion, a monitor that would be monitoring your pregnancies, your miscarriages. I think the American people believe that certain freedoms, in particular the freedom to make decisions
1
about
million
one's own
babies a
body,
year.
should not be made by the government.
Thank you, Vice President Harris.
Well, there she goes again. It's a lie. I'm not signing a ban, and there's no reason to sign a ban because we've gotten what everybody wanted. Democrats, Republicans, and everybody else, and every legal scholar wanted it to be brought back into the states, and the states are voting. And it may take a little time, but for 52 years, this issue has torn our country apart, and they've wanted it back in the states. And I did something that nobody thought was possible. The states are now voting. What she says is an absolute lie. And as far as the abortion ban, no, I'm not in favor of abortion ban, but it doesn't matter because this issue has now been taken over by the states.
Would you veto a national abortion ban if it
Well,
came
I
to your
won't
desk?
have to because, again, 2 things. Number one, she said she'll go back to Congress. She'll never get the vote. It's impossible for her to get the vote, especially now with the 50-50 and essentially 50-50 in both Senate and the House. She's not going to get the vote. She can't get the vote. She won't even come close to it. So it's just talk. You know what it reminds me of when they said they're going to get student loans terminated, and it ended up being a total catastrophe. The student loans, and then I think probably her boss,
Got
if you
resting
call
bitch
him a
face
boss, he
going
spends
pretty
all his
strong.
time on the beach. But look, her boss went out and said, we'll do it again. We'll do it a different way. And he went out, got rejected again by the Supreme Court. So all these students got with this whole thing about this whole idea. And how unfair that would have been, part of the reason they lost, to the millions and millions of people that had to pay off their student loans. They didn't get it for free. But they were saying it's the same way that they talked about that they talk about abortion.
But if I could just get a yes or no, because your running mate, J.D. Vance, has said that you would veto it if it did come to your desk.
Well, I didn't discuss it with J.D. In all fairness, J.D. And I don't mind if he has a certain view, but I think he was speaking for me, but I really didn't. Look, we don't have to discuss it because she'd never be able to get it, just like she couldn't get student loans. They couldn't get student loans. They didn't even come close to getting student loans. They taunted young people and a lot of other people that had loans. They can never get this approved. So it doesn't matter what she says about going to Congress. So wonderful. Let's go to Congress, do it. But the fact is that for years, they wanted to get it out of Congress and out of the federal government. And we did something that everybody said couldn't be done. And now you have a vote of the people on abortion.
Vice President Harris, I want to give you your time to respond, but I do want to ask, would you support any restrictions on a woman's right to an abortion?
I absolutely support reinstating the protections of Roe v. Wade. And as you rightly mentioned, nowhere in America is a woman carrying a pregnancy to term and in asking for an abortion. That is not happening. It's insulting to the women of America. And understand what has been happening under Donald Trump's abortion bans. Couples who pray and dream of having a family are being denied IVF treatments. What is happening in our country? Working people, working women who are working 1 or 2 jobs, who can barely afford childcare as it is, have to travel to another
Obama
state
finger out.
to get on a plane sitting next to strangers to go and get the health care she needs. Barely can afford to do it, and what you are putting her through is unconscionable. And the people of America have not, the majority of Americans believe in a woman's right to make decisions about her own body.
You know when you go on a
And
plane,
that is why
you know when you go on a
in
plane and
every
there's
state where
strangers
this
on that
issue
plane,
has
isn't
been
there?
on the ballot in red and blue states both, the people of America have voted for freedom.
Vice President Harris,
Excuse me, I
thank
have
you.
to respond. Another lie. It's another lie. I have been a leader on IVF, which is fertilization. The IVF, I have been a leader. In fact, when they got a very negative decision on IVF from the Alabama courts, I saw the people of Alabama and the legislature 2 days later voted it in. I've been a leader on it. They know that, and everybody else knows it. I have been a leader on fertilization, IVF. And the other thing, you should ask, will she allow abortion in the 8th month, 9th month, 7th month?
Come on.
Okay, would you do that? Why don't you ask her that question?
Why don't you answer
That's
the
problem.
question? Would you
because
veto?
under Roe v.
Answer
Wade,
the question,
you
would you
could,
veto?
you could do abortions in the 7th month, the 8th month, the 9th
That's
month,
not true.
and probably after birth. Just look at the governor, former governor of Virginia. The governor of Virginia said, we put the baby aside and then we determine what we want to do with the baby.
President Trump, thank you.
We're going to turn now to immigration and border security. We know it's an issue that's important to Republicans, Democrats, voters across the board in this country. Vice President Harris, you were tasked by President Biden with getting to the root causes of migration from Central America. We know that illegal border crossings reached a record high in the Biden administration. This past June, President Biden imposed tough new asylum restrictions. We know the numbers since then have dropped significantly. But my question to you tonight is, why did the administration wait until 6 months before the election to act? And would you have done anything differently from President Biden on this?
So I'm the only person on this stage who has prosecuted transnational criminal organizations for the trafficking of guns, drugs, and human beings. And let me say that the United States Congress, including some of the most conservative members of the United States Senate, came up with a border security bill, which I supported. And that bill would have put 1,500 more border agents on the border to help those folks who are working there right now overtime, trying to do their job. It would have allowed us to stem the flow of fentanyl coming into the United States. I know there are so many families watching tonight who have been personally affected by the surge of fentanyl in our country. That bill would have put more resources to allow us to prosecute transnational criminal organizations for trafficking in guns, drugs, and human beings. But you know what happened to that bill? Donald Trump got on the phone, called up some folks in Congress and said, kill the bill. And you know why? Because he'd prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And understand, this comes at a time where the people of our country actually need a leader who engages in solutions, who actually addresses the problems at hand. But what we have in the former president is someone who would prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And I'll tell you something, he's going to talk about immigration a lot tonight, even when it's not the subject that is being raised. And I'm going to actually do something really unusual, and I'm going to invite you to attend one of Donald Trump's rallies, because it's a really interesting thing to watch.
Damn straight.
You will see during the course of his rallies, he talks about fictional characters like Hannibal Lecter. He will talk about windmills cause cancer. And what you will also notice is that people start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom.
Or not wanting to
And
fight
I
the
will tell you,
traffic.
the
Come
one
on,
thing you
bitch.
will not hear him talk about is you. You will not hear him talk about your needs, your dreams, and your desires. And I'll tell you, I believe you deserve a president who actually puts you first. And I pledge to you that I will.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, on that point, I want to get your response.
Well, I would like to respond.
Let me just ask, though, why did you try to kill that bill, and successfully so? That would have put thousands of
He's like,
additional
"Fuck you,
agents
buddy.
and
I'm gonna
officers on the
respond."
border.
First, let me respond as to the
Please.
rallies. She said people start leaving. People don't go to her rallies. There's no reason to go. And the people that do go, she's bussing them in and paying them to be there.
Oof.
And then
Ooh.
showing them in a
Ooh.
different light. So she can't talk about that. People don't leave my rallies. We have the biggest rallies, the most incredible rallies in the history of politics. That's because people want to take their country back. Our country is being lost. We're a failing nation. And it happened 3.5 years ago. And what's going on here, you're going to end up in World War III, just to go into another subject. What they have done to our country by allowing these millions and millions of people to come into our country, and look at what's happening to the towns all over the United States. And a lot of towns don't want to talk. It's not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating
I hope
the
Haitian's
pets
still in here.
of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country. And it's a shame. As far as rallies are concerned, as far as the reason they go is they like what I say. They want to bring our country back. They want to make America great again. It's a very simple phrase, make America great again. She's destroying this country. And if she becomes president, this country doesn't have a chance of success. Not only success, we'll end up being Venezuela on steroids.
I just want to clarify here. You bring up Springfield, Ohio, and ABC News did reach out to the city manager there. He told us there have been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community.
Well,
Also,
the people on television.
let me just say here, this is
The people on
this is
television
a
say my dog was taken and used for food. So maybe he said that, and maybe that's a good thing to say for a city manager.
I'm not taking this from
But the
television.
people
I'm
on
taking it from
television
the city
saying their
manager.
dog was eaten by the people that went there.
Again, the Springfield city manager says there's no evidence of that. Vice
We'll
President
find
Harris,
out.
I'll let you respond to the
Trust the
rest of
government, boys.
You talk about extreme. You know, this is, I think, one of the reasons why in this election, I actually have the endorsement of 200 Republicans who have formerly worked with President Bush, Mitt Romney, and John McCain, including the endorsement of former Vice President Dick Cheney and Congress member Liz Cheney. And if you want to really know the inside track on who the former president is, if he didn't make it clear already, just ask people who have worked with him. His former chief of staff, a 4-star general, has said he has contempt for the Constitution of the United States. His former national security advisor has said he is dangerous and unfit. His former Secretary of Defense has said the nation, the republic, would never survive another Trump term. And when we listen to this kind of rhetoric, when the issues that affect the American people are not being addressed, I think the choice is clear in this election.
President Trump, I'll give you a quick minute to respond here.
Thank you. Because when I hear that, see, I'm a different kind of a person. I fired most of those people. Not so graciously. They did bad things or a bad job. I fired them. They never fired one person. They didn't fire anybody having to do with Afghanistan and the Taliban and the 13 people who's were just killed, viciously and violently killed. And I got to know the parents and the family. They didn't fire. They should have fired all those generals, all those top people, because that was one of the most incompetently handled situations anybody has ever seen. So when somebody does a bad job, I fire him. And you take a guy like Esper. He was no good. I fired him. So he writes a book. Another one writes a book, because with me, they can write books. With nobody else can they? But they have done such a poor job, and they never fire anybody. Look at the economy. Look at the inflation. They didn't fire any of their economists. They have the same people. That's a good way not to have books written about you. But just to finish, I got more votes than any Republican in history by far. In fact, I got more votes than any president, sitting president in history by far.
Let me continue on immigration. It was what you wanted to talk about earlier. So let's get back to your deportation proposal that the vice president has reacted to as well. President Trump, you call this the largest domestic deportation operation in the history of our country. You say you would use the National Guard. You say if things get out of control, you'd have no problem using the U.S. military.
Police, yes.
You also said you would use local police. How would you deport 11 million undocumented immigrants? I know you believe that number is much higher. Take us through this. What does this look like? Will authorities be going door to door in this country?
Yeah, it is much higher because of them. They allowed criminals, many millions of criminals. They allowed terrorists. They allowed common street criminals. They allowed people to come in, drug dealers, to come into our country. And they're now in the United States and told by their countries like Venezuela, don't ever come back or we're going to kill you. Do you know that crime in Venezuela and crime in countries all over the world is way down? You know why? Because they've taken their criminals off the street and they've given them to her to put into our country. And this will be one of the greatest mistakes in history for them to allow. And I think they probably did it because they think they're going to get votes, but it's not worth it because they're destroying the fabric of our country by what they've done. There's never been anything done like this at all. They've destroyed the fabric of our country. Millions of people let in, and all over the world, crime is down all over the world except here. Right. Crime here is up and through the roof, despite their fraudulent statements that they made. Crime in this country is through the roof. And we have a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime. And it's happening at levels that nobody thought possible.
Yeah, President Trump, as you know, the FBI says overall violent crime is actually coming down in this country. But
excuse me, the FBI they were defrauding statements. They didn't include the worst cities. They didn't include the cities with the worst crime. It was a fraud. Just like their number of 818,000 jobs that they said they created turned out to be a fraud.
President Trump, thank you. I'll let you respond, Vice President Harris.
Well, I think this is so rich coming from someone who has been prosecuted for national security crimes, economic crimes, election interference, has been found liable for sexual assault, and his next big court appearance is in November at his own criminal sentencing.
That's not ad hominem.
And let's be clear where each person stands on the issue of what is important about respect for the rule of law and respect for law enforcement. The former vice president called for defunding federal law enforcement, 45,000 agents. Get this,
I mean, she's talking
on the day after he was arraigned on 34 felony counts. So let's talk about what is important in this race. It is important that we move forward, that we turn the page on this same old tired rhetoric and address the needs of the American people, address what we need to do about the housing shortage, which I have a plan for, address what we must do to support our small businesses, address bringing down the price of groceries. But frankly, the American people are exhausted with this same old tired playbook.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
Excuse me. Every one of those cases was started by them against their political opponent. And I'm winning most of them, and I will win the rest on appeal. And you saw that with the decision that came down just recently from the Supreme Court. I'm winning most of them. But those are cases, it's called weaponization. Never happened in this country. They weaponized the Justice Department. Every one of those cases was involved with the DOJ, from Atlanta and Fani Willis to the Attorney General of New York and the DA in New York. Every one of those cases. And then they say, oh, he's a criminal. They're the ones that made them go after me. By the way, Joe Biden was found essentially guilty on the documents case. And what happened in my documents case? They said, oh, that's the toughest of them all. A complete and total victory. 2 months ago, it was thrown out. It's weaponization, and they used it, and it's never happened in this country. They used it to try and win an election. They're fake cases.
President Trump, thank you. A really quick response here, Vice President Harris, on
Yeah,
this notion
seriously,
of
Libertarian,
weaponization
what
of
is the
Justice
plan?
Department.
Just she's
Well,
stating
let's
she
talk
has them.
about extreme and understand the context in which this election in 2024 is taking place. The United States Supreme Court recently ruled that the former president would essentially be immune from any misconduct if he were to enter the White House again. Understand, this is someone who has openly said he would terminate, I'm quoting, terminate the Constitution of the United States, that he would weaponize the Department of Justice against his political enemies. Someone who has openly expressed disdain for members of our military. Understand what it would mean if Donald Trump were back in the White House with no guardrails, because certainly we know now the court
She ain't
won't
talking
stop
about her
him. We know
policies
JD
tonight,
Vance
dude. It
is
ain't
not going to
happening.
stop him. It's up to the American people
Vice
to
President
stop
Harris,
him.
thank you. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president.
This is the one that weaponized, not me. She weaponized. I probably took a bullet to the head because of the things that they say about me. They talk about democracy. I'm a threat to democracy. They're the threat to democracy with a
President
fake Russia investigation
We do have a lot to
that
get-
went nowhere.
We have a lot to get to. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president, you said you wanted to ban fracking. Now you don't. You
Well,
wanted mandatory government buyback programs for assault weapons. Now your campaign says you don't. You supported decriminalizing border crossings. Now you're taking a harder line. I know you say that your values have not changed. So then why have so many of your policy positions changed?
So my values have not changed, and I'm going to discuss every one of the, at least every point that you've made. But in particular,
I
let's
got
talk
it.
about fracking because we're here in Pennsylvania. I made that very clear in 2020. I will not ban fracking. I have not banned fracking as Vice President of the United States. And in fact, I was the tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, which opened new leases for fracking. My position is that we have got to invest in diverse sources of energy so we reduce our reliance on foreign oil. We have had the largest increase in domestic oil production in history because of an approach that recognizes that we cannot over-rely on foreign oil. As it relates to my values, let me tell you, I grew up a middle-class kid raised by a hardworking mother who worked and saved and was able to buy our first home when I was a teenager. The values I bring to the importance of home ownership, knowing not everybody got handed $400 million on a silver platter and then filed bankruptcy 6 times, is a value that I bring to my work to say we are going to work with the private sector and home builders to increase 3 million homes, increase by 3 million homes by the end of my first term. My work that is related to having a friend when I was in high school who was sexually assaulted by her stepfather. And my focus then on protecting women and children from violent crime is based on a value that is deeply grounded in the importance of standing up for those who are most vulnerable. My work that is about protecting Social Security and Medicare is based on longstanding work that I have done, protecting seniors from scams. My values have not changed. And what is important is that there is a president who actually brings values and a perspective that is about lifting people up and not beating people down.
What are you doing right now,
And
bitch?
name calling.
Oh, man,
The
that's hard to
true
listen
measure
to.
of the leader is the leader who actually understands the strength is not in beating people down, it's in lifting people up.
What
I
were you
intend to
just
be
doing to
that
him, you
president.
moron?
President Trump, your
Well, first of
response?
all, I wasn't given $400 million. I wish I was. My father was a Brooklyn builder, Brooklyn, Queens, and a great father, and I learned a lot from him. But I was given a fraction of that, a tiny fraction, and I built it into many, many billions of dollars, many, many billions. And when people see it, they are even surprised. So we don't have to talk about that. Fracking, she's been against it for 12 years. Defund the police, she's been against that forever. She gave all that stuff up very wrongly, very horribly, and everybody's laughing at it, okay? They're all laughing at it. She gave up at least 12 and probably 14 or 15 different policies. Like, she was big on defund the police. In Minnesota, she went out, wait a minute, I'm talking now. If you don't mind, please. Does that sound familiar? She went out in Minnesota and wanted to let criminals that killed people, that burned down Minneapolis, she went out and raised money to get them out of jail. She did things that nobody would ever think of. Now she wants to do transgender operations on illegal aliens that are in prison. This is a radical left liberal that would do this. She wants to confiscate your guns, and she will never allow fracking in Pennsylvania. If she won the election, fracking in Pennsylvania will end on day one. Just to finish one thing, so important in my opinion. So I got the oil business going like nobody has ever done before. When they took over, they got rid of it, started getting rid of it, and the prices were going up the roof. They immediately let these guys go to where they were. I would have been 5 times, 4 times, 5 times higher, because you're talking about 3.5 years ago. They got it up to where I was because they had no choice, because the prices of energy were quadrupling and doubling. You saw what happened to gasoline. So they said, let's go back to Trump. But if she won the election, the day after that election, they'll go back to destroying our country, and oil will be dead. Fossil fuel will be dead. We'll go back to windmills, and we'll go back to solar, where they need a whole desert to get some energy to come out of. You ever see a solar plant? By the way, I'm a big fan of solar, but they take 400, 500 acres of desert
President
soil.
Trump, we have a
These
lot
are
of
not good
issues
things
that we
for the
have to get
environment,
to.
as
We're
she
out of time.
understands.
Thank you.
Lindsay, thank you. We have an election in just 56 days. And I want to talk about the peaceful transfer of power, which, of course, we all know is a cornerstone of our democracy, and the role of a president in a moment of crisis. Mr. President, on January 6th, you told your supporters to march to the Capitol. You said you would be right there with them. The country and the world saw what played out at the Capitol that day, the officers coming under attack. Aides in the West Wing say you watched it unfold on television off the Oval Office. You did send out tweets, but it was more than 2 hours before you sent out that video message telling your supporters to go home. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day?
You just said a thing that isn't covered. Peacefully and patriotically, I said during my speech, not later on. Peacefully and patriotically. And nobody on the other side was killed. Ashley Babbitt was shot by an out-of-control police officer that should have never, ever shot her. It's a disgrace. But we didn't do this group of people that have been treated so badly. I ask, what about all the people that are pouring into our country and killing people that she allowed to pour in? She was the border czar. Remember that. She was the border czar. She doesn't want to be called the border czar because she's embarrassed by the border. In fact, she said at the beginning, oh, I'm surprised you're not talking about the border yet. That's because she knows what a bad job they've done. What about those people? When are they going to be prosecuted? When are these people from countries all over the world, not just South America? They're coming in from all over the world, David, all over the world. And crime rates are down all over the world because of it.
But let me just
when are those, David, when are those people going to be prosecuted? When are the people that burned down Minneapolis going to be prosecuted? Or in Seattle? They went into Seattle. They took over a big percentage of the city of Seattle. When are those people going to be prosecuted?
But let me just ask
you. You might ask her that question.
You were the president. You were watching it unfold on television. It's a very simple question as we move forward toward another election. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day? Yes or no?
I had nothing to do with that other than they asked me to make a speech. I showed up for a speech. I said, I think it's going to be big. I went to Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington, D.C., and the mayor put it back in writing, as you know. I said, you know, this is going to be a very big rally or whatever you want to call it. And again, it wasn't done by me. It was done by others. I said, I'd like to give you 10,000 National Guard or soldiers. They rejected me. Nancy Pelosi rejected me. It was just 2 weeks ago. Her daughter has a tape of her saying she is fully responsible for what happened. They want to get rid of that tape. It would have never happened if Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington did their jobs. I wasn't responsible for security. Nancy Pelosi was responsible. She didn't do her job.
The question was about you as president,
Oh,
not
he
about
answered the
former Speaker
question.
Pelosi. But I do want Vice President Harris to respond here.
That was crooked.
I was at the Capitol on January 6th. I was the vice president-elect. I was also an acting senator. I was there. And on that day, the President of the United States incited a violent mob to attack our nation's capital, to desecrate our nation's capital. On that day, 140 law enforcement officers were injured, and some died. And understand, the former president has been indicted and impeached for exactly that reason. But this is not an isolated situation. Let's remember Charlottesville, where there was a mob of people carrying tiki torches, spewing anti-Semitic hate. And what did the president then at the time say? There were fine people on each side. Let's remember that when it came to the Proud Boys, a militia, the president said, the former president said, stand back and stand by. So for everyone watching who remembers what January 6th was, I say, we don't have to go back. Let's not go back. We're not going back. It's time to turn the page. And if that was a bridge too far for you, well, there is a place in our campaign for you to stand for country, to stand for our democracy, to stand for rule of law.
And she said,
and to end the chaos.
He used the word rich.
And to end the approach that is about attacking the foundations of our democracy because you don't like the outcome. And be clear on that point. Donald Trump, the candidate, has said in this election there will be a bloodbath. If this and the outcome of this election is not to his liking. Let's turn the page on this. Let's not go back. Let's chart a course for the future.
Talk about using
and not
your words
go backwards to the past.
Let me just follow up here.
It was a different term, and it was a term that related to energy because they have destroyed our energy business. That was where bloodbath was. Also, on Charlottesville, that story has been, as you would say, debunked. Laura Ingraham, Sean Hannity, Jesse, all of these people, they covered it. If they go an extra sentence, they will see it was perfect. It was debunked in almost every newspaper, but they still bring it up, just like they bring 2025 up. They bring all of this stuff up. I ask you this, you talk about the Capitol. Why are we allowing these millions of people to come through on the southern border? How come she's not doing anything? And I'll tell you what I would do, and I would be very proud to do it. I would say we would both leave this debate right now. I'd like to see her go down to Washington, D.C. during this debate because we're wasting a lot of time. Go down to, because she's been so bad, it's so ridiculous. Go down to Washington, D.C. and let her sign a bill to close up the border because they have the right to do it. They don't need bills. They have the right to do it. The president of the United States, you'll get him out of bed. You'll wake him up at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Right. You'll say, come on down to the office. Let's sign a bill. If he signs a bill that the border is closed, all he has to do is say it to the Border Patrol, who are phenomenal. If they do that, the border is closed.
Mr.
Those
President,
people are killing many people, unlike J6.
We talked immigration here tonight. I do want to focus on this next issue to both of you because it really brings us this into focus, truth in these times that we're living in. Mr. President, for 3.5 years after you lost the 2020 election, you repeatedly falsely claimed that you won, many times saying you won in a landslide. In the past couple of weeks leading up to this debate, you have said, quote, you lost by a whisker, that you, quote, didn't quite make it, that you came up a little bit short.
I said that?
Are you now acknowledging that you lost in 2020?
No, I don't acknowledge that at all.
But
I
you
said
did
that
say
sarcastically.
That.
You know that. It was said, oh, we lost by a whisker. That was said sarcastically. Look, there's so much proof. All you have to do is look at it. And they should have sent it back to the legislatures for approval. I got almost 75 million votes, the most votes any sitting president has ever gotten. I was told if I got 63, which was what I got in 2016, you can't be beaten. The election, people should never be thinking about an election as fraudulent. We need two things. We need walls, and we have to have it. We have to have borders, and we have to have good elections. Our elections are bad. And a lot of these illegal immigrants coming in, they're trying to get them to vote. They can't even speak English. They don't even know what country they're in practically. And these people are trying to get them to vote. And that's why they're allowing them to come into our country.
I did watch all of these pieces of video. I didn't detect the sarcasm, lost by a whisker. We didn't quite make it. And we should just point out here as clarification, and you know this, you and your allies, 60 cases in front of many judges, many of them
No judge
Republican,
looked at it.
and said
They
there was
said
no
we didn't have
widespread fraud.
standing. That's the other
The
thing.
mods are definitely
They
biased.
said we didn't have standing, a technicality. Can you imagine a system where a person in an election doesn't have standing? The president of the United States doesn't have standing. That's how we lost. If you look at the facts, and I'd love to have you do a special on it, I'll show you Georgia, and I'll show you Wisconsin, and I'll show you Pennsylvania, and I'll show you. We have so many facts and statistics, but you know what? That
Yeah, I don't
doesn't
know where
matter,
to find that myself,
because we have
Steve.
to solve the problem that we have right now. That's old news. And the problem that we have right now is we have a nation in decline, and they have put it into decline. We have a nation that is dying, David.
Mr. President, thank you. Vice President Harris, you heard the president there tonight. He said he didn't say that he lost by a whisker. So he still believes he did not lose the election that was won by President Biden and yourself.
So biased, man.
But I do want to ask you about something that's come up in the last couple of days. This was a post from President Trump about this upcoming election just weeks away. He said, when I win, those people who cheated, and then he lists donors, voters, election officials, he says will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law,
Is this a
which will
hardball
include
question?
long-term prison sentences. One of your campaign's top lawyers responded saying, we won't let Donald Trump intimidate us. We won't let him suppress the vote. Is that what you believe he's trying to do here?
Donald Trump was fired by 81 million people. So let's be clear about that. And clearly he is having a very difficult time processing that. But we cannot afford to have a president of the United States who attempts, as he did in the past, to upend the will of the voters in a free and fair election. And I'm going to tell you that
it's coming.
I have traveled the world as Vice President of the United States. And world leaders are laughing at Donald Trump.
Not the edge of
I
it.
have talked with military leaders, some of whom worked with you, and they say you're a disgrace. And when you then talk in this way in a presidential debate and deny what over and over again are court cases you have lost because you did in fact lose that election, it leads one to believe that perhaps we do not have in the candidate to my right the temperament or the ability to not be confused about fact. That's deeply troubling, and the American people deserve better.
Yes,
I'll
yes,
give
we
you
do.
1 minute to respond, Mr. President.
Let me just say about world leaders. Viktor Orban, one of the most respected men, they call him a strong man. He's a tough person, smart. Prime Minister of Hungary. They said, why is the whole world blowing up? 3 years ago, it wasn't. Why is it blowing up? He said, because you need Trump back as president. They were afraid of him. China was afraid, and I don't like to use the word afraid, but I'm just quoting him. China was afraid of him. North Korea was afraid of him. Look at what's going on with North Korea, by the way. He said Russia was afraid of him. I ended the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, and Biden put it back on day one, but he ended the XL pipeline. The XL pipeline in our country, he ended that. But he let the Russians build a pipeline going all over Europe and heading into Germany, the biggest pipeline in the world. Look, Viktor Orban said it. He said the most respected, most feared person is Donald Trump. We had no problems when Trump was president. But when this weak, pathetic man that you saw at a debate just a few months ago, that if he weren't in that debate, he'd be running instead of her. She got no votes. He got 14 million votes. What you did, you talk about a threat to democracy. He got 14 million votes, and they threw him out of office. And you know what? I'll give you a little secret. He hates her. He can't stand her. But he got 14 million votes. They threw him out. She got 0 votes. And when she ran, she was the first one to leave because she failed. And now she's running. I don't understand it, but I'm okay with it because
your time is
I
up.
think we're going to do very well.
We've got a lot more to get to.
Turning now to the Israel-Hamas war and the hostages who are still being held, Americans among them. Vice President Harris, in December, you said, quote, Israel has a right to defend itself, but you added, quote, it matters how, saying international humanitarian law must be respected. Israel must do more to protect innocent civilians. You said that 9 months ago. Now an estimated 40,000 Palestinians are dead. Nearly 100 hostages remain. Just last week, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said there's not a deal in the making. President Biden has not been able to break through the stalemate. How would you do it?
Well,
Bad
let's
reception at the
understand
beach.
how we got here. On October 7, Hamas, a terrorist organization, slaughtered 1,200 Israelis. Many of them young people who were simply attending a concert. Women were horribly raped. And so absolutely, I said then, I say now, Israel has a right to defend itself. We would. And how it does so matters, because it is also true, far too many innocent Palestinians have been killed. Children, mothers. What we know is that this war must end. It must end immediately, and the way it will end is we need a ceasefire deal and we need the hostages out. And so we will continue to work around the clock on that. Work around the clock, also understanding that we must chart a course for a two-state solution. And in that solution, there must be security for the Israeli people and Israel, and in equal measure for the Palestinians. But the one thing I will assure you always, I will always give Israel the ability to defend itself, in particular as it relates to Iran and any threat that Iran and its proxies pose to Israel. But we must have a two-state solution where we can rebuild Gaza, where the Palestinians have security, self-determination, and the dignity they so rightly deserve.
President Trump, how would you negotiate with Netanyahu and also Hamas in order to get the hostages out and prevent the killing of more innocent civilians in Gaza?
If I were president, it would have never started. If I were president, Russia would have never, ever, I know Putin very well, he would have never, and there was no threat of it either, by the way, for 4 years, have gone into Ukraine and killed millions of people when you add it up, far worse than people understand what's going on over there. But when she mentions about Israel, all of a sudden, she hates Israel. She wouldn't even meet with Netanyahu when he went to Congress to make a very important speech. She refused to be there because she was at a sorority party of hers. She wanted to go to the sorority party. She hates Israel. If she's president, I believe that Israel will not exist within 2 years from now. And I've been pretty good at predictions, and I hope I'm wrong about that one. She hates Israel. At the same time, in her own way, she hates the Arab population because the whole place is going to get blown up. Arabs, Jewish people, Israel will be gone. It would have never happened. Iran was broke under Donald Trump. Now Iran has $300 billion because they took off all the sanctions that I had. Iran had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah or any of the 28 different spheres of terror. And they are spheres of terror, horrible terror. They had no money. It was a big story, and you know it. You covered it very well, actually. They had no money for terror. They were broke. Now they're a rich nation. And now what they're doing is they're spreading that money around. Look at what's happening with the Houthis and Yemen. Look at what's going on in the Middle East. This would have never happened. I will get that settled and fast, and I'll get the war with Ukraine and Russia ended. If I'm president-elect, I'll get it done before even becoming president.
Vice President Harris, he says you hate Israel.
That's absolutely not true. I have my entire career and life supported Israel and the Israeli people. He knows that. He's trying to, again, divide and distract from the reality, which is it is very well
I don't
known
do that.
that Donald Trump is weak and wrong on national security and foreign policy. It is well known that he admires dictators, wants to be a dictator on day one, according to himself. It is well known that he said of Putin that he can do whatever the hell he wants and go into Ukraine. It is well known that he said when Russia went into Ukraine.
Wow, they really
it
know
was
how to pick the words out of
brilliant.
sentences, don't they,
It is
Wealthy?
well known he exchanged love letters with Kim Jong-un And it is absolutely well known
So I've
that
got a
these
news report
dictators
here
and autocrats are
saying
rooting
woman arrested
for
for
you to
allegedly
be
eating
president
cats and
again
eating
because
it in
they're
front of the
so
neighbors.
clear. They can
Right.
manipulate
So
you with
that fact
flattery
checker,
and favors.
unless the
And
story's
that is
incorrect,
why
well, it doesn't seem to
so
be.
many military leaders who you
I'll
have
fact check
worked with
after.
have told me you are a disgrace. That is why we understand that we have to have a president who is not consistently weak and wrong on
Vice
national
President
security,
Harris.
including the importance of upholding and respecting in highest regard our military.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
They're the ones, and she's the one that caused it, that's weak on national security by allowing every nation last month for the year, 168 different countries sending people into our country. Their crime rates are way down. Putin endorsed her last week, said, I hope she wins. And I think he meant it, because what he's gotten away with is absolutely incredible. It wouldn't have happened with me. The leaders of other countries think that they're weak and incompetent, and they are. They're grossly incompetent. And I just ask one question. Why does Biden go in and kill the Keystone Pipeline and approve the single biggest deal that Russia's ever made, Nord Stream 2, the biggest pipeline anywhere in the world going to Germany and all over Europe? Because they're weak and they're ineffective. And Biden, by the way,
President
gets paid
Trump,
a lot of money.
Thank you. We have a lot of issues to get to.
We'll be
I
right back
agree.
with much more of this historic ABC News presidential debate from the National Constitution Center right here in Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
Drop the volume on that.
The ABC News presidential debate will continue after this.
Well, they're going to say she's done really well. That's what they're going to say. Because
Now, hold on a second. Let me mute this.
Day for 19-year-old.
Remind me that's muted.
yeah, they're going to say she's done really well if she carries on with the same sort of thing. They'll say it's a huge success. The mainstream media will be all like,
All right, I have a left wing guy that wants to come in after this is over and talk about this debate. So I don't know if you're going to be up for that or you're going to bed. But
no, I'm up for that, mate.
all right, I'm going to do a bathroom break real quick. I don't know how long this is going to go. I'll actually unmute it in case my prostate doesn't work.
We're actually finding key
Be right back.
evidence that could have slipped through the cracks. You're looking for that game-changing piece.
Her last hours on this earth were probably the most horrific a person can experience.
This beautiful young girl. Police will find out what happened.
At Wit's End, the hunt for a killer, only on Hulu.
I mean, compared to Sleepy Joe,
Baywatch is a fantasy. When you hear that theme song, it was a wild time, and I was a wild chick. Jason Momoa exploded.
Carmen was a bombshell.
Pamela Anderson was an icon. Really proud of everything I've done. Almost.
Baywatch was a whirlwind of epic highs and bitter lows.
Everyone likes to watch sexy things.
You're 24. He's 54.
Yeah. It just seemed like I had met my soulmate.
You fired 4 times.
Friday, 2020 is all new.
The 32-year-old former ballerina, the center of the so-called Black Swan trial.
Here we go. You haven't spoken out before. Why did you decide to talk now?
The stunning all-new 2020 premieres Friday at 9/8 Central on ABC.
Hey, good morning, America.
I'm still dealing with power out.
Is this their
I'm sorry.
website?
This is YouTube. No, I'm muting my mic. I gotta deal with power.
No, mate, you muted the feed. Oh fuck! Oh, he's back.
The generator doesn't run all the panel correctly. So, just more bullshit to deal with.
Yeah, so the reason why it's dead air chat is because the adverts can't be shown on YouTube. So
Good deal.
that's what that's all about. Yeah, so I think they're going to say she's done really well.
Dude, I don't know what it is, but I was on the Eastern Shore when Trump did his first debate and the power went out in that whole grid right next to Wallops Island. And I had no phone reception, so I could only get like a half jumpy of the debate. And now for today's debate, my power has gone out in a completely different area of the country, and it's still out. It's just, I know that it's just coincidence, but it's like, what the hell, man?
Yeah, let's see what's on YouTube. Let's see what numbers they got on there.
You're.
I should have it on there on the phone now. There we go.
You have 2,200,000 watching.
Let me refresh it because it says 1 million on mine. Let's play that and then drop it and play that. Yeah, 997,000.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
How long do you think they're going to run halftime?
Be an 8-minute ad, won't it?
I don't know. I wouldn't expect them to run more than 15 minutes.
Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Here again, David Muir and
All right, here we
Lindsay
go.
Davis.
Welcome back to this historic ABC News presidential debate tonight. We're going to continue here, and I want to turn to the war in Ukraine. We're now 2.5 years into this conflict. Mr. President, it has been the position of the Biden administration that we must defend Ukraine from Russia, from Vladimir Putin, to defend their sovereignty, their democracy, that it's in America's best interest to do so, arguing that if Putin wins, he may be emboldened to move even further into other countries. You have said you would solve this war in 24 hours. You said so just before the break tonight. How exactly would you do that? And I want to ask you a very simple question tonight. Do you want Ukraine to win this war?
I want the war to stop. I want to save lives that are being uselessly, people being killed by the millions. It's the millions. It's so much worse than the numbers that you're getting, which are fake numbers. Look, we're in for 250 billion or more, because they don't ask Europe, which is a much bigger beneficiary to getting this thing done than we are. They're in for $150 billion less because Biden and you don't have the courage to ask Europe like I did with NATO. They paid billions and billions, hundreds of billions of dollars when I said, either you pay up or we're not going to protect you anymore. So that's maybe one of the reasons they don't like me as much as they like weak people. But you take a look at what's happening. We're in for 250 to 275 billion. They're into 100 to 150. They should be forced to equalize. With that being said, I want to get the war settled. I know Zelensky very well, and I know Putin very well. I have a good relationship, and they respect your president, okay? They respect me. They don't respect Biden. How would you respect him? Why? For what reason? He hasn't even made a phone call in 2 years to Putin, hasn't spoken to anybody. They don't even try and get it. That is a war that's dying to be settled. I will get it settled before I even become president. If I win, when I'm president-elect, and what I'll do is I'll speak to one, I'll speak to the other, I'll get them together. That war would have never happened. And in fact, when I saw Putin after I left, unfortunately left because our country has gone to hell. But after I left, when I saw him building up soldiers, he did it after I left. I said, oh, he must be negotiating. It must be a good, strong point of negotiation. Well, it wasn't, because Biden had no idea how to talk to him. He had no idea how to stop it. And now you have millions of people dead, and it's only getting worse, and it could lead to World War III. Don't kid yourself, David. We're playing with World War III, and we have a president that we don't even know if he's. Where is our president? We don't even know if he's a president.
And just to clarify
they
here,
threw him out of a campaign like a dog. We don't even know. Is he our president? But we have a president,
Mr. President,
that doesn't know he's alive.
It's pretty valid,
your time
man.
is up. Just to clarify in the question, do you believe it's in the U.S. best interest for Ukraine to win this war, yes or no?
I think it's the U.S. best interest to get this war finished and just get it done.
All right.
Negotiate a deal, because we have to stop all of these human lives from being destroyed.
I want to take this to Vice President
This
Harris.
is,
I want to get your
that's
thoughts.
That's not the answer we
on
wanted.
Support for Ukraine in this moment, but also as Commander-in-Chief, if elected, how would you deal with Vladimir Putin, and would it be any different from what we're seeing from President Biden?
Well, first of all, it's important to remind the former president, you're not running against Joe Biden, you're running against me. I believe the reason that Donald Trump says that this war would be over within 24 hours is because he would just give it up. And that's not who we are as Americans. Let's understand what happened here. I actually met with Zelensky a few days before Russia invaded, tried through force to change territorial boundaries, to defy one of the most important international rules and norms, which is the importance of sovereignty and territorial integrity. And I met with President Zelensky. I shared with him American intelligence about how he could defend himself. Days later, I went to NATO's eastern flank, to Poland and Romania. And through the work that I and others did, we brought 50 countries together to support Ukraine in its righteous defense. And because of our support, because of the air defense, the ammunition, the artillery, the javelins, the Abrams tanks that we have provided, Ukraine stands as an independent and free country. If Donald Trump were president, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv right now. And understand what that would mean, because Putin's agenda is not just about Ukraine. Understand why the European allies and our NATO allies are so thankful that you are no longer president, and that we understand the importance of the greatest military alliance the world has ever known, which is NATO, and what we have done to preserve the ability of Zelensky and the Ukrainians to fight for their independence. Otherwise, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv with his eyes on the rest of Europe, starting with Poland. And why don't you tell the 800,000 Polish Americans right here in Pennsylvania how quickly you would give up for the sake of favor and what you think is a friendship with what is known to be a dictator who would eat you for lunch.
Vice President Harris, thank you. We've heard from both of you on Ukraine tonight. Afghanistan came up in the last hour. I wanted her to respond to something you said earlier, and please, I'll give you a minute here.
Putin would be sitting in Moscow, and he wouldn't have lost 300,000 men and women, but he would have been sitting in Moscow. Quiet, please. He would have been sitting in Moscow much happier than he is right now. But eventually, you know, he's got a thing that other people don't have. He's got nuclear weapons. They don't ever talk about that. He's got nuclear weapons. Nobody ever thinks about that. And eventually, maybe he'll use them, and maybe he hasn't been that threatening, but he does have that. Something we don't even like to talk about. Nobody likes to talk about it. But just so you understand, they sent her to negotiate peace before this war started. 3 days later, he went in and he started the war because everything they said was weak and stupid. They said the wrong things. That war should have never started. She was the emissary. They sent her in to negotiate with Zelensky and Putin, and she did. And the war started 3 days later. And that's the kind of talent we have with her. She's worse than Biden. In my opinion, I think he's the worst president in the history of our country. She goes down as the worst vice president in the history of our country. But let me tell you something. She is a horrible negotiator. They sent her in to negotiate. As soon as they left, Putin did the invasion.
President Trump, thank you. You did bring up something. You said she went to negotiate with Vladimir Putin. Vice President Harris, have you ever met Vladimir Putin? Can you clarify tonight?
Yet again, I said it at the beginning of this debate, you're going to hear a bunch of lies coming from this fellow. And that is another one. When I went to meet with President Zelensky, I've now met with him over 5 times. The reality is it has been about standing as America always should, as a leader upholding international rules and norms, as a leader who shows strength, understanding that the alliances we have around the world are dependent on our ability to look out for our friends and not favor our enemies because you adore strongmen instead of caring about democracy. And that is very much what is at stake here. The President of the United States is commander-in-chief. And the American people have a right to rely on a president who understands the significance of America's role and responsibility in terms of ensuring that there is stability and ensuring we stand up for our principles and not sell them for the benefit of personal flattery.
We've talked about Ukraine and Vladimir Putin. I do want to talk about Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of this debate. I want to move on to Afghanistan.
Stoltenberg said Trump did the most amazing thing I've ever seen. He got these countries, the 28 countries at the time, to pay up. He said, I've never seen, he's the head of NATO. He said, I've never seen, for years, we were paying almost all of NATO. We were being ripped off by European nations, both on trade and on NATO. I got them to pay up by saying one of the statements you made before, if you don't pay, we're not going to protect you.
President
Otherwise,
Trump.
we would have never gotten it. He said it was one of the most incredible jobs that he's ever seen done.
Thank you. I want to turn to Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of the debate, and we witnessed a poignant moment today on Capitol Hill, honoring the soldiers who died in the chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan. I do want to ask the Vice President,
more real.
Do you believe you bear any responsibility in the way that withdrawal played out?
Well, I will tell you, I agreed with President Biden's decision to pull out of Afghanistan. 4 presidents said they would, and Joe Biden did. And as a result, America's taxpayers are not paying the $300 million a day we were paying for that endless war.
Are we
as
paying
of
to
today,
protect people
there
against
is
the
not
guns we left
one
behind?
member of the United States military who is in active duty in a combat zone in any war zone around the world, the first time this century. But let's understand how we got to where we are. Donald Trump, when he was president, negotiated one of the weakest deals you can imagine. He calls himself a deal maker. Even his national security advisor said it was a weak, terrible deal. And here's how it went down. He bypassed the Afghan government. He negotiated directly with a terrorist organization called the Taliban. The negotiation involved the Taliban getting 5,000 Taliban terrorists released. And get this, and the president at the time invited the Taliban to Camp David, a place of storied significance for us as Americans, a place where we honor the importance of American diplomacy, where we invite and receive respected world leaders. And this former president, as president, invited them to Camp David because he does not again appreciate the role and responsibility of the President of the United States to be commander-in-chief with a level of respect. And this gets back to the point of how he has consistently disparaged and demeaned members of our military, fallen soldiers, and the work that we must do to uphold the strength and the respect of the United States of America around the world.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, your response to her saying that you began the negotiations with the Taliban.
So if you take a look at that period of time, the Taliban was killing our soldiers, a lot of them, with snipers. And I got involved with the Taliban because the Taliban was doing the killing. That's the fighting force within Afghanistan. They don't bother doing that because, they deal with the wrong people all the time. But I got involved. And Abdul is the head of the Taliban. He is still the head of the Taliban.
Funny, this story.
And I told Abdul, don't do it anymore. You do it anymore, you're going to have problems. And he said, why do you send me a picture of my house? I said, you're going to have to figure that out, Abdul. And for 18 months, we had nobody killed. We did have an agreement negotiated by Mike Pompeo. It was a very good agreement. The reason it was good, it was we were getting out. We would have been out faster than them, but we wouldn't have lost the soldiers. We wouldn't have left many Americans behind, and we wouldn't have left. We wouldn't have left
come on.
$85 billion worth of brand new, beautiful military equipment behind. And just to finish, they blew it. The agreement said you have to do this, and they didn't do it. They didn't do it. The agreement was terminated by us because they didn't do what they were supposed to do.
I want to move on.
And these people did the worst withdrawal, and in my opinion, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. And by the way, that's why Russia attacked Ukraine, because they saw how incompetent she and her boss are.
President Trump, thank you. I want to move on now to race and politics in this country. Mr. President, you recently said of Vice President Harris, quote, I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black, and now she wants to be known as black. I want to ask a bigger picture question here tonight. Why do you believe it's appropriate to weigh in on the racial identity of your opponent?
I don't, and I don't care. I don't care what she is. I don't care. You make a big deal out of something. I couldn't care less. Whatever she wants to be is okay with me.
But those were your words. So I'm asking.
I don't know. I mean, all I can say is I read where she was not black, that she put out, and I'll say that. And then I read that she was black, and that's okay. Either one was okay with me. That's up to her. That's up to her.
Vice President Harris, your thoughts on this?
I think it's,
How do you
I mean,
feel?
honestly, I think it's a tragedy that we have someone who wants to be president who has consistently, over the course of his career, attempted to use race to divide the American people.
Oh my
I
God,
do
lady.
believe that the vast majority of us know that we have so much more in common than what separates us, and we don't want
Honestly, Welshie, how
this
can
kind of
how
approach
can
that
she
is
be
just
comfortable
constantly trying to
saying what she
divide
is
us, and
doing?
especially by race. And let's remember
It's
how
like,
Donald Trump started. He was a land, he owned land, he owned buildings, and he was investigated because he refused to rent
that was
property
his,
to black families. Let's remember, this is the same individual who took out a full-page ad in the New York Times calling for the execution of 5 young Black and Latino boys who were innocent, the Central Park 5. Took out a full-page ad calling for their execution. This is the same individual who spread birther lies about the first Black president of the United States. And I think the American people want better than that, want better than this, want someone who understands, as I do, I travel our country. We see in each other a friend. We see in each other a neighbor. We don't want a leader who is constantly trying to have Americans point their fingers at each other.
Oh my
I meet with
goodness.
people all the time who tell me, can we please just have discourse about how we're going to invest
No.
in the aspirations and the ambitions and the dreams of the American people? Knowing that regardless of people's color or the language their grandmother speaks, we all have the same dreams and aspirations and want a president who invests in those, not in hate and division.
Vice President Harris, thank you. Lindsay?
President Trump, this is now your 3rd time.
This is the most divisive presidency in the history of our country. There's never been anything like it. They're destroying our country, and they come up with things like what she just said, going back many, many years, when a lot of people, including Mayor Bloomberg, agreed with me on the Central Park 5. They admitted, they said, they pled guilty. And I said, well, if they pled guilty, they badly hurt a person, killed a person ultimately. And if they pled guilty, then they pled, we're not guilty. But this is a person that has to stretch back years, 40, 50 years ago, because there's nothing now. I built one of the greatest economies in the history of the world, and I'm going to build it again. It's going to be bigger, better, and stronger. But they're destroying our economy. They have no idea what a good economy is. Their oil policies, every single policy. And remember this, she is Biden. She's trying to get away from Biden. I don't know the gentleman, she says. She is Biden. The worst inflation we've ever had, a horrible economy because inflation has made it so bad, and she can't get away with that.
Thank you. Your time is up.
I want to respond to that, though. I want to just respond briefly. Clearly, I am not Joe Biden, and I am certainly not Donald Trump. And what I do offer is a new generation of leadership for our country. One who believes in what is possible, one who brings a sense
Unburdened
of
by
optimism
what has been.
about what we can do instead of always disparaging the American people. I believe in what we can do to strengthen our small businesses, which is why I have a plan. Let's talk about our plans.
Yes. Yes.
And let's compare the plans.
Yes.
I have a plan.
Yes.
To give startup businesses $50,000 tax deduction, to pursue their ambitions, their innovation, their ideas, their hard work. I have a plan, $6,000 for young families for the first year of your child's life to help you in that most critical stage of your child's development. I have a plan that is about allowing people to be able to pursue what has been fleeting in terms of the American dream by offering a help with down payment of $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers. That's the kind of conversation, I believe, David, that people really want tonight, as opposed to a conversation
increasing
that
my
is
taxes
constantly
to
about
achieve this?
belittling and name-calling Let's turn the page
Vice President
and move
Harris,
forward.
thank you. Let's turn to policy.
President
Let's
Trump,
turn back
we
to
have
policy.
to move on. President Trump.
Let's turn to policy,
She has
please.
a plan to defund the police. She has a plan to confiscate everybody's gun.
President Trump,
She
we
has
do
a
have to
plan
move
to
on to
not
other
allow
issues.
fracking in Pennsylvania or anywhere else.
Okay.
Thank you,
That's
Mr.
what her
President.
plan is until just recently.
I just need
Lindsay,
to
go ahead.
respond.
President
because,
Trump,
no, the
President
former
Trump.
president has
No,
said
I'm
something
sorry.
twice that I need to
No,
respond to.
I'm sorry.
I
We're
just
gonna
need to
move on,
respond
Vice
one
President
time
Harris.
to what he has
President
said
Trump, this
multiple
is
times.
now your
Yes.
third time running for president. You have long vowed to repeal and replace the
Oh,
Affordable
she
Care
just
Act,
got back
also
bust.
known as Obamacare. You have failed to accomplish that. You now say you're going to keep Obamacare, quote, unless we can do something much better. Last month, you said, quote, we're working on it. So tonight, 9 years after you first started running, do you have a plan, and can you tell us what it is?
Obamacare was lousy health care, always was. It's not very good today. And what I said, that if we come up with something, and we are working on things, we're going to do it and we're going to replace it. But remember this, I inherited Obamacare because Democrats wouldn't change it. They wouldn't vote for it. They were unanimous. They wouldn't vote to change it. If they would have done that, we would have had a much better plan than Obamacare. But the Democrats came up. They wouldn't vote for it. I had a choice to make when I was president. Do I save
This
it
is
and
where-
make it as good as
This
it
is
can
where he
be?
should
Never
be
going to be great.
stating policy
Or do
if he
I
has any.
let it
He's
rot?
basically stated he
And
doesn't
I
have
felt I had
policy
an
for it.
obligation, even though politically it would have been good to just let it rot and let it go away. I decided, and I told my people, the top people, and they're very good people. I have a lot of good people in that administration. We read about the bad ones. We had some real bad ones too, and so do they. They have really bad ones. The difference is they don't get rid of them. But let me just explain. I had a choice to make. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, or do I let it rot? And I saved it. I did the right thing. But it's still never going to be great, and it's too expensive for people. And what we will do is we're looking at different plans. If we can come up with a plan that's going to cost our people, our population, less money and be better health care than Obamacare, then I would absolutely do it. But until then, I'd run it as good as it can be run.
So just a yes or no, you still do not have a plan.
I have concepts of a plan. I'm not president right now. But if we come up with something, I would only change it if we come up with something that's better and less expensive. And there are concepts and options we have to do that. And you'll be hearing about it in the not too distant future.
Vice President Harris, in 2017, you supported Bernie Sanders' proposal to do away with private insurance and create a government-run healthcare system. 2 years later, you proposed a plan that included a private insurance option. What is your plan today?
Well, first of all, I absolutely support, and over the last 4 years as vice president, private healthcare options. But what we need to do is maintain and grow the Affordable Care Act. But I'll get to that, Lindsay. I just need to respond to a previous point that the former president has made. I've made very clear my position on fracking. And then this business about taking everyone's guns away. Tim Walz and I are both gun owners. We're not taking anybody's guns away. So stop with the continuous lying about this stuff. As it relates to the Affordable Care Act, understand, just look at the history to know where people stand. When Donald Trump was president, 60 times he tried to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. 60 times. I was a senator at the time when I will never forget the early morning hours when it was up for a vote in the United States Senate. And the late, great John McCain, who you have disparaged as being you don't like him, you said at the time, because he got caught. He was an American hero. The late, great John McCain, I will never forget that night, walked onto the Senate floor and said, no, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't get rid of the Affordable Care Act. You have no plan. And what the Affordable Care Act has done is eliminate the ability of insurance companies to deny people with pre-existing conditions. I don't have to tell the people watching tonight, you remember what that was like? Remember when an insurance company could deny if a child had asthma, if someone was a breast cancer survivor, if a grandparent had diabetes? And thankfully, as I've been vice president and we over the last 4 years have strengthened the Affordable Care Act, we have allowed for the first time Medicare to negotiate drug prices on behalf of you, the American people. Donald Trump said he was going to allow Medicare to negotiate drug prices. He never did. We did. And now we have capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month. Since I've been vice president, we have capped the cost of prescription medication for seniors at $2,000 a year. And when I am president, We will do that for all people, understanding that the value I bring to this is that access to health care should be a right and not just a privilege of those who can afford it. And the plan has to be to strengthen the Affordable Care Act, not get rid of it.
Vice
Past is
President
prologue
Harris,
in
thank
terms
you.
of where Donald Trump stands on that.
I want to move to an issue
Well,
that's important for a lot
She made
of
a mistake. At number one, John McCain fought Obamacare for 10 years. But it wasn't only him. It were all of the Democrats that kept it going. And you know what? We can do much better than Obamacare, much less money. But she won't improve private insurance for people, private medical insurance. That's another thing she doesn't want to get.
President
People
Trump.
are paying privately for insurance that have worked hard and made money, and they want to have private. She wants everybody to be on government insurance where you wait 6 months for an operation that you need immediately.
President Trump, thank you. We have another issue that we'd like to get to that's important for a number of Americans, in particular younger voters, and that's climate change.
Oh,
President Trump, with
goodness.
regard to the environment, you say that we have to have clean air and clean water. Vice President Harris, you call climate change an existential threat. The question to you both tonight is, what would you do to fight climate change? And Vice President Harris, we'll start with you. 1 minute for you each.
Well, the former president had said that climate change is a hoax. And what we know is that it is very real. You ask anyone who lives in a state who has experienced these extreme weather occurrences, who now is either being denied home insurance or it's being jacked up. You ask anybody who has been the victim of what that means in terms of losing their home, having nowhere to go. We know that we can actually deal with this issue. The young people of America care deeply about this issue. And I am proud that as vice president over the last 4 years, we have invested $1 trillion in a clean energy economy, while we have also increased domestic gas production to historic levels. We have created over 800,000 new manufacturing jobs while I have been vice president. We have invested in clean energy to the point that we are opening up factories around the world. Donald Trump said he was going to create manufacturing jobs. He lost manufacturing jobs. And I'm also proud to have the endorsement of the United Auto Workers and Sean Fain, who also know that part of building a clean energy economy includes investing in American-made products, American automobiles. It includes growing what we can do around American manufacturing and opening up auto plants, not closing them like happened under Donald Trump.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
That didn't happen under Donald Trump. Let me just tell you, they lost 10,000 manufacturing jobs this last month. It's going, they're all leaving. They're building big auto plants in Mexico, in many cases owned by China. They're building these massive plants, and they think they're going to sell their cars into the United States because of these people. What they have given to China is unbelievable. But we're not going to let that. We'll put tariffs on those cars so they can't come into our country, because they will kill the United Auto Workers and any auto worker, whether it's in Detroit or South Carolina or any other place. What they've done to business and manufacturing in this country is horrible. We have nothing because they refuse. You know, Biden doesn't go after people because supposedly China paid him millions of dollars. He's afraid to do it. Between him and his son, they get all this money from Ukraine. They get all this money from all of these different countries. And then you wonder, why is he so loyal to this one, that one, Ukraine, China? Why is he? Why did he get $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife? Why did she pay him $3.5 million? This is a crooked administration, and they're selling our country down the tubes.
President Trump, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll be right back with closing statements from both of our candidates. An historic night, this ABC News presidential debate.
Right. Any thoughts, buddy?
Well, like I said earlier, I think, the liberal media is going to crowd around and say it's been a great success.
That this debate has been a great success for the left wing?
Yeah.
Oh, man. I'd love to see a fact check chart, just like a chart that shows how many statements were made by each person and how many of them were true and how many of them were false. The rules for thee and not for me is reeking on one side.
Oh, yeah.
You know, calling someone out and saying we shouldn't talk bad about somebody, and then the next thing out of their mouth is like slandering them. It's like there's no conscientious. There's no conscious reality. It's just it's if they consider this a good experience, man.
Well,
I don't know what to tell you.
it was funny when he mentioned about the the mayor of that city or whatever it was saying that that wasn't a reliable report of cats being eaten. And he said, "Oh, yeah." He said that wouldn't happen. He wouldn't deny that, would he? He wouldn't deny bad news or something when he said.
Oh, basically, yeah, it makes sense that the official would release a statement that makes them look good, basically.
Yeah.
Right, yeah. The aspect of I mean, for it to be blowing up like this and not have any aspect of reality, I mean, you can't gaslight they can try to gaslight things as they happen in real time, but I don't know. I don't know. I feel like this debate's making my brain shut down.
Well, she's done better than I expected she was going to do.
You think she's doing a good job?
I think she's done better than I expected she was going to do.
Did
I
you see
expected
Topple's
worse.
comment? Here, I actually put it in Discord. I'll read it. Earlier, he said 70% of the questions are setups to smear Trump. More lies from Harris that are being allowed. Fact checking going one way. Harris seems
Yeah.
more prepared, aka handed the script. How can she lose this? I'd have to go back again and see each question that was asked, but I can definitely think back on my own experience here and see where the guy asks Trump a question about the election being stolen and then gets certain things and then repeats those specific points to Kamala for a setup question that is to smear Trump.
Yeah.
So that is in no way, shape, or form unbiased. That's a weaponized moderator.
So the female moderator is basically hasn't because Trump pulled on about the when he mentioned the abortions about that. I literally, as he said it, I thought, oh, why did you go that far? Why did you? Because I know that has already been contested before. I know that point has been contested.
About post birth.
Yeah, post birth. So he didn't have to say that. Well, what he could have said, was they can have abortions 7-8 months into pregnancy, and some might say some loonies on that side might say straight after birth on the 9 months. He could have
The
still made his
aspect
point.
of being allowed to do it is a very controversial subject that goes into large spiritual and core belief debate. But the point is that the states are in charge of the decision instead of the federal government, so that some states can at least have their own rights to do what they want to do, where they might differ from the federal government, but oh well. There's nothing wrong with the aspect of the states deciding. And if people want to have all this sex and kill all these kids, they should probably move to a blue state that allows it then. If they're feeling oppressed in a red state they're living in that doesn't allow them to have that lifestyle, please move.
Yes, and like as we know, they keep on calling it like it's healthcare, don't they? And it's
Yes, they're using their terminology very poetically.
and then she mentioned that
Near Pennsylvania.
they'd
Here
be on a
again,
plane with
David Muir
strangers.
and Lindsay Davis.
Generally, you're on a plane.
Welcome back tonight. The time has come for closing statements, and Vice President
that
Harris,
thought.
we begin with you.
So I think you've heard tonight two very different visions for our country. One that is focused on the future, and the other that is focused on the past, and an attempt to take us backward. But we're not going back. And I do believe that the American people know we all have so much more in common than what separates us. And we can chart a new way forward. And a vision of that includes having a plan, understanding the aspirations, the dreams, the hopes, the ambition of the American people, which is why I intend to create an opportunity economy investing in small businesses, in new families, in what we can do around protecting seniors, what we can do that is about giving hardworking folks a break and bringing down the cost of living. I believe in what we can do together that is about sustaining America's standing in the world and ensuring that we have the respect that we so rightly deserve, including respecting our military and ensuring we have the most lethal fighting force in the world. I will be a president that will protect our fundamental rights and freedoms, including the right of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what to do. I'll tell you, I started my career as a prosecutor. I was a DA, I was an attorney general, a United States senator, and now vice president. I've only had one client, the people. And I'll tell you, as a prosecutor, I never asked a victim or a witness, are you a Republican or a Democrat? The only thing I ever asked them, are you okay? And that's the kind of president we need right now. Someone who cares about you and is not putting themselves first. I intend to be a president for all Americans.
You got a greeting
and
from DP
focus
Audits in the
on what
chat
we
too.
can do over the next 10 and 20 years to build back up our country by investing right now in you, the American people.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump.
So she just started by saying she's going to do this, she's going to do that, she's going to do all these wonderful things. Why hasn't she done it? She's been there for 3.5 years. They've had 3.5 years to fix the border. They've had 3.5 years to create jobs and all the things we talked about. Why hasn't she done it? She should leave right now, go down to that beautiful White House, go to the Capitol, get everyone together and do the things you want to do, but you haven't done it and you won't do it because you believe in things that the American people don't believe in. You believe in things like we're not going to frack, we're not going to take fossil fuel, we're not going to do things that are going to make this country strong, whether you like it or not. Germany tried that, and within 1 year, they were back to building normal energy plants. We're not ready for it. We can't sacrifice our country for the sake of bad vision.
Literal Clark coming into the green room.
Question. Why didn't she do it? We're a failing nation. We're a nation that's in serious decline. We're being laughed at all over the world. All over the world, they're laughed.
Yeah,
I know the leaders very well. They're coming to see me. They call me. We're laughed at all over the world. They don't understand what happened to us as a nation. We're not a leader. We don't have any idea what's going on. We have wars going on in the Middle East. We have wars going on with Russia and Ukraine. We're going to end up in a third world war, and it'll be a war like no other because of nuclear weapons, the power of weaponry. I rebuilt our entire military. She gave a lot of it away to the Taliban. She gave it to Afghanistan. What these people have done to our country, and maybe toughest of all, is allowing millions of people to come into our country. Many of them are criminals, and they're destroying our country. The worst president, the worst vice president in the history of our country.
President Trump, thank you. And that is our ABC News presidential debate from here in Philadelphia at the National Constitution Center. I'm Lindsay Davis.
And I'm David Muir. Thank you for watching here in the U.S. and all over the world, and from all of us here at ABC News. Good night.
Thank you. And we are here live on ABC with our post.
Am I good to kill that stream, right?
Yeah, well, let it run. We'll put it on mute, I suppose. See if
All
we
right.
see anything.
Welcome, Liberal Cluck.
Yo, what's up?
Good
Hey.
evening, Liberal.
Come on.
So that was definitely something.
Yeah, so you obviously watched it same with us, or not with us, but at the same time, obviously. What do you think of the debate?
Well, I was a little surprised to hear that we are transing illegal immigrants in prison. That was a shock to me from somebody who actually works at prison. That was interesting. The Haitians eating the dogs, that I can't believe that got said on a presidential debate stage after his vice president had both said it, and I heard that he even admitted that it was wrong later on. That's just insane to me.
Is it fact checked that the people eating the animals is wrong?
Yes, absolutely.
Because
And
we're on both sides of that.
I have heard that JD Vance even admitted that, but I don't know that that's true because I haven't actually seen that myself.
There's people
Yes.
here that have been showing that it's not fake with the lady eating the cat and stuff.
Yeah, that video wasn't. That lady wasn't a Haitian immigrant. That lady was an American, and she was eating a cat, but she was an American.
Fucking
She's
awesome.
she's just black. I guess that makes her Haitian to some people.
I'm Haitian it.
Yeah. And the guy that was like the picture of the goose, that wasn't. What was the fact check on that? I don't remember what the fact check on
Yeah,
that was.
so
but-
I seen the two of them. I seen the newspaper article with the neighbor eating the cat, and the one I took was from the newspaper article, but I couldn't get the link for it. But like you said, there was a guy with a thing. I said that could have been taken anywhere in the world. Do you know?
Yeah. I mean, neither of those was from the town that they said it was from. Which, honestly, like if there were people going around eating geese, is that really a big deal? Anyways, like why is? Huh?
Yes.
If it's Canada goose, I'm okay with it. If it's like a more rare species, that's not okay.
It's a you know, it's a bit of a thing, like, you know.
I don't know. There's all kinds of
know,
geese.
I mean, well, I mean,
Steve doesn't like to taste the cats, apparently.
Okay, so the thing that I actually want to focus on though is like the fact that he said that on stage at the presidential debate with no evidence. Like there's no reason. Why would a
politicians are supposed to have evidence about what they're talking about?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, what?
I have been
didn't know that
saying
was in
for
the
a couple
rules.
of years, Trump doesn't know when to stop talking.
That's the only problem with him?
Well, that's his main problem. It's a bit like the abortion claim. When he said it in real time, I thought to myself, that's already been contested before, and that's going to come back. And yeah, it sort of came back to him. But like some of the quotes she made about Scarlet's Fuller games already been debunked. It's even been debunked by the fact checkers, for fuck's sake. Now,
Wait, what was that?
Find people on both sides when you know it's taken out of context because you've got the sentence before or the sentence after.
So she said that he said there were fine people on both sides, right?
Yes, but if you take it in the sentence that it was said, it was a bit like the comment of was it about the car industry? Was it a firestorm? And he mentioned firestorm, and they were like, "Wow, firestorm, firestorm," and it's being used, that term.
You mean bloodbath?
Bloodbath, yeah. It's being used before to do with the like decades before. And once again, it's taken out of context.
Okay, so I can give you that the fine people on both sides is taken out of context. I can give you that the bloodbath was taken out of context. The funny, real quick, this is a side point to this, but the context for the bloodbath comment, Donald Trump tried to give the context, and he got it wrong, which is hilarious to me. Because he said it was about what was it? He said it was about. He said it was about something that wasn't the car industry, but he was talking about the car industry when he said that comment, which is hilarious to me. But I can give you both of those things. But then when you compare them to like the lies about the election, and the lies about abortion, the lies about immigrants, they're sending their criminals, they're sending their insane asylums, they're eating cats and dogs, they're committing crimes at disproportionately high rates. Like those two lies that Kamala Harris repeated are minuscule compared to what Donald Trump gets on stage.
Really. They're not really, because they're describing a president of the United States as basically a white supremacist, racist, Nazi, and everything else in between. And knowing that is been proven to be false. It was at the time. Even the liberal fact checkers, of course, up 4 years later.
I don't think they like you can say that they are trying to hint at it, but Kamala Harris never called him a Nazi on stage today, or a white supremacist.
Well, he didn't exactly call him a white supremacist, but she was definitely going after his racist.
That's exactly what she's insinuating. So, I mean, I didn't say she said that. I mean, basically, I said that's what she's referring to, and she is. I mean, do you deny that?
But if you can insinuate,
turn the stream down.
Yeah, if you can insinuate something based off of like what he has said and done, then it seems like it's his actions that are making him look like this.
No.
I have a question for the panel of you two, all the panel. What do you think about the policies that were stated on Kamala's side? The policies I remember her stating were the different loans, the loans for the first-time home buyers, the loans for the first startup company, and some money for something else. I can't remember what the third one was, but that's the only policies I remember actually hearing stated. And on the
Expanding
left,
Obamacare. I don't know exactly what that means, but that was
yeah,
a thing
but both of them were very weak on the healthcare policy solution. Trump openly stating that they don't have anything, but they're working on it.
Which is hilarious because he's been saying that since his first presidency. But go ahead.
Right, but it's also possibly extremely hard to make something better. So I mean, I would like to see more transparency, but I feel like the policy aspect was lacking. All I heard was talking points for Trump from his rallies and from Kamala from whenever she spoke.
You left one out for Kamala, which is to push for the Langford bill for immigration.
The one that was put on the table that was rejected by the Republican Party.
Yeah, she wants that to get to her desk so she can sign it
without any change.
I mean, I would imagine if as long as the changes aren't too bad, then she'd probably still sign it. But I guess it depends on what those changes would be.
Right. I think that it should definitely be put back to the table and talked about. I mean, the solution has to happen. It has to happen.
Yeah, but it's the most conservative immigration bill that's been put up ever.
At the same time, without knowing what all is in that, it's hard for me to be like, it was a mistake not to sign it. I don't know enough of all the things that were required. There's a reason. It can't just be that they don't like Trump or the Trump said no. It's got to be more than that.
No, it's literally that's what the senators have been saying. That Trump told them not to sign it, so they didn't want to sign it. That's what Mitch McConnell said.
That's what all of them are agreeing upon.
That's what Mitch McConnell said. That's what Langford said. I don't know who else, but like, what else do you need?
I would need a consensus.
Trump isn't denying it.
Not just a couple guys saying something.
Okay, but Trump isn't denying it.
I mean, at tonight he wasn't. Not that I remember.
No, he's never denied it. It's been brought up to him. He's never denied it.
I don't have a good enough memory to remember the statements that
Mitch McConnell also said it.
Yeah, can I have your opinion, liberal, on Kennedy Jr.'s role, or his role they've been talking about to do with make America healthy again, and what your opinion of it, and
I think Kennedy Jr. is a non-factor. People on my side were freaking out about him endorsing Trump, but I don't even think that that's like a thing that's going to sway anyone one way or another. Any significant number of people one way or another.
I'm not really. It's not so much whether it's swing votes, whether you think it'd be successful. And
what does his make his? I mean, I would imagine it has a little something to do with his anti-vax policies, and I'm not an anti-vaxxer. I think that's an insane position, to be anti-vax, to think that it causes autism and
we'll put the jabs to one side. From what I understand, is that he wants to curb the preservatives and colouring and reduce of both, and produced food, mass-produced food, and the practicing of that, and what the end, basically preservatives, colouring, additives, and the farming industry in general. That's how seen how he talked about his position on that. What would your opinion be if we just put the vaccines to one side?
Before you respond, liberal, I'm gonna drop out this stream just to save some bandwidth. I don't think there's much worth watching on the side anyway, just to make our cams bigger.
Cool.
All right, sorry. Go ahead, liberal.
I mean, I would have to see exactly. I like the idea of not allowing companies to put like coloring in our foods. Preservatives are probably pretty important for keeping foods safe or keeping foods from going bad.
Yeah, so not stopping preservatives or colouring, but reducing certain products that are known to be problematic for humans, and there's many of them are. So I understand preservatives will still be used and colouring as such, but this all needs to be reduced dramatically, is what the impression he gave me, and certain products to be totally taken away from human consumption.
I mean, maybe there probably are products in the American diet that needs to be
regulated,
tampered down, or banned altogether. I think that I mean, the thing that we could probably tamper to regulate and would have the biggest health benefits would just be sugar. Like our diets are
kinds?
so sugary.
Sugar, and the awareness of sugars and fake sugars, the awareness, like if the government's willing to push the food pyramid, I would love to see them sit down at the table again and go over the information on that food pyramid, and the information on the food that's on the shelves, and admit and be open and honest about the risks of what things are, and then have either people decide not to buy those things for themselves, or actually, if something is openly known to be deadly or carcinogenic, to throttle it. I mean, I feel like that's
there's
fair.
loads out there. There's loads out there, and like so you're in favour in principle, liberal, but do you think that Kennedy would make a success of it if given an opportunity over a 4-year period?
No, I don't. I think that Kennedy. Like, wait, are you? I mean, Kennedy's a non-factor in this election. Like, I know you're from Welsh,
No,
and y'all.
I'm just
like,
interested. I'm interested in
He's on the cabinet.
I'm interested in the idea of getting like a sort of I suppose like a health czar forward, where they're going to try and get rid of a lot of stuff that you don't need.
I don't even
You can
think you'd
use
have to use a
natural.
health czar, because there's a seat on the cabinet that has to do with the health of the American people.
Yeah, yeah, and that's an issue that's not even on the American people's radar or my
It is for some
radar.
of us. It's on my radar.
For most, like if you look at the top issues, preservatives and additives aren't.
No,
But diabetes and health issues
look,
are.
The reason why I brought it up, he's a libertarian. I was just wanting to see your opinion on it. I mean, he's quite a divisive character as well. That's all. And okay, fair enough. You think you'd be a failure, but in principle, you think it should be a good idea.
Sure, it's just not something that I'm going to even put a modicum of weight towards my vote on.
What about Elon Musk's efficiency committee? Is that a non-factor as well, or does that play on your mind?
What is Elon Musk's efficiency committee?
Oh, really? The Trump or Elon has agreed to be the lead of a commission that looks at fraud spending within the government to end fraud spending.
I don't trust Elon's judgment on pretty much anything at this point. So no, I wouldn't want him to be a part of any type of committee.
So that would play a factor for you. That is a factor play.
Well, that would be a point against Trump, yeah.
Right.
So why
for you, it's a point against.
Why wouldn't you trust that decision that Elon would make? Because I mean, I would suggest that he's made quite a lot of decisions and quite a lot of, and obviously when it comes to Twitter decisions, I don't think it would work the same as SpaceX or something like that, he thinks a bit more clear,
So I think that at one point in Elon's life, he was a genius at what he did, and I think that the internet has rotted his brain at this point.
You
He
don't like
might
his
still
meme
be
posts?
able, huh?
You don't like his meme posts?
I think I mean I haven't paid attention to Elon in a while since he bought Twitter. Like there's a little bit of paying attention to him. Like I've heard that he's like reposting obvious AI images of shit and trying to pass them off as real, but I don't know if that's true or not. He doesn't seem like, yeah, it seems like the internet has rotted his brain.
I think you're missing out. It's called satire.
No.
Yeah.
I think that the internet's rotted his brain.
To an AR videos, and in fact, I think it was someone who complained because he done one of Camilla, or he reposted one, and he said I think it was Gavin Newsom. It was. He said that he wanted him sort of like arrested or like, I don't know exactly. And Gavin says, Elon says, it's called satire. That's not illegal in America yet, I think his response was.
Yeah.
And it was clearly a satire AI thing.
It's possible. Like I said, I haven't paid attention to Elon since he bought Twitter, so it's possible that like everything that I've heard over the years, which I don't really remember any of it because I'm not really paying attention, but it's just satire every single time, and the left is just falling for it. I don't know. I guess it's possible.
Well, I think it goes over. Yeah, I mean, we've got completely different views, but anything, something like Elon will say or post now gets scrutinized so much, and they'll pick apart on anything that anyone's, if they want to.
What if it's the case? What if it's the case that Elon is actually just being ridiculous?
Well, I don't think he
What do
is.
you mean? For what?
I mean, I don't know, but I mean, I can make this argument for Trump much more strongly than I can for Elon, because, like I said, I haven't really paid much attention to Elon since he bought Twitter. But people like to say things like the media is so harsh on Trump, the media is so unfair on Trump. They're blaming the moderators for Trump's performance tonight already. But what if it's the case that Trump just is a uniquely ridiculous man? What if it's the case that he is just like uniquely criminal when it comes to the way he conducts himself? And that's why he's in legal trouble, or that he's uniquely stupid, and that's why he's got so many negative headlines against him. Like, what if it's just that?
Okay, let's get look just a couple of things. So the Steele dossier, was that fake or real?
The Steele dossier was a oh gosh, it's been so long. What was a investigation done by I believe he was British, a British spy or something, and there was stuff in the dossier that was made up. There was stuff in the dossier that turned out to be real. But it also wasn't.
Was prostitutes pissing over Trump real or not?
Yeah, that was the fake stuff.
Okay. So Russia.
Okay. So hold on. Can I have one turn? Can I have one turn? Can I have a turn? Can I have a turn? You did the Steele dossier. Now I can do like a real thing.
Let me just finish my point.
Okay.
So I'm sure yourself and other people on your side of the political were screaming Russia, 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 Steele dossier, and all this, right? And it was all fucking bollocks.
Well, it depends on what you mean by all, because like Trump being involved in Russia wasn't the only thing that came out of the Russia investigation.
Well, okay, he went to Russia once. That might
no.
be,
That's not the only thing that came out of the investigation, though. There's so much more to it.
But the whole thing was that he was being compromised because there was compromising pictures of him having a yellow shower in compromising
That
positions.
was
That's what it was
a
about.
claim. No, 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 no.
That's
That's
what it
not what
was.
it was about. That
He
was
was a
a claim
spy.
that no,
He
that
was
was
a
a
spy
claim.
for the
That was
Russians.
Welsh. That was a claim that Michael Steele made and couldn't back up with substantial evidence. The left very quickly moved off of that point when he failed to prove it. But what that Russia came up with was they proved that Russia had a $1 billion ad campaign for Trump on social media, misinformation campaign on for Trump on social media. They proved that Russia hacked into.
And was Trump anything to do with it?
Would you let me finish? They proved that Russia hacked into voter rolls.
What it have got to do with Trump?
Okay. Trump's son met with 2 Russian spies while he was working on the campaign for Trump, looking for information on Hillary.
Wow.
Wait, is that just like not a thing that we should care about?
Yeah, I'm sure they identified themselves as Russian spies.
They did.
Yeah. Okay.
What is I was dealing with something. I don't know what the point of reference is. What are we talking about?
So it's once again we could talk about Hunter Biden's laptop.
Oh, okay. Trump admits
October that came out. October 2020 that came out, and 51 FBI agents. Obviously, it's been all weaponized. The justice system clearly, and they all said it had all the hallmarks of Russian disinformation. And 2.5 years down the road, oh yeah, it was real. Yeah, it's got some very compromising stuff in there.
It doesn't have compromising stuff. Actually, it doesn't.
Oh yeah.
No, see, that's the thing. The right is so mad about the laptop story being suppressed on social media for 1 day.
What do you mean 1 day?
It was 1 day. It was 1 day.
They done surveys with Democrat voters who said that would have swung their votes if they don't know. So they hid it, and they hid it from everywhere. I couldn't even get it shared on Twitter on a direct message. I can't remember exactly what happened, but it just like disappeared. Nothing happened.
But so you guys are arguing back and forth, like suppression of information or which side is doing the wrong thing. Like, what is the basis of your point?
Well, the thing that I was starting out with was, is it possible that Trump is just as ridiculous and as criminal as we say they are? Now he's cherry picking instances that he thinks are just us being too hard on Trump or whatever, or being unfair to Trump. But I haven't even gotten a chance to tell you the ridiculous things that he's actually done. But we can continue down this path. That's fine.
I would rather have a linear conversation with more new information, but is it possible that Trump's an idiot? Sure.
Yeah.
Does that make it better or worse? Like, is that just like we don't want Trump because he's an idiot, but Kamala's we're good to go? Like, is Kamala just good news? Like, what?
No, so this narrative that the media is just out to get Trump is kind of ridiculous, because if we're just reporting on the stupid ass things that Trump says and does, even if we're 100% truthful, it's going to look like we're just out to get Trump because he says and does so many dumb things.
Okay, but on the same token, if that same media isn't spending much time going after Kamala for her stupidity, is there a 2-tiered system?
Well, what would you go after? They've covered the flip flopping, and she's answered that. Like, what else are we going to go after on Kamala?
She answered the flip flopping part.
Yes, yes.
What was the answer?
She has said that over the years she has learned a lot more, and that she has changed her positions.
Interesting.
She doesn't believe in defunding the police anymore.
No. As a matter of fact, during that whole thing, there were a lot of Democrats that were like fucking furious at the defund the police movement because they've almost lost their elections because of it. Abigail Spanberger railed against it.
It's a bit of an extreme view. That would. I mean, I'm not.
It is, and most Democratic politicians didn't even go for it.
My subscribers know that I'm not a big fan of the police. In fact, I've been stitched up very recently on a load of BS charges. But to defund the police is extraordinary.
And most Democrats didn't even go for it at the time. Most Democratic politicians didn't.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's an extreme view.
Okay, go ahead, RW.
Even into your own, the Democrats don't agree with that policy. It's extreme.
Do you think that the aspect of the policies that Kamala brought in that was to give money to these young startup businesses and first-time business owners and whatever the third one was, is that going to be? Do you think that will be a rebranding or a reworking of the national budget, or do you think that's going to be a tax increase, or how do you think that those benefits are fully beneficial? Like, what is? I guess that's enough of a question.
Yeah,
I don't know much about what small businesses need. It's not something that I've researched. It could be beneficial. It might not be. But I can speak on the housing market, her housing proposal. I do think that giving first-time home buyers $25,000 is probably not going to solve the problem and may even make it worse if she does it without building more houses. The building of more houses.
Right.
The building of more houses.
There's building the houses to have more option and bringing the price down. But there's also, if people don't get jobs that can cover all the rest of the cost of the house, period, 25,000 isn't enough to cover it. But if people take these loans out and they fail on the house payment, I'm not sure what that would create if there was a large enough amount of people that did that.
Well, it would create a housing crisis. Hopefully, lenders aren't lending to people who can't pay back the mortgage. Like that's hopefully not a thing that's happening.
I mean,
Hopefully.
£25,000. I would suggest it's not a lot of money. So you could think of a small house in California would be maybe £400,000. Like like
No
two
dollars though. 400,000 for a simple family home. I think you could get in some places in California.
What's £25,000 going to do? And they're going to supply it to non-US residents.
It would give them the opportunity of a mortgage it would help them get the home, but then they have to be able to keep up the cost payments so that they don't lose it.
Yeah,
if they're not for a down payment. To do that, it's a
how's
bad
that going to
situation.
work when the house is 400 grand and your payments back?
Well, no. If I had $25,000 right now, I could have a down payment for a nice ass house.
So that's
you'd have a down payment for a house. You'd have a
start. No. I could have a down payment for a nice ass house, like a really nice house.
Congratulations, then.
But that's because the area I live in isn't California.
Yeah, but even in North Carolina down here, it's expensive, and the pay isn't good.
Okay, but if you do a first-time home buyer's loan, you only need 3%. So 3%. Whatever $25,000 is 3% of. Is what you can afford just with down payment if you have the income to keep up with the payments and the maintenance and such.
And you wouldn't be able to. Not if you're going for the max out 3%.
Possible.
This is for
some maybe, but
yes, for non-US residents as well. By the way, RW, that is.
But anyways, I think that the $25,000 shouldn't happen until the new houses are built. If you do it the other way around, then you're probably going to fuck up the housing market. Probably.
How are they stimulating the building of homes?
I don't know. How are they giving them 25,000? They haven't really said any of those either of those things.
Those are, how that money is getting into the hands of the people, and there's a lot of. My issue is when someone says I have a policy, but they don't say what that is and how it works. It doesn't mean much to me if you're going to say that you have something, but we don't know how it works.
Sure, but that's going to be like the issue with both sides, right?
That's right. I hope for too much when these people speak.
Yeah. I mean, Trump is like talking about incorporating local police to help round up migrants. And it's like, well, how are you going to do that for
soldiers and Homeland?
How are you going to do that for like cities that just refuse to do that?
Well, I'm not sure how sanctuary cities will factor into it, but
to be honest,
flood there, that'd be
they'll all go to these sanctuary cities and turn it into a mega shithole. So
I think that if the scenario is that they actually enact a massive deportation and they involve military and actually go like a door to door and start actually taking people and removing them, there will be an influx to the sanctuary cities. And There's no
do
way
y'all
that sanctuary cities can handle that, and they will crumble, and then they will. Then I don't know what happens from there.
do y'all think that plan is a good idea?
I think that if there's a lot of people in this country that should not be here, that they do need to be taken out.
I think
Not every single person, though. I
I
would think that if someone's shown good merit and is actually trying to live the American dream, why should they be
Correct.
ripped out?
Do you think
Okay.
that most of the people that are here illegally are showing
I
good
don't
merit
know.
and
I
trying?
don't know.
Okay.
I
All
do
right.
not
What about
know.
you, Welsh?
So I've got a quite simple thing, and I've got it for the UK as well. So this will refer to America. Anyone that is a non-British citizen that arrived in the UK and within, say, 10 years of arriving, and they've gone through the citizenship, or if they are charged uh, and convicted of any crime, specifically crimes against a person, they are to be deported from this country.
Well, we already do that.
Well, no, you don't. You don't deport. Well, Obama deported about 3 million. Fair cop.
No, if you commit crimes,
Deported in
usually.
chief.
So I can't speak for every city, but if you commit a crime where I am, you get what's called a ICE detainer put on you, and when your jail sentence is over, ICE shows up at the prison to take you to their facilities, and they decide what to do with you from there.
Right,
Why when your prison sentence is over?
Yeah, what's the deportation rate?
Why wait till the end of the prison sentence? That's an odd thought.
What's the
Well,
rate?
if you just deport them, they'll just come back and having not served their prison sentence.
Well, no. You tell the host country, the native country where they're from. If they're from Venezuela, you say, well, you need to imprison this guy in your prison, and they'll say, oh, well, I'll cut your aid. We'll cut your aid. And I know they don't give anything to Venezuelans, probably, but like any other country, like Colombia, Ecuador, you just say, we'll just cut your aid.
I mean, I guess.
Do you think, liberal, that our laws are being enforced in our country?
Yes, a lot of them. Yeah.
Okay, I feel like that our nation has laxed on repercussions for criminal actions. If you look at California and people are allowed to steal up to a certain amount, that aspect,
$1,000.
I don't like where that's going. And I hear stories of people that are getting let off.
Yeah, so that's a California thing. Like that's not even like
Not
a
just
federal
California,
issue.
but you have New York also.
And New York.
Okay, but you're talking about local issues at this point.
Yes,
I'm
that's
talking
right.
about two huge places. I mean, fifth biggest economy in the world.
Sure, but like you
and New York, you know, they're big places in America as America goes.
But me as a Virginian and RW as a, I don't know what state you live in, or North Carolina, and I can't do anything about that. That's not even like.
You're from Virginia.
Yes.
I was going to say the only place you'll buy a house for decent house would be somewhere like Virginia.
Well,
Virginia's
West
actually really
Virginia has the
expensive.
most affordable.
Yeah, West Virginia is super cheap. The Midwest is also super cheap. Virginia's
There's
actually really expensive.
There's no work out there unless you're going to raise cattle.
Yeah. But yeah, so like those are local issues, and I would have to look at the specifics of the policies. I have a feeling it's not how it's characterized by the right, but if it is, and you're just letting people get away with stealing thousands of dollars worth of crap, then that's bad, and it shouldn't happen.
They get bailed straight away, and they're straight back on the streets.
They get bail? Do you know what bail is?
It's not a bail. I don't even think in a lot of the cases. It's
okay. We
they're
call
not
it bail.
they're not prosecuted.
Right? Yeah. Sorry, they're not so they're arrested, and they're just literally processed and then pushed out. Done. Not even a case.
I mean, yeah, that's probably a bad thing. I mean, it depends on what's actually going on. I would have to actually look at these claims. If you want to shoot me some links, I'm happy to read them.
Yeah, I
but
honestly don't want to do that right now. Sorry if that's a
oh,
cop
of course
out.
I wouldn't expect you to do it right now. Yeah, so I also am super against transing illegal immigrants in prison. That's also a thing that I'm super against, and I'm so glad Trump brought that into the forefront of the debate today because I didn't know that was going on.
Wait, what?
Is it going on?
No.
Transing. Affirmative surgery type stuff?
No.
that's what it
Trump
is.
said that Kamala Harris wants to, or no, Trump said that we are transing illegal immigrants in prison. In the
As
debate
in,
today,
we're
Trump,
allowing surgeries to happen for people in
Yeah,
prison,
yeah.
no,
You're providing it.
specifically
Right.
illegal immigrants.
right? So
How?
there's the aspect of healthcare in prison. If that healthcare is if the healthcare is actually allowing for prisoners, illegal alien prisoners, to have these trans surgeries, if that is true, what the hell?
Well, let me guess what's true. The true bit is that the state is providing trans healthcare for inmates, and illegal migrants might have taken them up on the offer.
I would hope
So
that it's like one person.
it's not specifically for illegals, but it is an available thing they have in the prison system. Sadly, that's what I suggest. Most probably is the truth.
Yeah, I
there.
need source drops and all that. I haven't come across that myself that I can recall.
Well, I know that they offer hormones. They don't offer surgeries, or at least not in Virginia. I don't know about other states.
They don't go
But
straight for the willy.
They don't offer trans surgeries in Virginia.
Oh, good on you. I mean,
but we do offer hormones. But like why is that a thing that he said? Do y'all not find that ridiculous? Like,
I mean, that is ridiculous. But if it was brought up to be ridiculous, like, I don't know about the event, but if it's a real event, that's ridiculous.
Well, no, it wasn't a real event. It was Trump making shit up.
I don't know that. I just don't know that.
Okay. All right. Oh, another thing is so since I get a turn, you remember the whole injecting disinfectant thing?
The aspect of him asking if they can use bleach or something.
Well, what he said was that we're looking into disinfectants, like an injection or a cleaning or something, to kill COVID. That was a stupid thing that he said.
Right.
The
so
entirety.
That's someone that clearly has no idea how the science works of whatever proposal was taught to him. Because it is possible that there was a research project going on that had some aspect of that.
No, there wasn't. Because when he was called out on it, he did the thing that he did. He actually did this in the debate today. He just said I was being sarcastic.
For the whisker comment.
He said that in the debate today, but he also said that about the disinfectant comment.
Right, the whisker comment where he said he's lost. He's so here. I'll give you that one. I don't even need to give it to you because I'm not voting for Trump. But the changing the narrative from the election was stolen to I lost by a whisker. That's a big narrative change.
And to go back to it's stolen again, because that's what he did tonight.
Right. Okay. So he was definitely called out on InfoWars. A couple of places called him out on that flop, that change of narrative. It was noticed. That's the only reason I was aware of it.
Okay, so this transgender for prisoners is true.
It's true. They're giving illegals like they're giving illegals transgender surgeries.
They are giving inmates here we go. Maybe a federal judge ordered on Monday to undergo a nationwide search for qualified surgeons to perform surgery on inmates.
You have a comment from We1 in the chat, liberal. It's to your
Christina Nicholas, formerly known as Christopher.
Injection thing.
The directive brings, so now they're, so the headline is Court Orders First Gender Affirming Surgery for Transgender Federal Prisoner.
Okay, but are those illegals?
Well, that's, remember what I said. I said the truth will be that maybe the illegals taking it up.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's possible, but he's saying that this is like a thing that's happening. This is like...
Well, it is. It's happening. It's happening.
No, it's not. Okay, so first of all, transgender population very small. It's going to be even smaller.
That's not the question. The question is, it's happening, and it's happening here. Look, there's many articles.
No. The thing that Trump said was that well, first of all, Kamala supports giving illegals transgender surgeries in prison, or illegal prisoners transgender surgery.
Right. So
which isn't like it's
It's either
you're
true
telling
or
me
it's
that.
not true.
Well, no,
It's either-
but you're telling me that these two American citizens are going to get transgender surgeries. So where did the illegals thing come from?
Right. So here's my thought. If it's a blanket statement that says the health care provided for the prison system allows this operation,
Mm-hmm.
if illegal is in that prison system, does that give them the same coverage because it's a blanket
Yes, it
statement?
does.
But
And if that is true, then he's using hyperbole.
But does it make it any worse if they're illegals?
To me, the aspect of the surgery is more important than who gets it.
Yeah.
The
So
social
why
status
would
of
he
who gets it.
say something so ridiculous?
I mean, I couldn't answer that one for you.
Okay,
That's
well,
it's a hyperbole.
Okay.
It's a
So we got
elevating statement.
New
Here's
York
what's-
Post article. Camilla Harris told the ACLU she'd fund trans surgeries for migrant inmates, discriminalizing drugs, and yeah. So that was
What?
yesterday. That was yesterday.
I need to back out, gentlemen. I'm gonna go cuddle my wife before I leave for a week. So I appreciate you coming on Liberal Cluck and hanging out for a little bit at the end here. And Welshie, it was fun hanging out with you, dude. I appreciate the you setting up the event.
Oh, no problem, man.
All right.
Thanks for coming in, RW. It's been a good one, mate. Cheers.
You got it.
Yeah. So yeah, it's in New York Post.
Common support for decriminalization of all drugs worsen blah blah blah. Then Senator California affirmed that she would use executive power as president to ensure transgender and non-binary, including those in prison and immigration, get access to all necessary surgical care.
Detainees for illegal immigrants accused of crimes in response to questionnaire.
I want to know what this whole statement is, because the New York Post has broken it up. So what it says is, then Senator of California affirmed that she would use executive power as president to ensure transgender and non-binary individuals, including those in prison and immigration detention, get access to all necessary surgical care. What is she talking about? Is she talking about just giving necessary surgical care to transgender people, or is she talking about giving transgender surgical care to transgender people?
Yes, because she's talking about letting them have the drugs and everything. So yeah, it's about changing their gender, as they say.
I support policies ensuring
I'll get another article up.
Are able to obtain.
So this is from CNN. She supports cuts to ice file or something. Yeah, that's CNN one. This is projectile. So CNN from yesterday. Harris told ACLU in 2019 she supports cuts to ICE, funding and providing gender transforming surgery to detained migrants. That's CNN. So he was right.
Okay, it's possible. I still want to see the whole interview, because, like, all right, so gender.
Okay, okay, but
real quick, gender affirming surgeries aren't a thing that. Okay, go ahead.
Chill out. I mean, I've got one here from the Washington Examiner as well, and there's another title that you look at it and you think. I know the title. Let me just look. It says Harris backs slashing ICE and funding gender transforming surgeries for illegal immigrants. And the video's on that one, by the way, if you want to view the video.
Yeah. Let's see the video.
Yeah, I can't bring it forward. I haven't got the ability.
Can you just link me the Can you just link me the article? I'll watch the video.
If you put it.
Wait, this is a 2019 position.
No, this was September the 10th, which was yesterday.
So this is a thing that she said yesterday, or is this an article that was
Oh,
written yesterday about things she said in 2019?
yeah, this was written yesterday. Washington Examiner, Harris back slashing ice.
Okay, but is this a thing she said yesterday?
No, I don't think she said it yesterday. I don't think she said it yesterday. She might have flip flopped again. You know, she got form.
It's possible.
Oh yeah, it's definitely possible flip flopping. But you know, there's about 4 or 5 articles now that I've clocked.
Yeah. So what I am saying is that there is, I would put money on that there is nuance to this position that these articles are not bringing up. It is possible that we get
CNN are doing it, man. CNN have got it. There's a video article here.
Okay, listen. It is possible that the prison system could end up with a transgender person that is in the middle of transition surgery. Are we going to stop that because they end up in prison?
Liberal, you're literally just giving your opinion. You know, there's no
Yeah,
receipt.
that's why I want to see the whole thing. If I saw the whole interview, because right now I'm seeing Fox News where it was an answer to a questionnaire. But if I saw a whole interview where Kamala Harris is saying, "Oh yeah, if somebody comes in and they want to start transitioning, we will offer them their hormones, and then we will offer them the surgery from the get-go."
You're assuming now. You literally, like you said, halfway through transition. That's not what I know. I've quickly.
The reason I'm making this assumption. The reason I'm making this assumption is because I have seen so many of these. It's like the Trump quotes with the both sides. I've seen so many of these things just get taken out of context in this way, to where when you actually add in the context, it says something completely different.
It's just, you know, it's all cope, really. That's what I'm hearing here.
Okay, so every time that you want to add context to Trump's comments, it's just cope, right?
No, I mean.
Okay, so it's okay.
So we got CNN articles.
Right? Well, why do you think that that's going to push me any further?
Well, they're definitely on the left side of the U.S. news, aren't they? You know.
Well, no, all news is on the sensational side. They're going to run with sensational.
We got the Washington Post doing it. I mean, they're not known to be right-leaning sort of newspapers, and they're actually making those stories, and they did it all yesterday. These stories come out yesterday. Well, they reappeared yesterday, you know. Not just one article. There's like fucking half dozen. I can keep on going. I've got to page 2, for fuck's sake.
Okay, so here's what the ACLU asked. As president, will you use your executive authority to ensure that transgender and non-binary people who rely on the state for medical care, including those in prison and immigration detention, will have access to comprehensive treatment associated with transition, including necessary surgical care? And Harris's response was, "It is important that transgender individuals who rely on the state for care receive the treatment they need, which includes access to treatment associated with gender transition. That is why, as Attorney General, I push California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation to provide gender transition surgery to state inmates," Harris wrote. "I support policies ensuring that federal prisoners and detainees are able to obtain medically necessary care for gender transition, including surgical care, while incarcerated or detained. Transition treatments as a medical necessity. I will direct all federal agencies responsible for providing essential medical care to deliver transition treatment," she added. So it sounds like she's saying if this is like a medical necessity, then yes, I will support it.
Well, it sounds like a lot. It sounds like they get everything on the plate. Which they wouldn't get on the outside, would they? They wouldn't get that on the outside. They'd have to pay for a lot of it on the outside.
Hold on. That's medical care in America, baby. Like, that's American care for prisoners, period. Most prisoners who are getting the medical care inside, any type of medical care on the inside, wouldn't get that medical care on the outside.
They shouldn't get it on the inside.
They shouldn't get any medical care?
No, they shouldn't get that sort of care. They should get health care on the inside.
If it's determined that it's necessary, then why not?
Who determines it's necessary? Okay, I've got a nice question for you.
Okay.
Pivoted across, and like, let's be honest about it.
Well, I mean, that's what the statement seems to say. She's saying that if these are necessary.
So if a biological man that transitions in federal prison to a female, and you said you're in that sort of industry, should that person then go to a women's prison?
My position on that is that if they have the it has, that's the thing that has to be determined by what genitals they have. If they have transitioned or into a from a penis to a vagina, then they probably should go to a female facility.
They probably should.
Yes. I mean, do you have a rebuttal to that?
Well, I would suggest that you know, how they're born is how they should be treated. But you know, it's quite a centre-right view. So you know, it's not a far leftist view where you know, you expect meat and two veg to go in the women's prison and expect that to be. If you take it away, I think it takes away a lot of the problems that can be caused. But on a little transition, so what do you think about women's only spaces when it comes to the same subject and women's only sports?
I mean, with sports, I don't think that gender is the thing that you should be looking at. I think that sex should be the thing that you're looking at because that's going to be the thing that separates the species much more than gender. So you probably should just go with
I don't
your
really
sex.
use I don't really use gender. I know I used it in the conversation. Yeah, I'm talking about biological sex.
Right, but like gender is a real phenomenon. It's a social phenomenon that that is undeniably real. It usually does divide along the sex lines, but sometimes it doesn't, and that's where we get transgender people. But when it comes to sports, you should probably stick with sex. It's like medical care. If you go into a doctor as a trans man, you should probably tell them, but I'm actually female because you're going to have parts and such that are going to be different than most males. So if you go with like a stomach ache as a trans man, you should probably tell them that you're female so they can check for like ovary problems.
So in the UK now, they ask males whether they're pregnant or not now. In a lot of they're catering for the.
They ask males or trans men.
No, they ask all males for certain procedures now, whether they're pregnant or not, or whether they know that you know.
Is it just a form that they fill out?
Yeah, it's like a questionnaire that everyone's got to fill out. It's been on social media and stuff like that.
Okay, so why would I care about that?
No, I'm just saying they're just like sort of catering and pandering for the 0.02% or whatever it is.
But why would you care about that?
I just think it's stupid.
But okay, but if everyone's filling out this form, then why would you care that it's asking if you're pregnant?
Well, it's just ridiculous, isn't it?
I'm sure I've gotten a form asking me if I'm pregnant, and I just ignored it because I'm a male.
Well, yeah, that's the sad thing. Where like 5 years ago, 10 years ago, that would have never ever happened.
What?
You know?
No, 10 years ago, it probably would have been the same because they're probably giving the same form out to everyone.
No, it might be the same in America, but it wasn't the same in the UK 10 years ago.
Okay, well, I grieve your loss of having different forms at the doctor's office. That's a terrible loss. I'm so sorry.
It's just stupid nonsense.
I think it's stupid nonsense that this is a thing you care about this much. Like,
well, I mean, it's a pointless exercise that everyone's got to go through, and everyone's got to be asked the question, and everyone. I suppose when they pose the question to the people are like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" And they say, "Oh, we've got to do it. We've got to do it. It's something we've got to do." It's just like retarded.
okay, I don't. I think it's ridiculous to care. I don't know what else to say about this. Um,
So,
like,
so you're not happy with Leah Thomas?
who's
I
Leah
think
Thomas? Which one is that?
that was that bloke that
The
was
swimmer.
the swimmer. Yeah, Gain. Is it Ryan? What's her name? Something Galia. The blonde one, anyway. So yeah.
Yeah. So I've already given my position on trans in sports. I think that we should be looking at sex when it comes to separating sports and not gender.
Yeah.
So Leah Thomas wouldn't be qualified in my world for a
that's good.
women's sport.
So it looks like we can agree on this subject, can't we?
Well, on specifically trans sports, I have a feeling there's a whole host of trans issues that you and I disagree on. Like, for example, I do think that employers should have to refer to trans people by their preferred pronoun. I think it's just respecting, and employers should be forced to respect their trans people just like they do their cis people.
Well, in my experience, the best thing to do is not employ one. They're just going to give you fucking problems.
Well, then that would be a discrimination issue that I wouldn't be okay with. I don't think you should be allowed to not employ trans people because they're trans.
Well, yeah, just think about it. Just think about it. You employ 10 people, okay? You're busy. You turn over, say, 5 million a year. You've got to pay all your staff. They're all on good money, and then all of a sudden, you've got someone coming into the job, or someone say transitions in front of your eyes, or something. Yeah, and it's like, oh, well, let's just say they come in for the job. Especially if you know someone who's had experience where they keep on getting fucking getting sort of in trouble all the time. They're going to take time off because they got medical procedures, and there's obviously, as you know, there's a lot of depression problems with the trans community, sadly. And there's a lot of suicides in it, sadly. So all these things would come into the workplace at some part over the year. You get bits of shit coming to the workplace. Why would that person employ another trans person after they've experienced
So, are you okay with employers discriminating against people with depression and medical issues if they're cis?
Well, look, it would definitely come into action, because what it is, see, you want the best people in the job, and if, for example, you've had experience with people that, say, for example, have got depression, sadly, right, and all got medical problems. Now, you couldn't tell them that those were your reasons, but they would definitely be in the forefront of your brain making your decision.
Should we not hire 40-year-old men because there's high rates of depression, loneliness, and suicidality in 40-year-old white men? Like, should we stop hiring them too?
Well, you're going into the, but either way, it would be in the forefront of any employer, because they know this could bite their ass in the future. And I know it's naughty and you shouldn't do that, but would you agree with me that an employer is more likely to look at the situation and think, actually, this could bite my ass, and I'm not. This is, I can't afford this. This is not.
I think that the idea that hiring a trans person is going to bite an employer in the ass is just wrong. It's possible. It is possible, sure, but it's also possible.
I'm not trying to be nasty. I'm just trying to be literally.
But it's also possible that if you hire any given cis person could also bite you in the ass. Like, I just don't.
Well, I think that if we look at the entirety, you mostly sadly get more problems from someone who's transitioning because of their mind's going to be quite yo-yoing a lot of the time, and it's, because you're going through you're going through, like, from taking all of a sudden taking loads of estrogen, your body's changing completely. Everyone knows the problems that could cause from it, and that can be caused from the tablets and everything else. So yeah, it would be insane. I'm not saying it's right, but I wouldn't. I would suggest it be at the forefront of their brain when they're got a job vacancy out, and they say, for example, see someone like that.
Well, if it's in the forefront of an employer's brain, I think they're thinking about the issue all wrong. I think that there is plenty
No,
of, and a high proportion of trans people who are just perfectly normal people, except they are trans. Like that's just how they're living their life. I've known them. I know. There's a high proportion of trans people in my prison for some reason. I don't know why that is. Um, they there, a lot of them tend to transition while they're in prison and then go back to being a woman when they leave, is what I've heard. But they're perfectly normal people. They work their jobs. They're doing perfectly fine. Um, and there's also a high proportion of cis women that just aren't perfectly fine. Like I don't think that the trans status of somebody is an indicator of whether or not they're going to be good employees.
liberal. This thing. Can we just refrain from using this made-up word, please?
I mean, all words are made up at some point, but I'm assuming you're talking about cis.
Yeah, it's only appeared the last like
So
10 years
so
back.
so if I'm talking about trans issues, how do I refer to people who are not trans? Do I use the term people who are not trans?
No, you it's either a biological male female or it's a male female, and if you're referring to trans people, you put trans in front.
Okay, well, no, you're confusing sex and gender at this point. A trans woman is still a biological male. Their biology doesn't change, but their gender changes. So yeah, that's why I use the term cis, because trans is a real thing, which means we need a word to talk about people who are not trans, and cis is
No,
just the word that we have all agreed on. Yeah.
no. You've agreed on it. The left have agreed on it.
Well,
No one else
most
has agreed on it.
people have agreed on it.
No,
I think it's a small portion of people online that just kind of sees it as not
not
a
at
real
all. I
thing.
mean, I can speak to any normie that is not online, and when they hear the word cis male or female, they'll what are you talking about? And if they query it, they'll be like,
Well, just
what?
because they don't know the word doesn't mean that they
Well,
wouldn't think it
exactly. It
makes
was
sense
made.
when you explain
It
it.
was made up by the far left. Just biological male female, eh?
Wait, okay, so you got biological male, female. I agree with you on that. Then we've got transgender people. What is the term for people who are not transgender? Because transgender people still have their biology.
I mean, transgender people still have their biology.
Yeah, like a trans person is still either a male or a female. Like that doesn't go away because they become trans.
Yeah. So if they're a trans female, they're a male.
If they are trans female, if they are a trans woman, they are male. Yes.
Thank you.
But we're talking
I'm
about
glad you
biology
agree
versus
with me.
no, we're talking about sex versus gender, and this is the thing that you aren't getting. It's that you think that this whole gender thing isn't real, but it is.
Well, I don't
Like
think it
people
is.
aren't killing themselves over over their gender identity because it's fake.
Yeah,
Unless you think they're all schizophrenic, and which okay,
so the suicide rate is very high in trans people, correct?
it is very high. Yes.
So does that suicide rate change between pre and post-op?
I mean, the last I've heard that the post-op people tend to report lower rates of suicidality.
There's, I think it's 2%. Okay, that's the difference. So it's negligible.
Suicide rate. Trans people.
What are you finding?
Says the majority of 23 studies reviewed, so this must have been a meta study. I clicked on the first thing in Google. Claimed that various forms of gender affirming treatment were associated with reductions in suicidality. However, the validity and robustness of their results suffer from either a lack of measures of statistical significance or effect size, correction for multiple testings, controlling for psychiatric diagnosis, makeup or psychiatric treatment history, substance use and interactions of time since receiving gender affirming treatment, or any combination of these. The two studies that showed an increase in suicidality for those who received gender affirming treatment suffer from many of the same problems in validity robustness. Additionally, one of these studies did not compare the suicidality outcome before and after treatment, but rather to the general population, and the other yielded a small effect size that would likely constitute little clinical relevance. Moreover, its results may not have reached statistical significance, and there was adequate controlling. There was adequate controlling for confounders. If there was adequate controlling for confounders. Controlling for potential effect of psychiatric diagnosis or degree of mood disturbance was undertaken by 3 of the studies reviewed. The need for control of comorbid psychiatric diagnosis or degree of mood disturbances is highlighted by the findings at Tucker et al. Throughout this one doesn't actually give like a solid. It doesn't look like it gives a solid answer.
It doesn't. Yeah. I think they did say increase, but I don't think.
No, they said 2 of the 23 studies showed an increase of but they had more problems than the other ones.
So okay. So like I said, it was 2% is what I'm reliably informed.
I mean, it's possible. I have no idea.
So by chopping your bits off or by adding bits, right? If we take what I've said as as not gospel, but as said true facts, you see that by doing all that, and then the suicide rate doesn't basically change. It's not actually.
Well, normally transitioning isn't just chopping your bits off. There's a whole process that goes along with it.
I'm just being a bit based when I say that.
I hear what you're saying, but like.
But for example, if it doesn't change the suicide rate, and we know it's around about 50%, or the attempt is around about 50%. So if it doesn't change, right, then it's clearly not helping them.
Oftentimes, when people get transitional surgery, it comes after puberty. I have a feeling that post-puberty transition, where the person has already gone through the puberty of their sex, it's probably a lot less successful at changing suicidality, because you don't ever really truly become in the body that you see yourself as. I would be interested to see studies on kids that the suicidality of kids that were on puberty blockers and were able to transition without going through the puberty of their sex, compared to those who went through puberty of their sex and then tried to transition afterwards. That would be my guess. If it's not working, it's because the surgeries aren't giving them the results that they are looking for.
Yeah, come on if you want to. Untrainable. You got the link. Yeah, it's yeah, when you look into it, but like you said, the results, obviously, because it's quite invasive surgery. Yeah, if the suicide rate stays quite steady at the same, that's a really, it's just a sad thing for him, I think. I mean, Any more news there? It shocked you a little bit, that, hasn't it?
What are you talking about? Do you expect me to have a conclusion after the
No, I know,
3
but
minutes of
obviously,
research that I've been able to do on
yeah,
this topic?
yeah, but I thought you would have known that because you said you
No,
knew more
I
about the
don't even know that
trans.
it's true. For all I know is that you saw some meme on Twitter, and that's what you're repeating. Like,
It was Matt Walsh, actually, I believe.
oh, you mean the guy that said that there was
Yeah.
millions of kids on puberty blockers after doing a documentary on transgender people?
I don't think
I
he said
do
it was
not take.
millions. I think he
He
said
did say it. He did say it was millions
okay.
on Joe Rogan's program. That guy doesn't know anything about transgender people. Why would I trust anything he says?
Well, let's be honest, but you haven't found anything in the internet to
Well, the thing is that I shouldn't have to prove a negative. You should be the one that's proving your point.
yeah, but you're doing a lot of reading and not coming back with anything. So obviously, there's nothing
Well,
really.
hold on. Do you want me to read what I found?
Well, yeah, if you want to.
Okay, results.
Don't
5
bend
studies
your way.
compared the same patients pre and post gender-affirming surgery, while
Wait,
6
so
studies compared.
who's the link first? Because
Do you want it?
we've got
Journals.
places like what's it called? Transgender trends, and you're not going to get
Okay,
anything.
you just quoted Matt Walsh to me, so you have no right to
all right.
But here, I put it in chat for you. I don't know anything about this source, so it could be some bullshit. No more bullshit than Matt Walsh could ever be, but 5 studies compared the same patients pre and post gender affirming surgery, while 6 studies compared patients who underwent gender affirming surgery with a group who did not. Overall, suicide related outcomes were found to be less frequent in patients after gender affirming surgery when compared to those same patients pre gender affirming indicators. The 2 studies that use either the general population or matched age and sex controls found a much higher prevalence of suicide related outcomes, specifically suicide attempts and deaths by suicide in post gender affirming patients than in control groups. However, the studies that compared the treatment groups with either patients in the earlier phase of transition or those who desire but had not yet undergone surgery showed lower post gender affirming suicide related outcomes, including suicide ideations and suicide attempts. Conclusions: suicide ideations were found to decrease post gender affirming surgery. Results regarding suicide attempts were inconsistent, and there were insufficient data to draw any conclusions about the effects on gender affirming surgeries on deaths by suicide. My guess is that most of the studies that I'm going to be able to find is going to say it shows that there is a decrease in suicidality, but there needs to be more research.
Yeah, but why is there no numbers involved? No numbers
I don't know. Where did Matt Walsh get his numbers?
Well, mostly hidden away in the dark web somewhere.
Okay, so why would you believe that?
Well, that's not to say it's not true. It's just hidden.
Well, I'm not saying that it's not true either, but why would you believe that?
Well, I would suggest that it's been quite knowledgeable so far. Like you said, he might have said millions and meant to say tens of thousands or thousands. I don't know.
Like, he couldn't even answer the question, what is a woman? Like, how are you going to say that he's knowledgeable?
What do you mean he can't answer the question?
He can't answer the question. He went around asking 1,000 different people and just didn't really come up with a good answer.
Are you serious?
Yes.
That was the whole point, liberal. This is like you don't quite understand satire and stuff.
Well, no, that wasn't supposed to be satire. That was supposed to be a documentary. Wait, is that supposed to be satire?
Well, it was supposed to take the piss out of you because he couldn't get an answer, could he? He couldn't get an answer for the question.
No, there's plenty of people who can answer the question, what is a woman? Matt Walsh just ignores them all. There's plenty of people on the left who can answer that question.
Well, they didn't. They didn't answer the question when it was posed to about 5 or 6 experts.
Yeah, specifically those people, but there are billions of people in this world, and there's more than 5 or 6 quote unquote experts.
Yeah, but they're supposed to be leaders in their field.
Are they? I don't know who those people are.
They are leaders in their field. They definitely
Okay.
were.
Okay.
So what is a woman then?
What is a woman? The answer to that question is going to depend on how you're using the term. A woman could be a adult human female. A woman could be somebody who was born a male but identifies socially as a woman. It's going to depend on which aspect you are talking about.
Okay, so basically a woman can be anyone, is what you just said.
No, I'm not a woman.
Well, that's because you don't identify as a woman. But if you identified as a woman, you could be a woman under your logic and your reasoning.
Sure,
Okay.
but if I identified as a woman, I would probably have some characteristics to me that you could point out that I'm
Well, you
identifying
wouldn't
as a
have
woman.
to. You wouldn't have to have characteristics, would you? You just have to identify. That's what you just said.
If I look like me and I tried to identify as a woman, you could, yes, you would consider me a woman, but I would also as hold on, will you let me finish? I would also have to understand why so many people would look at me and say, "Oh, that's not a woman."
Well, that's fine, but as far as you're concerned, anyone can be a woman if they identify as a woman.
Yeah, if they truly identify, if they truly feel like I wasn't born a man, I was supposed to be a woman, then yes.
So you've seen me and you've seen what I look like. So if
I don't.
I
I've actually never seen what you look like, but
okay,
I would imagine you're a very burly man, right?
yeah. So if I wore a dress and a wig and sort of shave my legs a little bit, then yeah, and how I looked, you would call me she or something. Would you say?
If that's what you wanted, sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Do you? Gosh, I wish you could meet some of the inmates that I have in my prison. People
In your prison.
Yeah, well, the prison I work for. People that look more manly than me. People that look more manly than me, but are still women. Like I don't understand why you're harping on this point because.
So for example, your twin brother identified as a lady. What toilet should your brother use if they identify as a lady?
So the bathroom issue, I
women's only space.
I think that that's going to have to depend on exactly what you look like. If you look like me, then you should still go to the men's bathroom. But if you're a transgender person who's actually transitioning and you're doing the feminine things, then you should be allowed to use the women's bathroom.
So basically, if you make an effort and you're quite good with cosplay and stuff, then you'd be all right.
Well, if you're transgender and you're actually like playing the part, like if you're actually like, yeah, if you're actually transitioning, if you're a person who is a transgender but you're making no effort to make yourself look like the gender that you're identifying with, then you just stick to the same bathroom because you're gonna just it's not good.
Yeah,
like for somebody who looks like me to go into a woman's bathroom. But honestly, also don't a lot of countries just have gender neutral bathrooms anyways? Like I don't even see why that's a thing. That's not a thing.
Yeah, I mean the problem I've got here is I tend to your views on sports are not the same as mine, but we're in the same sort of field. Where your views on women's only spaces and the trans issue, we're just completely poles apart from each other.
Do you think that Blair White should have to go into the men's bathroom?
Well, she's not a man, is she?
Blair White is a trans woman.
Yeah, she's not a woman, is she?
So you think Blair White should have to go into the men's bathroom?
I think she should go in the disabled bathroom if that's the way she wants to do it.
Okay, so you're in Walmart and there's a women's bathroom and men's bathroom and that's the only options they get.
Well, they
should she have to go into the men's bathroom?
All Walmarts Well, because they have so many people in there, we'll have to have disabled toilets in there.
No, they have disabled stalls inside of the respective men's or women's bathroom.
Well, not in the UK, they don't. They have
Okay, well, in the U.S., there's only men's and women's, and occasionally some institutions will have a separate bathroom for families. Usually, it's not disabled people.
Well, yeah, they have a disabled or family toilets in the UK. That's
Okay, do you think that Blair White should have to go into the man's bathroom?
Well, I think that to solve any problems, just go in the disabled bathroom.
But we don't have disabled bathrooms.
What's that?
We don't have disabled bathrooms.
I find that quite.
Also, do disabled people not get separate men? Do men's and women's bathrooms? Are disabled women supposed to deal with men being in their bathrooms?
Yeah.
So they don't. So disabled women don't get women's spaces. This thing that is so important.
So what they do in the UK? They have a disabled toilet with baby facility change there, and if you're disabled, whether you're male or female, you're welcome to go in there. But obviously, women change their babies. It's just It's just one stall. It's not like it's like a small room, like 12 by 12. It's not like a tiny little thing. It's like a little room, and then you lock it, and no one else can come in.
So what about for stores that do not have that? They just have the men and women's bathroom.
Well, if for example, someone. The thing is, even in the UK, you've got to have disabled toilets, even like you're a small shop.
Every single shop has a disabled toilet in the UK.
Not every single.
Okay, so she is at a shop that does not have a disabled toilet. It just has a men's and women's toilet. Which one should she go to?
Well, she'll have to fucking go to McDonald's.
So she's just not allowed to use the bathroom in that facility?
Well, yeah, because I'm not being funny. If, for example, you've transitioned, you should not go into a ladies only space. You're not a lady.
Okay, but you've been calling her she this entire time, so I would like to point that out. What about Buck Angel? So, should Buck Angel be going into a woman's bathroom?
I don't know. I don't know who that is.
Okay. Are you? Am I able to?
I mean, she looks like a girl, but let's be honest about it, she's not.
No, look up Buck Angel. I just sent you a Google results to show you Buck Angel. Should that person be in a woman's bathroom?
If I touch it, I'll lose connection.
Okay, what if I was a trans woman? Should I go into what if I was a trans man? I was born a female and I look like me, and I'm a trans man. Should I go into a woman's bathroom?
If you're trans anything, you should go in the disabled.
Okay, but there's no disabled.
Well, then you just don't go.
That's ridiculous. You do realize how ridiculous that is, right?
Well, I'm not being funny. The safety.
Well, you're not being funny. Nobody's laughing, but go ahead.
The safety of females is more important than a very small percentage person's feelings.
Yeah, but there's no safety issue here.
We're talking about 50% of the population. That's the people, and they're the people that we need to take care of and make sure they're protected.
Yeah, but there's no safety issue here.
And a women's only space is safer, and that's the way it should be.
All right, but there's no safety issue here.
Well, you just because you say it doesn't mean there's no safety issue.
Okay, well, present to me the safety issue. What are the percentages of trans women raping women in the women's bathroom?
Okay, so I've heard of at least 2 cases in schools in America where, in one case,
you're talking about the Loudoun County shit, right?
Excuse me.
You're talking about the Loudoun County shit, right?
I'm talking about the shit where the father.
Yeah. He went to after the fact. He went to the school board meeting and got kicked out because he was being disruptive.
Because his daughter was raped in the toilets the previous week.
Yeah. So that case, the person in question wasn't trans. The school didn't have a policy that allowed trans people to go into the bathroom. That had they were talking about it, but that hadn't been implemented at this point. The person, the victim and the perpetrator were boyfriend and girlfriend who have met to have sex in the bathroom in the past, and this time she didn't want to have sex, and the guy didn't take no for an answer. That wasn't a instance of a trans person raping a little girl. That was an instance of a.
Can you bring the receipt forward for that?
Yes, actually, I've got a whole research document that has the information about that. So just give me a minute. What specific claim are you? I mean, I can post them all if you want. Control F. Loudoun County sexual assault.
The school try and cover it up.
So they did not try to cover it up. Why do you think that the school tried to cover it up? Like, what is your okay? Here is one link that talks about the timeline, where the they didn't approve policy 8040, which is the trans bathroom policy, until August 11th. The assault happened on May 28th.
So if we're adding what if I can't look at the link, but like I said, I'll take you on what you just said. So what actually did happen was a male was in the ladies' toilets.
Yeah.
And then ended up raping or accused to be raping ex-girlfriend, fling or whatever. And then
they were currently seeing each other. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So that was in May, and then in October, the school, in their wisdom, said, actually, what we're going to do, we're going to put trans males that turn to be trans. We'll stick them in the females' toilets with their meat and two veg and all in October. Now, I find it quite crazy in their wisdom. They've already had a meat.
Well, the reason for
they've already had a meat and two veg in the ladies' toilet 6 months previous. They ended up being accused of rape. Whether he's trans, whether he's straight, it doesn't really matter. He's a meat and two veg. And now you're going to agree to more meat and two veg in the ladies' toilet 6 months later. Do you see the problems that might cause, Luke?
But the fact that there was no trans policy in the first place, it says that the trans policy wasn't the problem.
Okay.
I see your logic, but it's flawed logic because trans people.
I've given into your point. I started by saying I'll give into your point, but say what you're saying is true. Now we're talking about meat and two veg, right? And it already caused problems in May, right? So why would they allow meat and two veg to go in there now in October?
Wait, what are you saying? Meeting two veg?
Meat and two veg.
Meat and two veg.
Yes. So a sausage and two plums.
Because the problem in that situation wasn't the fact that there was a penis and a vagina in the bathroom together. The problem in that situation was that there was a boyfriend who had the capability of. There was a boyfriend who had the capability of raping his girlfriend in the bathroom with his girlfriend at the same time.
Yes, and that would be the same because in October they green lighted more meat and two veg to go in the ladies' toilets.
Yeah, that's because trans people aren't a threat to women.
Oh, okay.
No more so than any other person.
Oh, but like you said, so you're proving my point for me. When there's meat and two veg around, right, that can cause problems whether they're trans or not trans. But you're proving it for me. So.
No, it's not. No. When there is a rapist and a woman together, that's going to cause problems. But there's nothing to say that trans people are going to be mass rapists.
Look. I didn't say trans people are going to be massive rapists.
But that's the insinuation here. You think that if you let trans people in the women's bathroom, more women are going to get raped in the bathroom, and that's just not the case.
Well, generally men don't go in the ladies' bathroom, right? But if, for example, it's more frequent because you're going to get biological males that now identify as females with meat and two veg going in the toilet, as you just proved to me by your own statement, it can cause problems. So
No,
why?
no. It
Why
causes
would
problems when there's a rapist, but trans people are no more likely to be rapists than cis people.
Okay, but I say I even give in to that. But now you've opened the door to allow more meat and two veg to go in the ladies' toilets because
So is
you're
your claim
allowing.
that, or is your claim that this policy can open the door for a rapist to pretend to be transgender in order to use the
Well,
women's bathroom and rape somebody?
Well, I would suggest you keep meat and two veg out of the ladies' toilets. Full stop. That's what I would suggest. Now, I don't know if
Why?
that's a radical view. I'd suggest that's a quite normal view.
Okay, but if I was somebody who wanted to rape a woman in the bathroom, I'm not going to let some rules about me not being allowed in the bathroom stopping me from going in the bathroom and raping a woman.
No, it mostly wouldn't stop you from doing it, but at the same stage, even if you were actually in the ladies' toilets or in the changing rooms of the ladies, even worse, where it's very they're getting changed, it's intimate in the sense that they're exposing their intimate parts, and all of a sudden a geezer walks in who shaved his legs, he's got a 2-day fucking shadow, in a leotard walks in and stuff. It's just not right. And women shouldn't have to see that or deal with that.
But okay, so is your argument that it's not right or that it's unsafe?
Both.
Okay, well, your argument that it's unsafe is just not true.
Okay,
Because
so
trans people are no more likely to be rapists than anyone else.
So you tell that to the swimmers that swim against that Leah Thomas, because I've seen statements from the swimmers, and they all felt vulnerable. They all felt intimidated. That he's huge compared to them, and he's a man in the female change rooms. They were exposed at the time when they were in there, and like that Riley Gaines said, it was a horrendous experience.
Okay, so how many of those women did Leah Thomas rape?
Doesn't matter. It's both safe. You know, when you said safe,
Mm-hmm.
right? None of those swimmers that have changed in changing rooms every day, mostly twice, 4 times a day, but at least 10 years of their life. They were mostly 16, 18 at the time, so they mostly started swimming at 5, so it's been 13 years of their life, and I bet they've never felt more vulnerable than when all of a sudden they've seen a man in the female changing. They've never felt more unsafe. I can guarantee that.
But how do you know that?
But because they made statements saying that it was horrendous, and I'm assuming that in the 13 years of them actually
Did they make statements, or like one person made statements?
They made statements.
All of them.
It wasn't just. No, I've seen two of the women giving statements.
2 out of how many?
What's that got to do with anything? They've spoken out.
Because if like 2 white women are like, I don't want to be in a changing room with a black woman because I feel unsafe, are we going to change the rules around who can be in the changing room because of these 2 white women that are scared of this black woman?
What has race got to do with anything that we just said? What has their race got to do with it?
Well, it doesn't. What does this person's what does this person being transgender got to do with it?
They got a cock.
Okay. You don't have to look at it.
And they're men.
They have transitioned into a woman.
Yeah, like
we're talking about safety here.
Yeah, we're talking about safety. So
and you're saying that these people felt unsafe.
Yeah.
So what if somebody feels unsafe because of the race of a person that's changing with you?
Well, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about.
But what if we were?
Male,
do you think that there's no white women out there that doesn't want to be in the same changing room as a black woman?
What?
Do you think that doesn't exist in this world?
So flip that around. Flip it.
Do I think that there's black women that don't want to be in a changing room with white women?
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. I guarantee you there are.
Okay, cool.
But I don't think that we should change societies. I don't think that we should make it separate race changing rooms because of it.
No, so it's a moot point. It means nothing. I agree with you. You agree with me. Okay.
Okay.
So it means nothing.
No. But yeah, the same way that your example means nothing.
Well, it is, because we're talking about men and we're talking about women.
But this
We're not
Leah
talking about
Thomas,
white and black. We're not talking about white and black.
Leah Thomas posed no more threat to those women than any of those other women.
What?
She just
A
didn't.
man.
So she didn't rape anybody. She didn't touch anybody. She didn't You've got two people that said that they felt uncomfortable. Out of how many?
Count your lucky chickens. Count your lucky chickens. He didn't rape anyone. There we go.
No, I don't have to count my lucky chickens because people generally aren't rapists. And trans people generally aren't rapists. Trans people are no more rapists than your average person. As a matter of fact, I guarantee you there are more women on women assaults in the locker room than there have ever been men or trans women assaults on women assaults on the locker room.
You want to hear yourself? You said she didn't rape anyone. You're like, oh, great. It's like, why you make that point? Were you expecting him to rape them?
No, you're expecting them.
No, I'm just saying it's unsafe, and it makes female women.
It made 2 out of how many?
Remember, she didn't speak up until it was all over. She didn't have the balls to speak up until it was all over. You know why? Because her controlling body told her to shut the fuck up, or she's out. Okay?
Okay, so 2 out of how many?
And guess what she's done now? Guess what she's done? She's sued the controlling body. She's got all the gold she's lost, and she's getting millions from the controlling body.
Okay, that's great for her.
Who do you think was right and wrong at the end?
I don't think that some kind of controlling body, whatever you're talking about, should be silencing women. I think that's also bad. But I don't think that I don't think that Leah Thomas being in a locker room was making everyone feel uncomfortable. I think that 2, maybe there's a couple more, but out of dozens, hundreds of people that this person has changed with, that actually felt uncomfortable.
I mean, your point's ridiculous at this stage. I mean,
it's really not. Like, you haven't proven anything. You've got 2 people that have come out and said that they felt uncomfortable. Okay, but I can find you 2 people that say that they feel uncomfortable changing with black people.
Once again, your analogy is bollocks.
It's not bollocks. You just don't understand it.
So one's a man and one's a female, which is just like white and black. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, because the trans woman posed no more danger to the other women than any other woman would. The trans community as a whole poses no more danger to women in the locker room than any other woman would.
It's funny, in my local pride event in Wales, the lesbians, or I think they like to be called dykes, old school dykes, were kicked out the Pride Brigade because they had a sign that said lesbian don't like penis, and they got kicked out because they felt they were being sort of the trans community that they were being told that they had to date trans women, but like they said, they don't like penises, so they got kicked out of the parade by the police in the end, which I thought was quite funny.
Okay, that still doesn't make trans women dangerous in women's locker rooms, but yeah.
Well, no, I'm just making a point here.
Yeah, I mean, ridiculous things happened within the trans, gay, LGBT community. Ridiculous things happens at governmental levels. Ridiculous things happens within cis straight communities. Like it's just
great. Well, I'm going to shut my eye down. Been nice. It's like I'll tell you what the time is here. It's 5:45 a.m.
Oh yeah, you're a trooper, dude.
Oh yeah, that's why I'm flaking. So,
all right.
But
well,
thanks for the chat, Liberal. I appreciated it.
Yeah, no, it was a good chat. I get a little animated, but you know.
Yeah, that's cool. I like to do the same. But yeah, it's been a nice chat, mate. Yeah, stay in touch. RW will speak to you again. Hopefully, we'll have another live at some point a bit earlier on in the night.
All right.
Cheers, pal.
Later.
Bye, mate. thanks everyone in the chat for staying in all that time. Yeah, the conversation's going nowhere in the end. Clear, the blunt's here. We's here. Untainable. In the back. I've got receipts. Oh, fucking hell. What? I'm in the back. Are you kidding me? Fucking hell. So yeah then, chaps. Take care, everyone. Thanks for coming in. And catch you later.